What is up, everyone? Welcome to the end of the world. What's up, VGO? What's up, O Money? Thanks for stopping by. Oh boy. Well, you guys voted. So here we are. We could have played a game. We could have done Last of Us all night. But you guys decided to have a hangout instead, which is cool. Got my list of games that I beat this year. We can go through those real quick. I'm actually changing a score right now. Make sure you guys can hear me. Make sure the audio is good. So I beat Gunbird 2 on the Sega Dreamcast. I gave it a B after thinking about it. I gave it a B minus. So, yeah, I don't know. If you guys beat that game, let me know. What's up, guys? There we go. Try and go like this. So we get the shadow over here out of the way. Anyway, what are you guys doing? Let me drop the link. Anybody wants to jump in, they're more than welcome to. Just kind of casual hangout tonight, maybe a couple hours, call it a day, go be with our families before the solar eclipse and we all have to feel God's wrath. Always, how's the audio? Because that's a thing. So that's exciting. Ba, ba, ba. I mean, it's the end of the world, so go ahead and subscribe, share on social media, all that good stuff, which is what I'm about to do on my Facebooks. Ba, ba, ba. Neigh. Near, how do you spell? The time is. Bam, like that. Post it to the old Facebook machines. And there we go. Boom. Oh, I got one person watching. All right. Well, I will say I do have my list. Tonight we're drinking Coors Light. Which is good. It's been a while since I've done any drinking. So right now, as of April 6th, I am at 28 games beaten for the year. And I figured I'd just fly through them real quick. So I got Lightning Force on the Genesis, gave it a B+, loved it. Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition on the Genesis, B+, absolutely loved it. Metroid Dread, gave that game an A-, loved it. Royal Rumble on the Genesis, a B. Bomberman R on the Switch, I gave that one a C. I didn't really like the Bomberman R on the Switch. Bomberman and Bonk are like those two franchises that I'm like, on, Ninja Spirit on the TurboGrafx 16, I gave it a B. Newtopia on the TurboGrafx, A-. Guerrilla War, Nintendo, a B. Heavy Barrel on the Nintendo, a B+. God of War on PS4, I gave it a B. POW on the Nintendo, a B-. Tecmo Super Bowl on the Nintendo, a B-. Baseball Stars on the NES, a B. Gyrus, surprise game right there. A little bit of a hidden gem. Gave that one a B+ on the Nintendo. Lolo 1 on the Nintendo, a C+. Gradius on the NES, a B. I don't get what all the Gradius hype was. I didn't find that game too terribly difficult. Yasai Ninja on the PS4, I gave it a C. I got that one from Video Game Collector Tony Morales a long time ago. It was okay. It's kind of like a PS2 platformer. Wheel of Fortune Family Edition on Nintendo, a B. Jeopardy 25th Anniversary Edition, I gave that one a B. Both those games are made by Rareware, which is nice. Adventure Island on the NES, a B-. Barbie on the NES, a C+. Final Round Golf on the GBA, a B. Metroid Zero Mission, an A. Mega Man X3, a B-, almost a C+. Turn the page. Alice in Wonderland on the Game Boy Color, a C. Star Wars New Droid Army on the Game Boy Advance, a C. Wario Land 4, Game Boy Advance, a B. And then today I beat Gunbird 2 on the Sega Dreamcast. I gave it a B-. So, yeah. Wasn't, listen, I like Gunbird 2. I really do. It's a really cool game, but in the end, it just does quite a few things wrong. And, it's tough too because it's a Capcom Psycho game. Let me check, make sure that got on the Facebook machines. Yes, end of the world live stream. So here we go. Anyway, what is everybody else up to? You guys got any questions, Q&As? What have you been playing? I dropped the link, so if anybody wants to jump in, please feel free to do so, because that's what we kind of do. We kind of hang out, talk about games, talk about the gaming community, whatever it is. I couldn't find my Dreamcast AV cable, so I had to go all the way up to Maxine's. They had it for $8, so she gave it to me for $5, which is nice. I love that store. It's a great store. So, yeah, anyway, what's up, Down Phoenix? What's going on, man? Good to see you. Found this little guy right here. See a Green Ranger from the Micro Machine set. I don't know. That thing's probably worth $1 million. You know what I mean? These little figures probably got sucked up in the vacuum and thrown away. Pretty rare. Pretty rare. So, yeah. Everything working properly. Down Phoenix, can you hear me? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Yeah, man. So a lot of conspiracy theories out there about the solar eclipse and, God's wrath, or the planet's going to have a huge shift. The poles are going to shift and all this stuff, man. So it's always crazy, man. Josh, what's up, man? Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, so I don't know, man. I don't think anything's going to happen, right? I think we're going to be okay Monday. Was this thing supposed to happen like 2:30, 3 o'clock, somewhere like that? So they gave us the day off. We got the day off, so I took it off. So I'm off on Monday. Don't have to go back into work till Tuesday at 4 or Tuesday at 2, which is nice. But I'm good, man. How are you doing? It's good to see everybody on a Saturday night at 8 o'clock. In the PM, let me know. What do you guys think is going to happen on Monday? Are we going to be free and clear of this, or is there something crazy that's going to happen? Like the poles are going to shift, or God's going to send the behemoth and the Leviathan at us, Is that the day where the government switches all of our brains into another dimension? Who knows? What's up, Nick? Xbox 360, Sonic's Ultimate. Let me put that on there. Check this out. Bang! Nicky Sands! Xbox 360, Sonic's Ultimate Genesis Collection Need to Beat video game. Yes, I have that collection on the PS4. And it's a great collection of games, man. There's a couple really good games on there. Like I don't really like Streets of Rage that much. I don't really like beat 'em ups, but it does have some shooters on there, like Biohazard? And then there's another one on there. I forget what it is. But the show on that is Beyond Oasis. I mean, you can kind of get the Sonic games anywhere, But Beyond Oasis is pretty expensive a Genesis game, and I would never buy that game just to play it, since I already beat it on that Genesis collection, which is a great one, by the way. Josh says, earthquake in New Jersey yesterday, no one hurt. That's good, man. That's good. Down Phoenix, like beat 'em ups unsubbed. You know what it is? It's like beat 'em ups. Like I had the Game Boy Advance player out, and I was playing the Capcom collection on the Game Boy Advance, which has Mighty Final Fight. So kind of wanted to play that game, and it's like every other beat 'em up. Like I want to punch the person in front of me, but the other person swings around. Like, and you can't really get because you're trying to work on a 2D plane, like a regular platformer, but they also want you to do that isometric thing. So it's hard to get the timing down of when you can actually hit somebody and when you can't hit somebody. Then they gang up on you. And in Mighty Final Fight, there's like no food. It's like no health pickups. It's just kind of daunting. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I just never had that with beat 'em ups. Now I like Turtles too, but that's more of a nostalgia thing. Nick says I have an amazing face. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Just turned 24. No, I'm just kidding. Josh asks, do you have an entire PS1 and PS2 collection? I do not. Over years and years ago, in the garage sales and flea markets and thrift stores, you build these massive collections. But right now, I'm in a mode where I kind of want to get rid of the filler stuff and just keep all the good stuff, all the stuff I intend on playing, the rare stuff, the more expensive stuff. Went to the game store yesterday. They had a copy of Rough Trigger, which is a Natsume game. He had it for $18. It's still sealed, which is crazy town because when you pay in cash at Maxine's, you get 10% off. So I got it for $16.20. So he gave it to me for $16. Sealed copy of Rough Trigger. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm looking at. And what's up, VGL? VGL's doing good. Josh says your birthday's on Tuesday. Well, I hope we get there. I hope Planet Earth makes it. And a happy early birthday. Greg asks, what's your last great garage sale find? Well, they're getting few and far between. That's just the name of the game. But I would say my last great garage sale find was years ago. I picked up that Sharp NES TV and a stack of games for $50, $50 or $60. Guy had it in his basement. He was telling me his stories. His grandfather died or something. His dad died, and they cleared out everything. And they moved it to their house. They're having this garage sale, and they just had a couple of PS4 games. I asked, "Do you have anything older?" And he said, "Well, we have one of those TVs that plays Nintendo." I said, "You have a Sharp NES TV here?" He's like, "Yeah." So I was like, "Can I see it?" He's like, "Yeah, come on down." So he takes me to the basement, shows me this thing. He says that his grandfather owned the Rent to Own Center in Piqua, Ohio. And this was the one that they had on the counter for everybody to come in and play. And I said, "Well, do you want to sell it?" And he said, "Yeah, make me an offer." I said, "Well, I'm going to hit you real low. Don't throw me out." He said, so I said, "How about $40?" He goes, "I can't do 40. How about 50?" I'm like, "Okay." But it came with a copy of like Mario Duck Hunt, Mike Tyson's Punch Out, the Zapper. It came with a couple other games. It's in a video. So, but by the time you sell the games, you make your money back, and basically got a Sharp NES TV for free. And it's what I use for my games that I play on retro now. My modern stuff I play on the flat screen. But yeah, I got the Dreamcast hooked up to it right now. It's pretty awesome. That was a pretty good garage sale find. I did get a box of Nintendo games. This was a while ago, like years and years ago. I go up there. I found a Sega Genesis power adapter. Okay. And I said, "Hey, do you have any more video game stuff? This is a power adapter to a Sega Genesis." And she's like, "Oh, yeah, hold on." She comes out with a Reeboks shoebox. And I open it up, and it's boxes and manuals for Nintendo games. Darkwing Duck, Battletoads Double Dragon, Little Nemo the Dream Master, Chippendales Rescue Rangers. I think Contra was in there. And, some games like Wrath of the Black Ninja, some common stuff, American Gladiators. And I was like, awesome. She brings out a Nintendo. She's like, "I can't find the controllers and stuff." I opened it up. Contra was in there. And I was like, "How much do you want for all of it? Because I can find the games somewhere. I'll find them." And she's like, "Well, the kids must have took them." So I offered her like $40. And then when she found out the games weren't in there, she's like, "Well, I'll just do 20. I can give you," because, I can't find the games. I think the kids took the games. I was like, "No, 40 is totally fair." So I gave her the $40. And got all those boxes. And the boxes had like the manuals and the inserts in them too. So like my Battletoads Double Dragon, I needed to buy the cart. And at that time it was like $80. But it had like the manual and the Battletoads Battle Maniacs poster in it. So yeah, it was a really good buy. But those are probably my two best garage sale pickups. You might find NCAA college football 14 at a garage sale for $1 or something now, but I don't think that's as good as those two. You know what I mean? So what's your greatest garage sale find? Nick said Chris is 40 years old, born in 84. I was born in 78. I'm 45. I'll be 46 this year. I look good, right? I look like I'm like 35 ish. But yeah, man. Well, it's crazy because I just bought. Was it, maybe it wasn't Contra, maybe it was Super C. It was, I think, one of them. And I bought Maxine's Bargain Box. I had a copy of Contra in the box. This is when it was like $100, And I said, hey, can I just buy the box and the manual? And he let me buy the box and the manual. So at that point, I had 2 complete copies of Contra. And Top Loaded Gaming, Trevor, such a nice dude. He sent me Skullgirls, the limited run edition with the soundtrack all sealed. And I was like, bro, thanks. Do you want this extra copy of Contra? So I sent him an extra copy of Contra, man. So what's on my shelf says Bubble Bobble 2. Is that you found a PSV dev kit at a garage sale? That's pretty cool. Yeah, so I sent Trevor my my extra copy of Contra complete in the box. But yeah, man. I do love going to garage sales. Although it's harder to find stuff at video game related stuff at garage sales. And when you do, people tend to know what it's worth. Sometimes you'll get an Xbox 360 or PS3 lot for a good price, but I don't mind paying up on stuff. I really don't. But it's like, if you're not going to break it apart, the lot, and just let me buy some of the games that I need, if I have to buy all of it, I'm kind of taking all the risk that the console actually works. The market could tank tomorrow, So, to go out and spend $100 on an N64 lot, I definitely would. Has it got the jump pack or the expansion pack? How many controllers? What can I sell some of the doubles for? But yeah. Yeah, it's definitely tough out there. And that's okay, man. I find other things to sell on my game or my eBay store. And then I use that as my video game side fund, But I need to dust off my computer, bro. Greg says, dude, garage sales themselves are dying. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it seems like some of the communities that always have community sales, they have community sales. But here we are, is April 6th. And I think I've been to one garage sale here in the Newark Heath area. And I drive like through Delaware, Ohio every day to get to work. And I don't see garage sales anymore. So, people, when COVID happened and everybody was working from home, everybody sort of turned into a reseller. They would buy pallets, have the pallets delivered to their house, have, garage sales every weekend. That's why you'd see the guy with, 13 of the exact same socket sets at the garage sale that he's trying to get rid of for $5 because, he's buying pallets, collecting the government check, and working from home, right? I'm not sure how much work got done from people working at home, but now everybody's got to go back to work. Times are tough. Gas prices, grocery price. I went to the grocery store yesterday, spent $62. I had 4 bags of groceries. I got eggs, bacon, pasta sauce, a thing of chicken mozzarella tortellini. What else did I get? A bag of French fries, 2 frozen pizzas, a thing of chili sauce, and a 24-pack of Coke. Maybe got something else. Oh, with Parmesan cheese. Yeah, I didn't really get that much, but like you're saying, Greg, I mean, everything's it's so expensive. People can't afford to live. So they have to sell their stuff, the garage sale stuff, on Facebook Marketplace, wherever, and they have to sell it for basically eBay prices. I always say, your stuff is your stuff, so price it how you want to price it. But those people, because they're not educated enough, they don't really know that, on eBay, here's this copy of Super Mario Duck Hunt, and it's $30. So mine's worth $30. And if you scroll down, there's one for $4.99 plus $4 shipping. Check solds, Well, now it's 13.25% in eBay fees, and then a 40-cent transaction fee if the transaction goes over $10. So if you sell like a $2 patch, well, that's probably a bad example because you're going to send an eBay standard envelope. So you sell a $3 porcelain figure and you box it up and you put it in as a ground advantage, and it's $4 ground advantage. It's like 7 something, but then the taxes, put you over $10. Now you're paying 40 cents instead of 30 cents. It's crazy, man. eBay's terrible. Do I miss the Marines? Nah, I don't really. Not at 45. Sometimes I think about what my life would be if I'd have just stayed in and retired at 38, But I have a good job now, so it's a state job, so there's retirement at the end. Doesn't really it's all right. It's okay. Am I missing the Marine soldier? The Army has soldiers. The Marines are troops. We're troops. We're troopers. Like stormtroopers. Checking the old Facebook. But yeah, man, it's crazy. Crazy times. I think I had 28 games this year. I don't write down dates, so it's like I don't know how many I had this time last year. But I only beat 40. I beat 44 games last year. And 57 the year before that. So 57 and 44, that's 101. I'm at 28, so that's 129 games in like 2 years and 4 months. Retro Hack, what's up, man? I dropped the link if you want to jump in. I don't think Tyler wants that Game Boy or the Dreamcast Millennium controller because he put his Dreamcast up for sale on Marketplace. So yeah, that Sega Dreamcast Rose Millennium 2000 edition might be available. If you guys want it. I just tested it, played Gunbird with it today. All the buttons work, which is nice. Yeah, that's not me. I was born August of 78. 78. Yeah, there's a lot of Dreamcast controllers. I got the fishing one, for the fishing games. I got the GunCon one. So Greg says, do you journal your yard sale finds? I've been doing that for the past 8 years. It's really fun reading my own stories. Some stuff I legitimately forgot about. I do not keep a journal of garage sale finds, and I often forget what I found at garage sales. So, yeah. Yeah, it's cool, man. That's cool. What's your best garage sale find? Or maybe not your best, but one of your favorite garage sale finds? You know what I don't like about the Dreamcast controller? Check this out. I really don't like this. Like, I feel like that should be like here, even though there's a little thing that you can clip, like why didn't you just make that to where it came out over here somewhere? This is kind of annoying. It's like you had to build in a clip into your mold. But yeah, Dreamcast controller, man. So like I said, I beat Gunbird 2, and then next on the list is Marvel vs. Capcom, which I got from Henry Gonzalez HG 2 years ago because we didn't do the trade show last year. So 2 years ago, HG traded me that Marvel vs. Capcom on the Sega Dreamcast, and I want to play it because in the event that he wants to trade for it back, I want to be able to play through it before I have to trade it back to him, So it does pop out easy from there. But it's like, well, this one's pretty stiff. But you would think that there would be a better design for this. Every other controller in the world The cable comes out of the front somewhere, so you don't bang on it or pull on it, which is crazy. And then the old two memory card port, VMU ports. It's like, why didn't you have something in your, like, you don't need two. You could do one and then just transfer the data to the console and then transfer it onto a different VMU if that's what you wanted to do. But yeah, Dreamcast, interesting controller, man. It's not the best, but my favorite was finding a Sega Master System with 5 games, controllers, and the gun. It was in a VCR box, and she only wanted $1.50. That's great. I have a Sega Master. It's right here because it's one of the next consoles that I want to play after I get done playing my Dreamcast. The Sega Master System, my aunt and uncle had a Sega Master System. We always loved going over there playing Safari Hunt, Hang On, Aztec Adventure, and Choplifter. I think Choplifter on the Sega Master System is the best port of Choplifter. It's tough. It's a tough game, but it's super fun. But yeah, I got my Sega Master System right down here, locked and loaded. So when I put the Dreamcast away, I can grab the Master System. That's part of my tips for beating your backlog, man. Have stuff available right there so you can play, man. What games came with it? Do you remember? And Safari Hunt is better than Duck Hunt. I don't care what anybody says. I watched a video, and I wish I could remember who it was, but he was saying that it was like, what are our 6th gen consoles here? Xbox, GameCube, Dreamcast, and PS2. Was it the Dreamcast he was talking about? No, because the Dreamcast was out. He was saying one of these systems shouldn't be in. It might have been the Dreamcast. Because of its life cycle, it wasn't out long enough after everything. Yeah, I can't remember, man. I wish I would have remembered that. But the gist is like the Dreamcast was actually out. When did the PlayStation 2 come out? Like 1999 or something? 2000? And then when did the GameCube come out? Like 2000, 2001? When the Xbox come out? Like 2000? And what he was saying was that the Dreamcast life cycle actually fits in a little bit before. So it should be like the last 5th gen console. And I'm like, I don't know if I understand what he was saying with the timeline because he showed like a graph, but I don't agree because I think there's sort of a separation. I think of these console generations as like clumps. So in the 6th generation, GameCube, Xbox, PS2, Dreamcast, these are when we were kind of starting to go online, and that was sort of a modern thing. Arcade perfect, large libraries, stuff coming in from Japan that you could play. So I kind of lumped them together. I don't think Dreamcast is in that 5th generation. That's more of a Saturn, PlayStation, Nintendo 64 zone. And I'm not really ready to concede that Dreamcast should be a 5th generation console. And that's what it was. He was saying that Sega had 2 5th generation consoles. A Retrohex said he picked up a Master System last year. Haven't played anything yet on it. Like I said, Choplifter's, in my opinion, like the best game on there. Hang On is really good. It's a really good Greg says, no crazy games. Gangster Town, Safari Hunt, Rambo 3, Thunderblade, and out. Well, Rambo 3 is really good, right? That's a good game. MC Mert talks about that game. MC Mert likes that game, but I think he played on the Genesis. But yeah, man. Let me move my... Oh, check this out. Boom! Sony CD and tape player. Speaking of Retro Heck, I got my copy of Soul Feast. I got my Sega CD fixed. So there it is. So I'll probably play through that one this year. This is my entire Sega Master System collection right here. I got Hang On Safari Hunt. That's one that we had as a kid. I don't know where I found this one at. Maybe a pawn shop or something. Fantasy Zone 2, Tears of Opa Opa. I like the sports games. Like this is a game we had as a kid. Great volleyball, Aztec Adventure, Choplifter. Again, that's an awesome game, and great baseball. And you know what's crazy is you can find like Master System games relatively cheap compared to other consoles. So they're kind of hard to find too. I almost popped. Maxine's has a copy of Enduro Racer, Enduro on the Master System. It's $15. It was missing the manual, and the top label on the cartridge was kind of peeling away. So I was like, you know what? Maybe we'll wait on that one since I don't play my Master System a whole lot. But yeah, I'd like to get Soul Feast out of the way. Since I played Soul Dees last year on the Genesis, Soul Feast and Soul Dees are essentially the same game. One for the Genesis, one for the Sega CD. And the Sega CD one, obviously better sound. You've got some cutscenes in there, but it's the same game. So that game shouldn't take me that long to beat since I beat the game last year on a different console. And then, my Master System games this year, I want to play through Tears of Opa Opa because I do like shooters. Yeah, it came out $9,999. Remember, it was like and ended 2001, same year original. Yeah, that's kind of what he was saying is that these four consoles weren't out at the 6th generation consoles. They all four weren't out at the same time. So, and he was trying to make the argument that Sega Dreamcast should be a 5th generation console, not a 6th generation console. Now, I understand what he's saying. Like I said, he showed the timelines and all that stuff. I don't subscribe to that. I think Sega Dreamcast is definitely a 6th generation console because of its capabilities. It was out and gone before the other ones really got started. But yeah, for me, Sega Dreamcast will always be a 6th generation console. What's on my shelf says I got my Sega Master System at a garage sale for $20. It came with all the heavy hitters except for Fantasy Zone 2 and Power Strike. Yeah, Nick, I think that's part of the argument that he was making is that it came out in 1998, and Nintendo 64 was like 1996, 1997, 1998, 1999, and then the GameCube came out like late 2000, early 2001. But that was it. Like I said, that was the crux of his argument, is that the Dreamcast should be a 5th generation console, not a 6th generation console. I don't subscribe to that theory. I think Sega Dreamcast is definitely a 6th generation console. Maybe a little early. Maybe shot the wad a little early there. But and Dreamcast is one hell of a console. It's a great console. It's fun to collect for and all that stuff. But just doesn't get a lot of turn in my rotation. I play a lot of Nintendo. And then the consoles that I have. So the Sharp NES TV, I've got all the adapters. So that's my sort of retro-y console. If I want to hook up a Nintendo, I do it. Super Nintendo, TurboGrafx, Dreamcast. I just always hook it up to that. And then the flat screen here, the PS4 is hooked up to that. The 360 is hooked up to that, and then my PlayStation 2 is hooked up to that. So that's really how I run my consoles. I have 3 on the flat screen, and then I just basically what I do is I take a box. What's up, Shode? I take a box and I write Dreamcast on it, and then I'll take all the Dreamcast stuff, the console controller, cables, put it in the box, put it in the shelf, grab the TurboGrafx 16 box, open that up, hook it up. That's sort of how I run my show here when I play some games. But I need to start getting on some PS4 games because as soon as football season starts, I'm going to be watching football on the TV. So I'll be playing games on the Sharp. I definitely want to get through Nier Replicant this year. I want to make it a habit this year of if I buy a game, I want to play it. I want to play it this year. I don't want it to sit around for a couple of years. And that we all go through that, right? Like we go to a game store, we go to thrift stores, garage sales, and somebody at work goes, "Here's this box of games," and you tend to kind of just put them away and never play them. And it's sort of a travesty, because you want to play them. What's up my shelf says, came across the Sega CD a handful of times, maybe 5. Really? That is crazy. I've never seen a Sega CD out in the wild. The one that I have, a friend of mine, Brett Hamilton, bought it at a pawn shop and basically sold it to me for cost, which was like $40 or something. And then last year I had it repaired. So she replaced all the capacitors and did all the stuff to it. So basically it's like a brand new Sega CD in 2022 or whenever I had it fixed. So you've seen more Model 1 Sega CDs than Model 2s. Oh, that's the one where the disc tray comes out. Yeah, mine's a Model 2, so it sits on there, and then it's got the little CD thing that opens up, and you put the CD in. It's crazy. You know how ignorant I was when I was a kid? I'm like, they pop in the cartridge, and it plays. And when you pop in a disc, it's like, how does it, like Metal Gear Solid, how does it know when I need to put in disc 2? This is crazy. You just can't open a video game console with a CD inside. That's crazy. It'll shut off the whole game. And then the screen goes black and it says insert disc 2. I think the only mainstream console I've never come across at a garage sale is the Virtual Boy. Yeah, Brett Hamilton found a Virtual Boy at one of the pawn shops down by him, got it for like $50-$60 in the box. Still works. The stand is a little broken. It's got a couple games, the Wario game, Mario Tennis, Red Alert. There might be one more. I might have 4 Virtual Boy games. Let me check my master list. Is that even on here? Oh, there it is. Hold on. Nintendo Virtual Boy. I don't even know if I put my Virtual Boy collection in here. Yeah, I didn't put my Virtual Boy collection in there because I only have like 4 games. So, yeah. That's crazy. But yeah, what else is in this box? Who knows? Let me check out this Soul Feast. The Soul Feast, this is the game that came bundled with the Sega CD. And I remember like when I traded it, and Retroheck and I was telling him my Sega CD was broken. He's like, well, what do you want it for? I'm like, well, I'll get it fixed, and I'll like shooters. He's like, okay. He threw it in there. Retroheck's a good dude, man. It's a good kid right there. Greg says, I saw Virtual Boy one time, but he was asking full retail. I forgot how much it was at the time, but it wasn't cheap. I had to pass, unfortunately. Was that at a garage sale? And that's, I expect to go to a garage sale and get deals because you want to get rid of your stuff. So when I start seeing people like, well, on eBay, or one time I went and they had all these like vintage Barbie play sets, my God, like $85 for this, like $150 for this one. What's on my shelf says he's seen a Neo Geo. I'm not sure if I regret not buying it. I could have made bank, but if I kept it, I would never buy another game for it. Yeah, well, and then Neo Geo, man. Neo Geo cartridges are like some of the hardest cartridges out there to find. In the wild, I've never seen Sega CD games, Neo Geo games, Sega CD games, Sega Saturn games. All those sort of consoles. Although I did get TurboGrafx 16 games once, so I really can't complain. Actually, twice. Yeah, you're a young man. You got a lot of years left. Assuming the world doesn't end on Monday. So I was lucky enough to find 2 TurboGrafx 16s. The first one was on OfferUp. This is years ago. The guy had it for like $75, and it was a console with TV Sports Football. And he's like, it had been up there for like 6 months. I'm like, hey, is this still available? I could do like 70. He's like, oh yeah, he came over, got that one. I never played it. And I actually traded it to Retroheck. Retroheck screwed me on that trade too. Took my TurboGrafx 16. I'm just kidding. While I didn't regret trading it because I got a lot of great games in trade, some limited run stuff. So I think Pang was a part of that deal, and Pang was really good. It was like a couple years later. I was at work, and this guy posted these games, right? And it was TurboGrafx 16 stuff and all that stuff. And he wanted like $200 for it. And I was like, hey man, I'll pick it up for $200. I'll give you $225 if you hold it. I get off work. I go flying over there. I see you. I'll let you in just 1 second. So I go flying over there. Starts snowing. The weather's bad. And I picked it up. I got it. But it was like a TurboGrafx 16 with all right, what are we doing here? With some games and some Sega Genesis games. I ended up selling the Sega Genesis RPG games and keeping all the Turbo stuff for free. But yeah, RetroHex screwed me out of a TurboGrafx 16. What's up, man? You're on mute?
Hey, what's up?
There you go. What's up, man?
I didn't know what this was. I saw the link, so I clicked it, and then I was like, "Oh, cool, video chat."
Yeah, you can jump in backstage. We usually do like hangout style, so you kind of come and go as you please. If you got something to go do, you just jump off and come back in. And usually RetroHeck jumps in, or what's on my shelf jumps in. But what's going on, man? What's good with you?
Not too much. Just finished eating a little while ago, cooling out, and was surfing the web. Saw you were online, so just hanging out.
Yeah. What are you playing any games or doing the garage sale thing?
I finished or beat Crystalis a couple nights ago. And before that, I was playing what was I playing before? I can't remember. But I've been playing Crystalis for I don't know, a few weeks when I have time, But I've been playing a lot of NES games this year.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Yeah, I got the NES and the PS2 hooked up, but
there you go. Crystalis is a heavy game, man. There's a lot of stuff. That's a big game. There's a lot of stuff to do, a lot of items to grab.
I had a sketchbook and was drawing maps so I wouldn't get lost in the dungeons to try to save myself some time of knowing where the hell I was.
Yeah. It was
fun.
It's hard to get. It's easy to get lost,
Definitely.
What's on my shelf says, what's the thing that you regret most leaving at a garage sale or thrift store? Okay. So when I started getting into the game thing, I always kind of collected games, but there was a time when I would go to this auction place. It was an auction pawn shop downtown. And the guy had some games, and I bought Mega Man X and X2 and Kirby's Superstar on the Super Nintendo. And I said, you got any more game stuff for sale? They were $5 a piece. Well, he busts out this stack of Saturn games, and I'm like, oh, I don't have a Saturn. I'll pass on those. They were $5 each for a stack of like 10 Saturn games. You know what I mean? And I remember one of them was Sonic 3D. So yeah, that's crazy. What's on my shelf wants to know why is it end of the world? No, man, we're supposed to have that solar eclipse on Monday. It's supposed to destroy everything. But I don't know. Oh, okay. Let me go back to the comments. There we go. That was one. I don't really leave a lot of stuff at thrift stores or. Oh, I will. A long time ago, long time ago, it was probably 8 years ago. One of the Ohio thrift stores had a Vectrex. It was just in a bag, and there was like a bunch of games in there. Like there's probably 30 Vectrex games in there. And they wanted $49.99 for it. And I was like, well, if it doesn't work, now I'm stuck with this Vectrex. I wish I would have bought that one. So, yeah. RetroHeck says he now has 2. Yours and one that's 100% complete in box. You know what's annoying about the TurboGrafx 16 is that stupid CD add-on, and you got to pop open the back of the console to hook everything up, and the power things in there, or the AV things in there. Like, it's sort of an annoying console to set up. No red light power thing, so you don't know, like, is it getting power and the game's not working, or is it not getting power and the game needs to be cleaned? But TurboGrafx is a really, really cool system. What's on my shelf says he regrets leaving a Neo Geo, a gold Game Boy camera. Oh, wow, that's pretty cool. And Chibi Robo, all different times. Yeah, I'm pretty good at garage sales, like getting good deals. If it's high-end eBay prices for their Nintendo, I'm not paying it, and I don't need it. So I don't really I don't really feel like I left that one on the table. Like if they had Little Samson for $300 and I only had like 250 in my pocket and I couldn't make a deal and I had to leave it, I would be bummed out. I'd probably tell my wife, hey, like PayPal me $50 right now. I'll see if I can PayPal this guy. Yeah, I don't have a Sega CD or a TurboGrafx CD either, man. But yeah, all right. Give me like ooh, Heather Bowling is following me on Instagram. I don't know who that is, but she might want to Oh, welcome to my room. Recently viewed cams, XXX chat. See all of my whoa photos. No thanks. Oh, Corey Shin. I don't know who this person is. Says, hi there. Wow, you're gorgeous. Yes, thank you. I am a beautiful man. Yes, we all wish that we hoarded Little Samsons. Nick's Chris Sega Dreamcast is oddball end of year 2001. Original Microsoft succeeded in 2001. Yeah, like I said, you kind of look at the timeline for 6th-generation consoles, which is cool, but because the Dreamcast was in and then it was out, man. It was. I don't remember. I don't even remember the Dreamcast, So, all right, it's 8:44. I've been going for like 40 minutes, although it said live 7. Oh, did my whole thing cut out? Something happened. It froze and started the timer. Joe Boo needs a refill. So give me like 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Everybody go get a drink. Retrohex probably going to jump in. So, yeah. Oh yeah. Well, Retroact, I think it was a he. Yeah, that game's expensive. Crazy expensive. I beat that game like 5 years ago. I played it on an emulator. January 1st of that year, I remember I was going to buckle down and I was going to beat some games. Let me go back to my list. And I played it on an emulator, and I started it on the 31st of December and beat it January 1st. So that might have been 2020 or 2019. And then I beat Operation C that same day. So I beat 2 games. At that rate, I'm at 730 games. Shode's still here? Oh, he bounced out and came back. There he is.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you because I got you here. What consoles do you collect for? What games do you like to play? Are you hunting for anything specific?
I think when I first started, I guess recollecting games, because I kind of did a longer time ago, like towards the end of high school, but then kind of got out of gaming for a while. But I started collecting Super Nintendo for a few years, and then things I would find, 360 games at the thrift store, some stuff like that. But now I've just been collecting mostly NES and sometimes PlayStation 2. But I've been on an NES kick for like about a year and a half now, and just playing games I never played before, and revisiting some games and stuff like that.
Was what was your first console? Like when you were growing up, what consoles did you have?
NES for sure. Yeah, I had 2 older brothers, so I think I can remember playing the NES when I was like 7, maybe 6 years old. So played a lot of golf. Played a lot of Mega Man 2. Trying to think of some other stuff. Paperboy. What are some games we had back then? I'm trying to remember. But yeah, Mega Man 2 was the one that really stood out for me for like my first memories of playing the NES.
Yeah, that's definitely that's my favorite game of all time. I would probably say.
Oh yeah, I love that game. I still have never beaten it. I need to change that this year though. Yeah, I always used to get stuck at that crash boss at the Wily's towards the end of Wily's Castle or the beginning.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can. I mean, there's a way to do it where you can, if you have full crash bombs, you can make it through. But you could just blow up all the walls and then take a death and then go back and refill your crash bar. And when you go back into that boss room, all those walls are gone. So you just kind of jump around and shoot the turret. So yeah, it's an easier way to kind of get through it. It may take some time to refill, but so what have you been playing on Nintendo that you would recommend to the group?
I played through Ninja Gaiden 2. I'm looking at my games over here. The Adventure of Link. I played through that this year. And I really like. What's that?
That's my favorite Zelda game.
Yeah, I would recommend that one. I really enjoyed it. If you like Zelda games, and I kind of like the side-scrolling aspect of it. I thought it was cool. I totally enjoyed the top-down Zelda games as well, but I really liked Adventure of Link. And let me see some other. Oh, and then I'd beaten Contra back in the day, but I've never played Super C, and I played through Super C this year, and I really liked that game. I thought that was a lot of fun, especially it's Contra. So.
Yeah. Some people like Captain Algebra would say that Super C is better than Contra, but I don't know if I subscribe to that because I have so much nostalgia for the original game that I can't say that Super C is a great game, but I'm a Contra man myself.
So yeah, I haven't played Contra since the middle or end of high school. It's like the last time I was really playing NES stuff. So I want to replay Contra as well, but I also played through Batman. I'd never played Batman before, and I would definitely recommend that game.
Yeah,
I had a blast.
I'm kind of
playing
working on
through
it.
that.
I'm kind of working on a video about what Nintendo games are perfect, and a lot of people say Batman. Everybody loves Batman on Nintendo. I love that game too.
Yeah, I think it's pretty forgiving, kind of like Ninja Gaiden. There's like infinite continues. So if you got the wherewithal to keep trying it out till you figure it out, you can get through it. So
Yeah,
the Joker battle, the climb to the Joker, and then the Joker battle are pretty tough though. Like I think I barely got through that battle. I happened to find a spot and just was spamming batarangs and got through it one time.
Oh, you did it with the batarangs? The only
Yeah,
way I could get through that was by getting real close and just punching him. And
well, that's what I was doing. I was kind of like pretty close to him, but then just spamming batarangs, and I managed to beat him. I don't even know if I could repeat doing that. I mastered the climb up there, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
It took me a lot of fights with him to get through that.
Yeah. So I played through a bunch of Nintendo games this year, and I would definitely recommend Guerrilla War. You get unlimited continues, and you start where you die from, so you'll beat it on your first go. But you can play it over and over and try and get less than 3 continues, or you can do that kind of thing. Heavy Barrel was really, really awesome. And then I think my hidden gem for the year was Gyrus. Not a lot of people talk about Gyrus. It's a shooter, and there's like 2 or 3 levels, and you fight a boss, go to like the next planet, and then it gets really tough at the end. But yeah, that game is really, really good. So I definitely recommend those on the Nintendo. I don't know if you like shooters, but Gradius is sort of legendary. And what else did I be? Lolo. I didn't really like Lolo that much. Tecmo Super Bowl. POW was really good. But yeah, I do. I love the Nintendo, man. I love firing up that Nintendo. So what games do you sort of play? You play shooters, platformers, RPG type games?
I'd say I play a mix, but probably I like action RPGs. I like platformers.
Me too.
I'd say I do like shooters, but I don't play a ton of them. And I'm trying to think. Yeah, I love Zelda, Ninja Gaiden, games like that.
That's all. I'm a big Ninja Gaiden fan. I got Ninja Gaiden 3 finally last year, and I thought it was the easiest one out of all 3.
Yeah, I beat the second one. I'm actually working on the first one right now. I'm going to try to beat that in the next, I don't know, hopefully the next like few days. I think I got it pretty down. I just got to master like the last end of the 6, like the end of 6-2 and 6-3. I got to sort out some things, but
yeah.
And then I want to play. I think I've never played any of the God of Wars, so I'm looking into maybe kind of going through some of those in the coming weeks. Still got a few NES games on deck, but thinking about playing some God of War maybe.
God of War on PS2. Now I didn't have that game, so I got my PlayStation.
I've never played it
when I was in the military, and I had it, but I never played that game until a couple years ago. Played the first one. It's a banger, man. It is so good. I loved it. I loved it better than the second one. I loved it better than the masterpiece. You said you had some.
You broke up there a little bit, so I missed that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, God of War on PS2 is a masterpiece. You said you had some Nintendo games on deck. What's on deck?
I'm trying to think. Stuff I haven't finished. Let me see. What was I gonna play?
Mega Man 2. That should be the first one. That game's awesome.
Yeah. I got Mega Man 2 for sure. I've never really played Bionic Commando, so I was gonna I tried it out because when I got the NES, it came with a few games. That was one of the games, so I popped it in to just sample it, but I never really got into it. So I want to play through that one, and then what was the other one? Also, oh yeah, I have Star Tropics, which I have played before, but I never finished it, so I might try to go back through that one.
That's a game that I've never really played. Star Tropics. I heard it's really good though.
I had a good time with it from what I remember, and I guess it's Zelda-esque in the fact, well, there's towns and dungeons and whatnot.
Yeah,
no,
sure.
it controls nice from what I remember, and it's a interesting, I guess, Zelda clone of sorts. So I would recommend it, but I haven't played it in a long time. But I've played it probably at least halfway through it, I would think. But it's pretty tough.
Oh wow! I was gonna say you got pretty far into it. I think I popped it in when I got it. You find them in a box or something. You clean it. You pop it in, test it, play it for like 3-4 minutes. So I didn't make it very far, but you've gone through it a little bit. And Bionic
yeah,
Commando
that was a long time ago. Like I said, when I was like 16 or 17, I kind of got back into like randomly playing NES games and stuff, and that was one of them that a friend had given me. So back then, actually, I had to I remember I had it hooked up in my living room, but I would play it on my computer as well, so I could use save states because I was like struggling with it at the time, like when I was first playing it, just to be able to get a little further in the game because I was frustrated. But
some of those Nintendo games are no joke, man. No password systems, 3 continues. They go back to the beginning of the game. Like nowadays, when you buy them on the store, they put them on those classic consoles. They give you save state options and all that stuff, and it's like why didn't you do that back in the day?
Yeah, I try to mostly play stuff, OG style these days. But if sometimes you got to use the tools you got at hand to get through stuff.
Yeah, it's like when people say that if you use a turbo controller, that's like cheating. I'm like, hell no. If I get the option to have turbo, I'm using turbo in a shooter. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
just hold down the button, make life a little easier. So,
for sure.
Jet is here. Jet is our resident Lego expert. So he is here. What's up, buddy? Ground control to Major Jet. Making sure you got audio. What's up, buddy? Yeah, I gotta mute myself real quick. Mute, unmute.
I mean, I wouldn't really say an expert for Lego, but I take what I can get.
For sure. So, what have you been up to, bro? It's been a while.
Well, just the usual of collecting games whenever I can find them and adding new titles and consoles to the collection as well.
Yeah, did you get anything new?
I mean, newer stuff in terms of like older consoles. I mean, I was inspired to do this after Retro Rick, who was then inspired by Chasing After the Right Price, of taking a Nintendo Switch and trading it for older consoles. And after rejecting a handful of offers because people clearly couldn't read the title, I eventually traded. It was a Switch Lite, a case, and then a new copy of Mega Man 11 for a Nintendo 64 lot.
Okay, and N64 N64 gets battered a little bit. I like the N64. My girlfriend in high school, my wife now, bought me a Nintendo 64 when I was when we were in high school, and finally had that console back. So what did you get in your N64 lot?
Well, it was pretty much quality titles, like a lot of first-party Nintendo titles and a few offerings from Rare. You got, classics like Mario 64, Mario Kart, Smash Bros, Excite Bike, Wave Race, Banjo-Kazooie, Blast Corps, Road Rash 64, Top Gear Rally, like just quality titles all around, and good quality controllers too. I didn't expect to see this. I think it's still a rare color for the controllers. What they call extreme green. It's like a transparent neon green. It's really cool.
Yep, I have one. It's pretty dope. I see extreme green mislabeled a lot as because they have the jungle green controller and they label it extreme green, but that also works sometimes the other way where they think they have a jungle green but they actually have an extreme green, and you might be able to get a good deal on it. But yeah, I got that one. A friend at work gave me a box of stuff one time and it had one of those controllers in there. It's one of my favorite pieces in my N64 collection for sure. So what's the idea there? You trade a Switch, you get some older stuff, then what? You sell off some of that stuff, or you play and then you trade that for something else? I don't watch Retro Rick or Chase After the Right Price or any of those people.
I mean, it's like do what you want with the titles that you get. It's like you could either, what I did, keep a lot of what I wanted. And the only titles that I label as filler that I just basically ended up trading, there was like, Madden 64, Supercross 2000, then like a WWF Warzone. So I just traded those to kind of like, basically it's like, because, make some money off of those because it's like, hey, it's like you're trading this and basically, making money out of it because you didn't pay for anything.
Yes. Give me one second. I'm actually texting Tyler. Because Tyler, my friend Tyler's one of those guys. He's a one console guy. So he'll buy a Switch, play it, then he'll get rid of it, get a Nintendo, buy some games, get rid of it, kind of do that thing. We had a Dreamcast. He got a good deal on the Sports Edition Dreamcast. And he was getting into Dreamcast games, Yeah. And I just saw he posted it on Facebook for sale, which I got to be honest, I might jump on it because he wants $210 for the Sports Edition Dreamcast with the Dreamcast controller, the sports one, Crazy Taxi, and Miss Pac-Man Maze Madness, hidden gem by the way. But I got that extra Millennium Edition controller, and if he's going to sell his console, I don't know if he actually wants that controller. So I think Retro Heck was on deck with that. Superman 64. Well, hold on. Superman on N64 is the worst game ever. Changed my mind. Okay, let's see. There are plenty of worse N64 games. Okay, so he said he's keeping it. But if he doesn't want it, then I guess Retro Heck is on deck for a Millennium Dreamcast controller. So, Jet, have you played that N64? You did all this work to trade for it. Are you playing the games on it?
Well, you could say when I have the time for it or interest. At first, I couldn't really do a lot with it because they only had, I think, the jumper pack, and I waited to get an expansion pack because the only title I have that requires that is DK64. And yeah, I mean, I think I might play the other Donkey Kong games I have before going into that one.
Yeah. I do love the N64, but I'm in the same situation where I have it, but I don't really play it. I have my regular console that I got from Woodbury and Retro Game Hunter. I have the Jungle Green one, the Pikachu one, the blue one, the purple one, and the orange one that I got from Carly. But I need I need the controller. I want the controllers to go with it, because I like to have those consoles complete. But like I've identified two games that I need to beat on the Nintendo 64 this year. I've never beaten GoldenEye. When I was a kid, we'd play through the first level and we'd play like the deathmatch mode. I'd never finished the game. And a little game that no one's ever heard of called Zelda Ocarina of Time. I've never beaten Ocarina of Time, and I feel bad because I do love Zelda, but I haven't played any of the 3D games, so I feel like I need to play those two games this year. And hopefully the back half of the year when football season starts, I'll hook up the N64 and we'll start playing this. I do want to say, Jet, that Supercross 2000 is actually it's a pretty good dirt bike game if you like dirt bike, Yes, Greg, I've never beaten Perfect Dark either. So throw that one on the pile because I'm a complete Rareware mark. If it says Rareware, okay, on the cartridge, I'm a mark. I'm a sucker. It's like Hulk Hogan memorabilia. I got to buy it. You know what I mean? Like, I just love Rareware so much. And the N64 is one of those consoles that I love, but I also never play. And this year is all about making a concerted effort to play some of those consoles, even if it's only play through one game on that console, to get them out, fire them up, get those capacitors popping, get those motherboards warm, those controllers banging, and, kind of get through a game. So, yeah, I would say my favorite game on 64 is Star Fox or Mario Kart 64, depending on the day. You'd have to ask me. So that's cool. So you're going to keep that N64 for a while, and then you're going to sell off some of the pieces. Is that what I'm hearing right?
I mean, I've already traded off like a few titles that I had gotten in those lots. I am actually wanting to find the Jungle Green console just because, I mean, that's like, I guess, one of the more common colors out of the Fantastic set, and it's just a nice little color of a console because I just kind of like that shade of green, really.
Yeah. Nintendo 64 did it right when they came to like console variants and controller variants, and there's even some cartridge variants out there, But so Shode came back. He had to bounce for a second, but one of the things that you just mentioned was that when you kind of started getting back into it, you wanted to do some Xbox 360 stuff. I think because PS3 is great, but it's really hard to find quality PS3 stuff out there. The Xbox 360 is a great console to collect for right now. So I kind of wanted to hear your thoughts on games that you think are going to be collectible, games that you kind of want to get in your collection, games that you enjoy playing, because I didn't play a lot of Xbox 360. So I'll turn it over to you.
So I had a friend who had a 360 when it came out, and I would play that sometimes at his house, but I never really got big into the 360. But I moved apartments, and the apartment I moved into had a Halo Reach 360 in the box in a closet, like somewhere I left it. It was just at the top of a closet on a shelf. And, I go to thrift stores, and those were the games I was seeing. So this was maybe a few years ago. And I started picking up 360 games and playing 360 stuff. What's going to be collectible, I don't know. I dabbled into or played through a handful of games, maybe at most. But played through BioShock. I didn't finish Red Dead Redemption, but I played the hell out of that game, and that was really fun. Definitely recommend that game. And I know the second one is really good too, but I haven't played it. A game I want to play that I got but haven't gotten to, called The Bureau, and I think it's kind of like a sci-fi CIA 1950s shooter, FPS shooter type game, something like in that neighborhood of style. But I
would probably really like that.
Played like 2K games, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure on that. I don't remember. And then and I know I have Grand Theft Auto 5 and Skyrim. I haven't played either of those, but I want to check those out at some point too. So I think they're supposed to be good. But
yeah, I've never played Skyrim, but actually, my pencil. I'm gonna write down The Bureau on my thing. I'm gonna check that game out, dude. That might be a good. I like that sort of LA really noir.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think any of I haven't checked the prices of 360 stuff, but I know when I picked them up, I don't think any of those games are really that expensive.
I wrote that down. I'll check on it. And that's the point I was getting at is Xbox 360 is not only is it sort of getting a little bit more collectible, but the games are still cheap enough that you can go out to your local game stores, and you can find these games for $10 or under. So,
the 360
I like
controller is awesome. I'd say it's one of the better, modern retro or one of the best controllers. Period, probably. But I really like it. 360 controller.
I recommend like Death Smiles, Akai Katana Shin, the Raiden Fighters Aces on the 360 because they're all shooters, but they're super cheap. Raiden Fighters Aces, you get 3 games on there for like $40, so your cost per game is really good. But you know what game I think is going to be not like a $200 game or anything, but a game on the 360 that I think is going to have some value is Bully, the Scholarship Edition, because people love that game. And the 360 version is probably the best version of that game over the Wii and the PS2.
Yeah, I've heard of that game. I haven't seen much gameplay, but I've definitely heard people talk about it before.
The game I've had my eye on at my local store, there's like, the Resonance of Fate and Legendary and Blue Dragon. There's RPG type games. But a game that I think is going to be valuable, or at least collectible, is Chrome Hounds. It's like a mech game, a first-person mech game. Greg says, check out Binary Domain for the 360. Definitely underrated. All right, I'll write that one down. And I don't like first-person shooters, but I started to get into Area 51 on the PS3, and I think it's on the 360. Domain. Write that one down.
Yeah, I remember when that
because
came out, and 4-player Little Big Planet was huge at my house during that time.
Yeah, that's Tyler. Actually, my friend Tyler likes that game. I've never played Little Big Planet, so it's very sort of artsy platform.
You can customize like your character. You can dress them up in something goofy and run around with your friends and platforming and stuff. It's fun. I haven't played it since, but it was a great time then.
Yeah, PlayStation 3, I think moving forward is going to be that sort of glamour console from that generation where it's hard to find games. And my local game store owner, his name is Dave, super nice guy. He thinks that PlayStation 3 games are going to be super valuable in the future because the amount of games that he sees come into his store that are scratched and destroyed lessens the supply. So in the future, even games that are considered more common type games, they'll have some value to them. So, Greg says, what was the game you just mentioned, Chris? The first-person mech game? It's called Chrome Hounds. And right now, it's still like a $10 game, but it's a first-person mech game. I had a very, very mint copy that I picked up in a lot. And, I don't really collect a lot of Xbox 360 because it's one of those consoles that I don't really have a lot of time to play. So I took all those games, I just threw them up on my eBay store, and Adam, friend of mine, Adam and Bobby, he bought it, and I sold it to him for like $8 or something like that. Mint condition, like had the manual, the little insert and everything in it. And I'm glad I went to somebody that, collects it and is going to love it. But I kind of had my eye on it at my local game store for $10. And if you pay in cash, you get 10% off. So I'd get it for essentially what I sold it for. You know what I mean? Yeah, Chrome Hounds is one of those games. But 360, I think, will be very collectible in the future. And now's the time to sort of strike. A lot of great games. Very interesting time in gaming. The online thing was starting to happen, but there was still enough creativity there to where game companies were putting out really quality games. And the 360 is going to probably be the better of those 3 consoles to collect for. The Wii, too much shovelware. I don't like motion controls. First-party Nintendo games will always be great, but the PS3 games will kind of be expensive, and the Xbox 360 will be right there in the middle, waiting for everybody to play it again. So Yeah, definitely. I definitely have love for the 360, even though I don't play it. So, Jet, what do you think? Do you have an Xbox 360?
Yeah, I do. And collection is a bit massive. That's kind of trying to spill off the shelf there.
Yeah. What are some of your 360 recommendations? What are some of those games that you like?
I mean, there's a little too many to count, but I mean, yeah, Binary Domain's a good recommendation. I mean, third person shooter, and also has like, I guess, like dialogue branches that kind of affects the story. And if you're into hunting achievements, then go for it. And well,
What do you think about some of these games that are considered like rare and collectible now, like NCAA 14, Captain America, Wolverine Origins? You know, those types of games that are kind of collectible, a little bit expensive now. The Incredible Hulk. Do you think those games will be more expensive, less expensive, about the same in the future?
I mean, like, to each their own with sports games. I mean, NCAA Football 14, let's face it, only went up in price because EA supposedly doesn't do college sports games anymore. But with that rumor that they were going back to it, and then prices, kind of like hit a halt, and now they're just going downhill now instead of uphill. And then, like, with a lot of those Marvel games, I mean, yeah, I think Activision no longer has the rights to publish them, so that's kind of why they've been delisted from digital storefronts. And why now, because let's see, and they're not even exclusive to 360, they're multi-platform. I think it's only the versions for
Right.
360 and PS3 that are going up in price, because they're HD consoles, and the other versions are totally different. You don't care about those.
I always thought NCAA, you see in the listing, NCAA college football 2014 rare last year for college football, OOP, HTF. And then you look in there, there's like 300 listings for NCAA college football. Like, no, it's not rare. You know what I mean? Sports games, they sell a shit ton of sports games. And I think you're right. I think when they bring out the new game, it was supposed to be out this year, but then it's going to be out next year, apparently. I think that'll bring the price down of NCAA college football 13 and 14 on 7th gen, just because of all the features that they can add now. They can do the online thing better. It's crazy. But there are certainly some 360 games that are, and as RetroHeck pointed out, our Xbox only games, because there are some kind of rare games like Splatterhouse or Alice Madness Returns. Those are multi-plat games, but games like Chrome Hound, I think did the game. There's a game called Apache. Did that come out on the PS3? If it didn't, I would say get it on on the 360. But Xbox has those Xbox exclusives. And while Sony likes to tout, well, we have the best exclusive. We have Last of Us. We have, Uncharted or whatever it is. Xbox, people don't really, I think, appreciate sometimes some of their exclusives, like Halo. I don't play Halo. I don't care about Halo, but they are exclusive to the Xbone. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Now, I think like 360 titles are exclusive that probably are going to shoot up in price, just because, I mean, well, like with the passing of Dragon Ball creator, he worked on Blue Dragon. I see that's kind of going up in price a bit. I own it myself, haven't touched it since I got it. Another one that might go up in price as well as Lost Odyssey, because, I mean, hardly ever any, RPGs that are on Xbox consoles. They, especially JRPGs usually stick to being on Nintendo or Sony consoles. They're like, oh no, we said not going to touch the Xbox. No.
What's on my shelf set? Yes, NCAA College Hoop 2K8. That's also another sports game. And usually when it's like college football 14, 13 still has value. College Hoops 2K8, 2K7 still has a little value. Nick is asking, do you like Nintendo GameCube video games and console? I sold my GameCube collection a couple years ago. I got pretty much top dollar for it, while also still giving the person a good deal. And I still have a console. I still have my Game Boy player, which I think is the greatest Nintendo accessory of all time. So I don't really collect GameCube anymore. Of course, if you see them out there, you definitely buy GameCube. Yeah, it's one of those consoles I never had time to really play. Even though I like the GameCube. GameCube's awesome. By the way, Binary Domain is on the PS3 too, but you played it on the 360. All right, so it's a multi-plat game. That's cool. You know what? I was digging through a hub today, and I found an extra GameCube microphone. So if anybody wants to trade for an extra GameCube microphone, what are those things? Like $10? But yeah. Jet, I gotta ask you, man. I gotta ask you. We're gonna change gears a little bit here. Why are Speed Champions $26.99? That hurts my soul, bro. Because I like the Formula One, the McLaren, and I like the Ford Mustang Dark Horse, but I can't buy them until they go on sale for like $19.99. You know what I mean? Lego prices are freaking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Crazy. And I said this, like, when Star Wars battle packs were $15 and Speed Champions were $20, I thought battle packs were probably the better buy because you're getting 4 minifigures in there. Then when they were $20 each, I thought, Speed Champions might be better. You're getting that one exclusive figure, but the exclusive parts, you're getting the vehicle manufacturer licensing. And now Speed Champions are $26.99. It is insane. And in my opinion, if I'm paying $27 for a Speed Champion set, I better not get any goddamn stickers. Everything better be printed primo parts. Because when you put those stickers, the Lego is also so ridiculous that when they make the stickers, they don't make it the same color blue as the brick. So when you put it on the brick, it looks like it's off color. And it's just stuff like that drives me nuts. If I'm paying now $7 more for a Speed Champions, just put the damn Ford logo on the hood piece. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that X-Men 97 set, the X-Men Jet set that was like $80, that was a travesty. There's no reason that set should have been an $80 set. That was a $40 set tops. If you compare that to like the Lego Star Wars Luke Skywalker X-Wing that came with Luke, Leia, R2-D2, and General Dodongo, which at the time was an exclusive. It's in the Yavin 4 set. But at least you're getting an exclusive minifigure and an X-Wing. Marvel's charging twice that. You're getting two minifigures. It's crazy. Lego drives me nuts.
Yeah, and then to that argument, it's like, if you don't like the price, then just wait for it to go on sale or something.
Yeah, but even at 50% off, you know what I mean? Well, Lego really doesn't go, well, they do sometimes. But generally, they'll do like 30% off, which would be $24. That would be like $56 for that set. Like, it's hard to find value in Lego. Like, I wanted the Spider Droid set from the Mandalorian with the Din Djarin, Bo-Katan, and because you got that exclusive hairpiece in there for Bo-Katan, but I'm not paying that for that set. That's ridiculous. Or the Batman, the 89 Batman play scale Batmobile. Why is that $47? It's one build and 2 minifigures. That's literally a $30 set, $35 set, and they're charging $47 for it. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is why I think people who review Lego products should really, should say like in their opinion, like oh, I think this set is good. You should buy it at the full price, or like, oh no, I think maybe you should wait for the set to come down in price before you buy it. It's gonna be like brutally honest with that, and yeah, it's like I don't know what they're thinking with these prices here. It's usually why I say wait till they go on sale, and yeah, it's like if it was if it was like 30, it's like yeah, that's fine. I would see that, but it's like $47, and it's like what are you Danish smoking when you're coming up with these prices?
In my opinion, it is the Star Wars effect. When their license went out in 2020 or whatever that was, and they had to renew that Star Wars license. Lego's not going to take less money. They're going to pass on that to the cost of that to the buyer. And Lego Star Wars sets shot up in price, and it's crazy because I don't know if they're gonna. It's a double-edged sword because I don't know if they're selling as many sets as they used to, even though they could probably sell less sets at a higher price and still make the same amount of money. But from a collector standpoint, going down the road, if no one bought these sets or if not enough people bought these sets, those sets are going to shoot through the roof like the 99 and 2000 Star Wars sets did. You know what I mean? It's just sort of the economics of it. But I just can't justify paying $80 for a set that comes with 2 minifigures. Because I'm paying the Star Wars license on that. Shode says he feels like Legos has always been relatively expensive. Yes, I always say this about Lego. Lego is a premium product and they charge a premium price. But I believe that in the last couple of years, they've gotten a little unreasonable with it. Nick says, Chris, add to your toy collection Harry Potter Lego sets. I don't know, maybe you're a Harry Potter guy and you like, but I would also agree. Do you know how many Harry Potter is one of those series like Lord of the Rings, but Harry Potter exclusive figures, some of those figures are starting to get pretty expensive. What's her name? Bellatrix? Her figure's starting to get up there. Yeah, crazy. What's on my shelf says storing Lego sets takes up more space than video games. Yes, it does. That is when I tell people that are sort of, I don't Lego invest. I buy because I'm terrible at it. I buy sets that I like. Like I would never buy like the bonsai tree, but 3 years from now, that's the set that's going to be like a $500 set. You know what I mean? My stupid Mandalorian battle pack that I bought at $15, maybe a $30, and you know what I mean? So my return on, I'm terrible at Lego investing. But yes, that's one of the considerations is Lego's a premium product. They charge a premium price. If you're going to invest in Lego, you need to be able to store and care for these items because when you go to sell them, people want like mint condition boxes and things like that. Most of my collector type stuff, I bought a bunch of the ATST Raider sets when they were on sale at Target for like $40. Now I know this doesn't matter a lot in the Lego community, but that is Din Djarin's rookie set. Again, not really a care in the Lego. People don't care about, well, that's a rookie set. But you do. It still is the cheapest way to get Cara Dune in a set. And the 2 Clitonian Raiders are still exclusive as far as I know. So I thought that was a great set to invest in. What I did was and people don't think about this when they store Lego. So I took 2. I bought a bunch of them. I put 2 of them together, bubble wrap them. 2 of them bubble wrapped them. And then every like 6 months I will take that because I put them in a box, sealed the box, all the corners on the box, and I will turn that box so all the weight of the Legos doesn't compress the cardboard. You got the hiccup. Somebody's drinking beer too fast. Yeah, I always say too in storage, don't get clear bins, get like red or green or black colored bins. That way they don't get light damaged. You know, make sure that they're able to lock on the top. Yeah, Gina Carano is done playing Cara Dune, so yeah, definitely F Disney. The other thing I think people take too far with Lego investing is they hype up these set in the history of Lego investing. Okay, there is no $10 set that you're going to go buy next week off the store shelf that's going to be worth $1 million. It's just not. And people think that I'm going to buy all of these sets. It just doesn't work out that way, you know. You definitely have to be on the grind when Lego investing. You could definitely hit. I invested, you know, $2,000 into this particular set, and all of a sudden they jumped up 30 times their value. But that's such an outlier in the Lego thing. Kane Deathbreaker, what's up, man? Is it what's on my shelf says he has a great tip for getting rid of hiccups. Does it have another beer? That's so funny. Oh, what Tyler said, I asked him about that controller. He said, "Fuck you." Oh, he said, yeah, he's still interested in it. He's got my game too. He picked up Fortified Zone on the Game Boy.
Okay.
It's like a $10. It's like a $10 game. It's not uncommon. I just can't find it. He found it somewhere in Springfield for $10. Yeah, crazy. All right, we're gonna take a fiver. I'll be right back, and Jet's gonna tell us about his top 5 Lego sets to invest in 2024. Haha. I'm back. Anyway, says wait for 5 seconds earlier this week, but it worked instant. I don't know, man. I'm 45. I don't know if I can hold my breath for 5 seconds. But I'm gonna knock that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna knock that over. Okay. We're dying. So one thing that I've sort of come to love, and I kind of look for it when I go to Goodwill, is these like movies from the 70s and early 80s where it's like they go on like a trip and then something goes wrong out in the countryside, you know. And I picked up this guy right here, Race with the Devil. William Oates, Peter Fonda, Loretta Swit is in it. She was in MASH. Dude, this movie was crazy. So I get those for $1, you know, at Goodwill, and then I watch them, and then I throw them up on my eBay store for like $4 or $5 plus shipping. That movie, if you ever see it out there, is actually worth, you know, like $10-15. So yeah, I watched The Duel on VHS not too long ago, which was Steven Spielberg's first movie. It's sort of the same thing. It takes you to this eerie place where we grew up, you know, like in the 80s and whatever. We didn't have internet. We didn't have cell phone communications. And if you got stranded out in BFE somewhere, you were stranded, man. You were basically left to, you know, old Jethro at the gas station there, giving you directions and looking at you weird, you know. So for sure. But yeah, I definitely recommend that movie, man. It's crazy. Oh, let me show you. I got this with my $5 reward. You'll see it in the video. It's Star Wars Squadrons. So you get your $5 rewards at Goodwill or at GameStop every month. So basically got that one for free. Found this at Goodwill for $1.99. They had it at $1.99 because it's a PAL title, and they don't know that the PlayStation 3 is region free, but it is MUD Motocross World Championships. Again, PAL version. But check out what you get on this, man. You get the only official game featuring MSX1, MSX2 Championship. Includes Monster Energy FIM Motocross of Nations, 84 real riders, including the world champion Tony Serralo and Ken Rosen, 12 tracks from real venues and arenas. Like, there's just so much content on here for $1.99, or it was $1.99, but it was half off. Complete bango, easy enough. Try and find this one on eBay. Complete. It's like $15. And then this is what I picked up yesterday. Rough Trigger for a PS2. Still, it was on the shelf, and it was $18. But like I said, I get 10% off when you pay in cash. So $16. There's copies of that on eBay for like 50 bones or clams or whatever it is that you want to call them. So definitely a good deal there. Double check real quick, because Nick said that he sent a super chat, but it didn't come through. Don't worry about it, and I appreciate it, but super chats, you have that enabled just so YouTube pushes the video a little bit more in the algorithm, because they think they're going to make money off of it. But yeah, definitely appreciate it. Actually, let me go grab my stack of $5 games that I got from GameStop. I know people trash GameStop for $20 a year. You get a $5 in-store credit, and they always have games that are $5. So this one is actually a double for me. It's Kingdom Hearts 3. I got the collector's edition, the steelbook of this for $5 one time. It's Final Fantasy 15, Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, The Avengers, Rage 2 Deluxe Edition, Injustice 2, Neo, and Watch Dogs. So last year at GameStop, in one of those months, I used my $5 reward to get my daughter her My Hero Academia backpack, just to get. So I didn't get a game. I just used it, to make her backpack a little cheaper, which she loves, and it's a cool backpack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So like 8 games that I got from GameStop, for free, essentially. Plus, you go in there and you trade some stuff in. What I usually do is I wait for the Call of Duty games to kind of go up, or controllers that they're looking for to go up, that I get at garage sales for like practically nothing, and then trade them in, and that pays for my $20 membership every year. So I always count these games as free games, And right now when I go, I'm looking for games that have a 1-player mode and they're not online only. Yeah, I heard Neo is really, really good, but I don't like it when they do this. Like, put gameplay on the back of the box. That tells me that you may not be confident enough in your game. You know what I mean? I heard Watch Dogs is good. Injustice, I got to play through that. Every battle defines you. Man, Marvel Avengers, what a dumpster fire that game was. There's some good things about that game. Like, I like being, each mission you kind of play as a different character, which is cool, but the level up system and the skill tree stuff, it's all convoluted. It doesn't need to be there. You know what I mean? Just my opinion. Let me look over my games I beat this year. Star Wars New Droid Army on the Game Boy Advance. Again, now it's like a $5 game. I would say add it to your collection because it's not a terrible game. It's just so repetitive and kind of gets boring. If you can get Lightning Force for the Genesis, that's actually Thunder Force 4. Street Fighter 2 Championship. What I liked about Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition on the Genesis is each character has their own ending, so it makes replay kind of fun. Metroid Dread, freaking banger, man. The game is great. Ninja Spirit on TurboGrafx 16. I would definitely listen, if you're one of those people that you're like, I want to beat as many games as I can in a given year, get Guerrilla War. It's like a $10, $15 game on Nintendo. Unlimited continues. It's tons of fun to play. I really enjoyed that game. Gyrus was good. Final Round Golf 2002 for the GBA. It's a golf game made by Konami. Again, it's a $5 game. I'd say my biggest disappointment this year so far was Mega Man X3. Because I love Mega Man. I love Mega Man X series. But that game was it's so daunting. It's so grindy. And usually in a Mega Man X game, like in a Mega Man game in general, sort of that paper, rock, scissors model, and there's always one boss that you can beat kind of easy, and then you kind of get on your way. You can then try and figure out which boss that power-up is weak against, or that boss is weak to whatever power-up. And you kind of complete the circuit there. That game is more RPG, where it's like, they don't really tell you like what the charge up power does. It's like, man, it was a gunfight the entire game. But yeah, it's crazy. So Neo got that for $5. That's like a $10 game now. So some of these games I'm getting for free are actually going up in value. Grab those 2 games at Final Fantasy Day 1 Edition, Final Fantasy 15 Day 1 Edition, and Kingdom Hearts 3. I'll be bringing that to the trade show in case anybody wants to trade for those games. Trade show will be at the end of summer, somewhere around end of August, early September. And yeah, we always have tons of fun at the trade show. RetroHeck usually participates in the trade show, which is awesome. And he's usually there. RetroHeck's usually there. Henry Gonzalez HG kind of shows up. Woodbury and Retro Game Hunter shows up. So yeah, it's always a good time when we do the trade show. The first couple years that we did that, man, it was crazy. Like Tight White was there, Smash JT was there, traded some games, Shad Juice, Spruce Game Hunting, Woodbury and Retro Game Hunter, Power Player Paul. God, who else? Yeah, it was crazy, man. So yeah, I actually heard that, Greg. I heard that's a pretty decent game on the 360. Is the Bionic Commando game. Yeah, the trade show was crazy. Captain Retro showed up to it. I think I traded him Double Dragon on Master System one year. So yeah, we always have a good time on the trade show. And for me, it's like, like these games right here, Kingdom Hearts 3 and Day 1 Edition, Final Fantasy 15. I don't really have anything into these. So, show me some Nintendo or Super Nintendo commons that I need, or PS2 commons that I need, and we'll work out a trade. Nick asks, do you like the Atari Jaguar and the controller Panasonic 3DO? Those are two consoles that I've never actually owned. I would say that I'm probably out on the Atari Jaguar and the 3DO, just because the games really aren't that great. They're hard to find. They're kind of expensive. That's probably not something that I would want to get into collecting. You know what I mean? Tyler. Yeah, Mr. Matthews recommended that Fortified Zone like 2 years ago. I've been on the hunt for it. Tyler found it, of course. So I would say the Jaguar controller will probably go down in history as one of the worst controllers of all time. Controllers are pretty standard now, right? Like you got the dual thumbsticks, and then the D-pad below your left thumb, and then the face buttons above your right thumb, and then the triggers, Yeah, for sure. Sure. There's no reason for that controller to exist like that. The keypad thing is absolutely a throwback to classic gaming consoles. The Atari 5200, the Intellivision, that type of stuff. So they're like jumping into the new age, but they're still doing all that old classic game crap that makes their consoles almost unplayable. I thought, 2600 is great. It's just the joystick and the button, maybe tinker around with the select buttons, the switcher buttons on your console. But having the keypad there is not needed. And it's one of the biggest flubs in gaming history. Like, could you imagine if Atari on say the 5200, say the Atari 5200 was the first console with a D-pad, and Nintendo and Gunpei Yokoi and Nintendo weren't first to market with it. It may have changed their fortune, but they rode the keypad roller coaster all the way to Bankruptsville. Surf Blue, what's up? Saw Surf Blue sent me a thing, and he posted a video about some of the stuff he got from his dad's. But I did not see that video yet. I saw that it was posted, but I didn't see it. But yeah, man, that Atari 2600 is great. And I know, like here's my opinion. Like, I know earlier we were talking about, is the Sega Dreamcast a late fifth generation, or is it a sixth generation? To me, it's sixth generation. Here's sort of how I define it. Anything pre-Nintendo and pre-Master System, your Ataris, all your Video Pongs, your Magnavox Odyssey, ColecoVision, and Intellivision, I consider that classic gaming. Nintendo through sixth generation, that's retro gaming. Everything else, seventh gen to where we are now, is modern gaming. I will never consider the PS3 or 360 a retro game console. because for me, it has nothing to do with age. It has to do with what the consoles were doing at the time. There was definitely there at the 6th generation when we're starting to do online stuff. We're getting arcade perfect. We have these big, beautiful libraries of games. And then in the 7th generation, they wanted to do like all online, loot boxes. They wanted to do like Need for Speed The Run is one of the most underrated games of all time, in my opinion. But like half the cars are locked behind online multiplayer that you can't access anymore. So you're talking about a 360 game or a 7th gen game, really, that needs a remaster with all the cars and stuff on it. Need for Speed Run for sure. But that's a roadblock. That stops it from being retro. Most of the retro game consoles from the 6th generation are online is an ad. It's not a must. 7th gen, 8th gen, 9th gen, online is really a must. And that's where I sort of draw a line for when we start to define console generations. That's just me. Some people have a different opinion, and it's okay. But for me, 7th gen consoles will never be retro. Now, as we move further, PlayStation 10, Xbox One X, One X, One X1, maybe we can categorize them as modern retro or something like that. Make them a different category because they're definitely not retro. They don't capture the spirit of retro gaming. They don't portray what retro gaming was doing in the 90s. And for me, 7th gen will always be modern. As we move forward, they could be modern retro, they could be modern classic, whatever it was. But retro games, you should be able to take the overwhelming majority of the library, pop them into your console, and be able to play the game because it's on the disc or the cartridge or whatever it is that they put them on, But that's just me. Again, some people have a different opinion on that. They want to move 7th gen into retro, which then makes that retro bubble a little bit bigger. And I don't know if I'm prepared to do that. I don't know if I like that, but I'm an old guy and I'm a get off my lawn guy, So if it doesn't make sense to me, then everybody else is wrong. So it comes with being old, you get stubborn. I think it is interesting when we start talking, because I think handhelds are a different thing. They're not home video game consoles, you know what I mean? So, there weren't classic handheld consoles that people really are concerned about, like the Microvision or something like that, really most people's first handheld console was a Game Boy of some variety, original, color, Game Boy Advance, which I still think Game Boy Advance is one of the most underrated consoles of all time. A great library of games. A lot of those games are cheap, and you can really play those a lot of different ways. You can play them on the handheld. You can play them on your Game Boy player. Retron makes is it called the Retron Cube SQ or something like that? They just did a firmware update to try and play those things. I saw one at the game store for like $80, and it comes with a Super Nintendo style controller, which is nice. But yeah, and then what other handhelds do we have of consequence after Nintendo consoles? DS, 3DS, all Nintendo. You could say the TurboGrafx Express, the Sega Nomad. Those are great consoles. Unfortunately, they play the console games, So how about the Game Gear? Game Gear is a cool console, but the console itself is shit. No one has really come up with a good way to be able to play those games. Like, why didn't they have a Sega Genesis like Super Game Boy where you could put your Game Gear cartridges in, pop it in your Genesis, and be able to play Game Gear games? I've been told there was a hardware issue, a compatibility issue. Totally understand. In 1993, in 2024, there has to be a way to play Game Boy or Game Gear games on your TV without having to buy a Hyperkin 5 and then buy the adapter for it. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems like it's really hard to play Game Gear games on a home console. And there's a lot of great Game Gear games out there, like the shoot 'em up Haley Wars. There's a lot of Game Gear games I want to play, but I can't look at a screen that's this big. You know, what else we got? PSP, awesome. And you know what? The 2000 and 3000 models, you can buy a cable connected to your TV and you can play it if you don't want to play it on that little screen with the. You still got to play with the little nubby stick and the hard weird buttons. But PSP is super cool. Nicholas keeps bringing up the Nokia N-Gage. So maybe that's a console. PS Vita. Don't really know a lot about PS Vita. That's one of the consoles I've never owned. But there's a reason why Xbox didn't get into like the handheld console market, even if the games were download only, you know, because it's a finicky thing. And when Nintendo rules the world, every handheld console they produce is a banger, has great games, I mean, you can't compete with them. Sony tried. And I wouldn't say that Sony failed. They just couldn't sustain it. I mean, when Nintendo came out with the DS and then the 3DS, it's crazy. The 2DS will play your 3DS games, but just not in 3D, which I'm fine with. That stuff gives me like weird warpy vision. So looks like Jet left and Showed left, which is cool. But yeah, I mean, what are the other handheld consoles out there that are of consequence that aren't Nintendo consoles? It's hard to pin that down. I don't know much about EverQuest or Evercade or whatever that is, but yeah, that's just not for me. You know. Let me flip back and do the flip thing here. Oh, and thanks, guys. Thank you. We went over 5,400 subscribers. Crazy. When I started this channel, I thought no one's gonna watch it. I'll get like 200 subscribers or something. I'll have like pity subs. But yeah, man, this is all because of you. Nintendo DS not lift yet. Hang out. Talk tonight. I don't know what you're trying to say about the Nintendo DS. I like the DS. I don't collect for the DS though. I think it's a cool console. Showed says he's got to go. Let me post that. Bye-bye. But thanks for having me in and cool hanging out. Yeah, man, you're welcome anytime you want to talk about video game stuff, man. Just, click that link, jump right in. You're now part of the team. You're in our part of the community. Our part of the community, which is filled with real gamers. Not these fake gamers on YouTube that never play games and always talk about reselling games. We're talking about gamers that actually play games. You play games and you beat them. Like Herm Edwards said, you play to win the game. You play games because you want to beat games and enjoy them and go on these adventures. The gaming community used to be like that. Now it's not. It's full of drama and a bunch of resellers, you know, that want to get views off of showing you all the cool stuff they find for cheap prices, even though some of them are lying about it, just to attract you to their channel. There used to be a time in this community when we do tag videos, challenge videos, all that stuff. It wasn't that long ago. In the gaming community that we would do tag videos of like, okay, you have $100 and you just got a PlayStation. You can only spend $100 on games. What games are you getting? Or the Nintendo or Super Nintendo. Yeah, Showed, when you come back next time, we'll talk Super Nintendo. Make sure we jot that down. Because you mentioned that when you started getting back into it, you wanted to collect Super Nintendo stuff. And I love Super Nintendo. But now it's full of your DSPs and your boogies, and all these top guys in our community are such fucking letdowns, man. They're fucking geeks. That's what they are. They are fucking geeks. They don't know jack shit about video games. They can't pronounce half of them. They've never beaten any of these games, but yet they talk about them with such reverence that it's like, it's the almighty God itself if you don't have a copy of God Hand on PS2. No, bro, there are plenty of $20 and under games on PS2 that are absolute bangers, but you wouldn't know that because you don't play fucking video games. You fucking sell out. So, I don't know. I guess that's my rant for the evening, is digging in on the gaming community. These people, I don't know what they do, right? I get it. We all have family engagements, social engagements, work. We have limited. I wouldn't expect anybody to be able to play through the amount of games that I get to play through. I work 10-hour shifts. I'm off every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. My kids are older, so they don't have to go to like softball or dance class or anything like that. They do their own thing. So I have an abundance of time on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to play video games. But the idea that you want to be a gamer and you can't get through 5 games a year, which is my minimum. Guerrilla War on the NES, Unlimited continues. You start where you died. You can beat the game in 25 minutes on your first time. That's one. You're 20% of the way done. You know, Death Smiles on Xbox 360, great shooter. Unlimited continues. You start where you like. There's no excuse. You should be able to beat 5 to 12 games, depending on the amount, the size of the game, right? If you're playing 200-hour RPGs, I wouldn't expect you to get more than 5 games a year. But throw in a Guerrilla War, 20 minutes, you're done. Throw in a sports game. Surf Blue says he's playing hockey on the Xbox, ESPN 2005. It's perfect. Greg says he learned about Boogie because of my video a couple months ago. These people, let me explain something to you. There used to be, and Greg, I don't know how long you've been around the gaming community. You're always welcome here, of course. But there used to be a time in this community when it was about playing games, collecting games, talking about games, all that stuff. Now these assholes are like, yeah, this video that I made once every month couldn't be done without your support on Patreon. Bullshit. Throw up your iPhone, throw up some shitty fucking lighting, and make a video. That's how I do it, shotgun style. I have like terrible editing skills, terrible lighting. I use my iPhone. I'm still able to crank out pretty good videos on gaming related stuff. These guys now, say Smash JT does something in a video. Now you've got 5 people that make a video about what Smash JT said. It's like, why would I watch your stupid video? I know Jeff. I can text him right now. I will just go watch his video. But they're all grifters. They're all coattail riders. They're all fake-ass fucking gamers. And it gets annoying sometimes because the community didn't used to be like this. We may have had cliques, Liquid Wayno in Canada, he had his sort of clique, but we would always include each other. We'd always connect in those tag videos. Banshee Boardwalk on Mario Kart 64. Put a week's worth of time in, post your best run. Cool. Tight White, man. Tight White was like really like a glue for the first part of our community. And he would do things like, do a Contra as far as you can go with no without dying. Or we had this big thing scheduled. It was like Long Shot from Canada, Tight White, myself. Is it Power Player Paul? No, it wasn't Power Player Paul. It was the other. I forget his name. But we were going to do the shoot 'em up showdown where we each had like 32 shooters. We made sure that everybody had different shooters, and then we do like an NCAA style bracket to find out which was the best shooter. And I had Einhander in my bracket. I was gonna win. It was a foregone conclusion. And then people Blast Mode. That's who it was, and that's how the gaming community used to be. Nick says, Chris, you need to add Nintendo Famicom video. Yes, I do. Listen. I'm gonna drop that up there. That's not a lie. Yes, I need to add the Famicom, and because the games are a little different. Like there's an Adventure Island 4 on Famicom. We didn't get that in the United States. Ninja Gaiden 3, Castlevania 3, they're easier. There's different features to those games on the Famicom. So Famicom does have a lot of great games. It has something to add, especially if you love Nintendo. But yeah, man, now everything is like DSP. If you don't start donating money to my live stream, I'm going to shut it down, because what else am I doing here? You're supposed to be interacting with the gaming community because you love gaming and I love being a part of the gaming community. But you don't love it enough not to beg for fucking donations, you fucking chode. You fucking geek. You fucking geek. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. It's crazy. Those are the things that irk me in the gaming community, right? Like, it's a big space. It's a big space. And if you want to talk about one-ups or clone consoles or home brews, plenty of space. But if you're in the gaming community, you should be either talking about games or game companies, releases, you're doing game reviews, playing games, like live streaming them, and beating games, collecting games, because there's a lot of people that don't play games, but man, they loved, the Magnavox Odyssey, and they're collecting all these Magnavox Odyssey games, and you watch their videos and you learn a lot about the Magnavox Odyssey. Even though I don't collect it, there is an educational value. There's value to it. Now it's like, oh, I watched a video where RetroHex said Smash JT watched a Boogie 2988 video, and Boogie, what are we doing? You fucking geeks. Those people, we used to be the outcasts. We used to be made fun of, called nerds and shit like that when we were kids, when we were growing up in high school, and we loved gaming. Then gaming became fucking cool. And now the geeks in our community are people that don't know anything or know anything about gaming, except for to talk trash and talk Retro Bro made a video, I'm going to talk about it. You're a loser. Make your own video, you uncreative fuck. Or, hey, I got all these games that I'm going to resell that I got at a garage sale for a fucking nickel. And those get views, and that's what fuels this community now. It's not actual gamers. What's up, Retro Bro? And that's the shit that kind of irks me, because I pride myself a lot on playing games, beating games, playing an eclectic variety of games when I can. And to see these people that don't even play games, they can't even pronounce the games, they don't even know what they're collecting. And it's like, yes, I'm jealous, because they get fucking views and subs. And it's like, it's crazy to me to think, especially when most of those fucking people that are doing garage sale pickups, they're fucking lying. They're lying to you. I watched a video, Commonwealth Picker. He goes up to this garage sale and he gets this DVD player, these little DVD players you hook up. Well, he's like, oh yeah, my mom wants one of these. Would you do 5 on it? And the lady's like, yeah, sure, no problem. And then in the next video, he flips it on his eBay store for like $29.99 plus shipping. Like, you literally just lied to that woman to get $5 off of a goddamn DVD player. And it's happening. Who's a Philly flipper? I don't want to. This guy had like thousands, like $1,500 worth of games. 2 Nintendo 3DSs in the box. Name a PS1 game that you would want in your collection, RPG, right? So he offers the guy like $150 for it, and the guy takes it. And it's like, bro, come on. You're going to get $200 a piece for the boxed consoles. Like, offer him like $300, $400. You know what I mean? Like, I would offer more. I've offered more at garage sales. People bring out box of GameCube and Nintendo and N64 stuff. Well, we didn't sell it last year for $25, so we'll just, how about $25? Look, there's like, I'll pay up for it. I'll give you $50, $60. Oh, okay, great. It's crazy. Let's talk about the Philips CDI console. Listen, man. Those are definitely consoles that I'm always on the lookout for, because I've never seen them out at garage sales. So when I do, I get sort of really excited. And if we can get them for cheap, then we definitely pick them up. They have a Philips CDI or 3DO, one of them. at the game store right now for $200. I can't believe that shit's that expensive. Greg said, yeah, those types of lies are unnecessary. I bet you would have. Yeah, exactly. If you would have said, hey, you got a DVD player here, would you 5 on it? You would have said yes. Because they want to get rid of their crap. And any of these people can do anything, right? Like, I just told you guys I got Rough Trigger sealed at the game store for $16. If I didn't tell you that, I can literally just pop on and go, guys, guess what I found at this garage sale? I got Rough Trigger sealed for $1 at a garage sale. The lie detector test determined that was a lie. You know what I mean? People are fucking nuts. Fucking nuts. And I don't understand it. I don't know. I could make drama videos. I can make drama videos 2-3 times a week. And we can start trash talking other YouTubers. But that's not really what we're supposed to be doing in the gaming community. Yes, they're getting subs and they're getting views, but does that mean that that's the right thing to do? No. I made that video. Greg was talking about that video about Boogie. Boogie, I honestly thought he died like 2 years ago. Honest to God, I thought Boogie 2988 died years ago. And I'm surprised that he's not in jail after his little warning shot incident where he shot a gun in a residential area as a warning shot. Let me explain something to you guys. You're in fear for your life that much, but you just fire a warning shot. He probably would have been better if he shot that dude in the face. Because then you can explain that away. Not that that would have, worked out for him. But shit, why would you fire a warning shot? Yes, Retro Bro. The drama is exhausting. And like I said, the people that are making these drama videos, okay, most of them don't play games. They don't really collect games. They don't know anything about games. They don't beat games. They're in our community for subs, views, and dollars. This video was made possible by Patreon. Bullshit. You know what I mean? Or they're e-begging. E-begging was a huge thing. Radical Rick tried to spearhead that movement. And the problem with the e-begging community was they could never get on the same goddamn page about what was actually e-begging, right? Send me games for my museum. That's never going to happen. Yes, that's e-begging. John Hancock. DSP. If you guys don't start donating, I will turn off this live stream because it's not worth my time. Yes, that's e-begging. Norm the gaming historian. The Patreon. Yeah, that's e-begging. I got called an e-beggar by some nut job in that community because I said, like, comment, subscribe, and share on social media. Don't forget to bang that notification bell so you can stay up to date on all of your CM Retro Gaming goodness. Oh, you're begging for subscribers and likes. Oh my God, dude. That's when I was out on that nonsense. They couldn't get their shit together. So Retro Bro brings this up, and I don't know if you guys know about this or you saw this, but e-begging has gotten bad recently. See, most recently, Rock Solid Production. Honestly, I don't even really involve myself with too many of those. Yeah, I don't either, bro. First thing on that topic, I really don't watch a lot of YouTubers that have like a lot of subs. Like I'll watch Bithead 1000, maybe when Pam over at Cannot Be Tamed does a Nintendo review. I like her Nintendo reviews. But I don't really watch Metal Jesus or any of those bigger YouTubers. Now, Rock Solid Production, I'm about to fly off the handle. So he made this video. He was a guy I used to watch, listen, there's nothing wrong with his content. Well produced, well thought out. It's good, But he's like doing this thing where it's like, well, I lost my job and all this other stuff. I have to move, whatever it was. And he's begging for donations. And when they're bullshitting, when they start off with, well, but some friends of mine told me to start a GoFundMe, and that's the breaking point, because you didn't have to. The guy's sitting in front of a wall, of thousands of dollars worth of games. You could sell your games, Lady Decade, Top Hat Gaming Man, and be fine for a couple months, and that'll give you some breathing room to get another job or find an avenue to generate revenue. So Rock Solid then gets all these donations. And then in his next video, he's throwing out there that he bought this super rare fucking console. If any YouTuber asks you to give them money, run away. Unsubscribe, just block them, don't have them come up in your feed, because that's not what we're doing here in the fucking gaming community. That's not how we should be operating. You know what I mean? And these guys they're just out there taking advantage. It's unbelievable. Yeah, Nick says human beings don't really care about gaming in general, which is probably true. I mean, most of the world probably games in some fashion or another. My stepmom plays her Match 3 Jewel Quest games and things like that. My wife plays that farm thing. So most people actually play games, but to play the games at the level that we play them at, to be into it as much as we are, the history of it, these companies, the styles, all that stuff is maybe not so many people, but yeah. So Retro Bro says, he bought a $750 upscale a month after saying he couldn't make a mortgage payment and needed the community to help. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Why would, and it blows my fucking mind. Why, after watching that, his subscribers should drop down to like 0. Because he's a liar. And for some reason, we celebrate assholes in our community now. And I don't get it. We used to shun them. Like, get the fuck out of here, dummy. And now all of a sudden, we've let them in. Someone once told me that maybe we should have gatekeeping in the gaming community. And while I want everybody to participate, I want everybody to have fun with gaming, I can't say that person is wrong. You see it all the time. Junkman, whatever, he made a video like that. Oh, I didn't want to do this, but people told me to start a GoFundMe because my kid's got to have surgery, which is a sad thing, man. I want his kid to be okay. But you're literally sitting in front of tens of thousands of dollars worth of vintage toys. Well, all the Lady Decade bullshit. Well, if I took it to a pawn shop or a game store, they wouldn't give me full value for it. Yeah, but if you need money in a pinch to pay a goddamn bill, you have to take it. You have to take a loss to pay that bill. Maybe we shouldn't have bought that game in the first place and put that money in a side savings account. That way, if something were to happen, we would have that money. It's a show me community now. Show me all the shit you got. That's all I'm interested in. Show me that big garage sale find. No one cares. No one cares that I know Death ran Gradius this year. After like 3 hours of playing it, I didn't think that game was that hard. No one cares about gaming or gamers. It's all fucking horseshit, nonsense, drama, and give me money bullshit. Retrohack, yes. There is a lot of dummies out there. And unfortunately, we in the gaming community, and I'll take blame for it. We showed people, hey, we go to the thrift store today, Smash Brothers, 99 cents. I'm going to flip it for 20. And now everybody thinks that they're a goddamn reseller. Computer Blue, it's like when the fire department hands out turkeys to the needy for Thanksgiving at homes, and in the background is a $2,000. Yeah, people that are needy, like, oh yeah, I'm destitute. Give me free shit, but you drive a Mercedes. Okay, so let's talk about this. What's on my shelf? Yes, people have sent me money through super chats. But have I ever said, if you don't send me money, I'm going to block you? If you don't send me money, then I'm going to end the live stream. No. You know why that super chat is there? Because a channel that doesn't have super chat and a channel with super chats enabled, while I don't want anybody to donate me any money, the channel that has super chat enabled will be pushed further in the YouTube algorithm because YouTube thinks that they can make money off that. So if somebody were to send like $1 donation, YouTube's getting 40 cents of that. So the reason super chat is enabled on my channel is because I actually want my videos to be seen. No. You're asking and threatening people to shut down live streams and blocking people if they don't donate, and people sending unsolicited tips and super chats are two different things. Again, this is something that the e-begging community couldn't get through their fucking head. And that's what I'm saying. Think about like, so DSP, right, actually threatens people. I will shut down my live stream if you don't donate because it's not worth my time. I think we all can agree that that is threatening people into donating. How about this one? The Game Chasers, watching Jay play Mega Man. And the little bot comes on and says, hey, if you'd like to extend the live stream, donate $2 now. That's a little passive aggressive. Hey guys, my car broke down. And even though I've got all these things that I could sell, I need you guys to give me money. Again, that's passive aggressive. This video was made possible by your donations on Patreon, which means if you don't donate on Patreon, these videos aren't possible. So if you like my videos, go to my Patreon because Patreon takes less of a cut. It's crazy. It's crazy because some people in the e-begging community think that like, well, you sell t-shirts. That's e-begging. Have I ever once said, buy my t-shirts? And by the way, I have my setting on TeePublic to the least amount possible that goes in my pocket. For every t-shirt that gets sold, I get $2. So there is definitely a difference. And the lines have started to get blurred. I mean, what's on my shelf? You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. But at the same time, I don't know. Maybe you don't watch like some of these other bigger YouTubers and how they operate, but you will never see me soliciting for a donation, putting a night bot in the chat that says, hey, if you want the stream to continue, donate $2 now. My videos were made possible by Patreon, right? So if you open a, let me put that up on this. So if I open a Ko-fi and Patreon, I don't know what a Ko-fi is, but for me, so I don't think Patreon is a bad thing. Okay. When you say this video was made possible by Patreon, you're telling your audience that if they want to see more videos, go over to Patreon and donate. If you opened a Patreon account and you were like, hey, I got exclusive content over here. You guys can kind of see the behind the scenes and the bloopers. And it's like, $5 a month. If I, as the person, find value in that and I want to pay for that, I'm cool with that. Okay. Just like channel memberships. A couple years back, I thought about doing channel memberships, but when you give people little emojis and little stickers for the chat, I don't feel that that's $1 or $2 worth of value. So I didn't want to put my subscribers in a position where, even though a lot of you like me, and I think, and it's only $1, I didn't want to put you guys into a position where you felt obligated to pay $1 or $2 a month for some emojis or stickers. I didn't feel that was value. But if you're offering something of value, you can evaluate that as an individual and say, I find value in that. Or if I'm Retro Bro, I don't find value in that. Or if you're, what's on my shelf and you go, CM's offering nothing for $5 a month. I don't find value in that. But what I think is highway robbery is when you have guys like Alpha Omega Sin that don't like YouTube because they're not pushing his videos because they're fucking garbage. No one wants to hear you complain and talk about crap. No one gets that upset because Mighty Number 9 was delayed 6 months. If you're an adult and you get upset because a video game was delayed 6 months, you're a moron. And then he tucked tail and ran over to Patreon and held all of his content behind a Patreon wall. Meaning if you were one of his YouTube subscribers and you loved watching his videos and you wanted to be a part of that, general ad revenue wasn't good enough for him. He wanted you to pay. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. And we went down that path. Okay. I don't see a lot of YouTubers, in my range, that 5 to 20,000 subscriber range, pushing their Patreons. So what's on my shelf, I guess, to answer your question, if you want to have a Patreon, I'm good with Patreon. Okay. But it's up to the individual to say, I'm not paying that because, I don't feel it's valuable. Or maybe you're posting some awesome live streams and I go, you know what? Some awesome content on your Patreon. And I'm like, you know what? What's on my shelf? He's a good dude. He's been involved with my channel for like a decade. I'll give him $5 a month. I think that's up to the individual, but you definitely shouldn't be threatening, scaring, or passively aggressively threatening your subscribers to give you money on YouTube. You know what I mean? And Patreon wasn't even like that. Patreon was an artsy fartsy website where if I was a photographer, people could donate, some money and I could buy new equipment. And in return, I would send you like a sticker, a little keychain or something. And you knew as an artist, hey, I'm going to pay it forward. I'm going to give this guy $20. He's going to send me a keychain. And then when he gets established, he's going to give to some other young artist who needs paintbrushes on Patreon. That's how Patreon was started. Artists helping artists. And then Patreon discovered, well, wait a minute. We can get these gaming people in here, make them pay $5, $10 tiered up payments all the way up to $500 a month, whatever it is. And essentially it's up to the content creator to deliver something or to deliver nothing. And that's how they make a lot of their money now, because they take less fees than eBay or less fees than YouTube. I think they take like 30%. YouTube takes 40%. So for me, my rate per views is $1.34 per 1,000 views. So every 1,000 views my channel gets, I make $1.34 minus the 40% that YouTube is going to take. If I stream a Nintendo game, Nintendo's going to copyright it. They're going to take 18%. Whereas over on Patreon, it's like a standard 30 or 35%. So yeah, it's crazy when you start looking at the nickels and dimes and these people thinking that YouTube is going to be their career, even though they're uninspired. They have no idea what they're talking about. They can't pronounce the name of these games. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's crazy. I can talk about this all fucking night. And if somebody wants to jump in and talk about it, we can definitely talk about it. Thanks, Nick. Yeah, I'm definitely not. Listen, what's on my shelf? Great friend of the channel. We can have spirited debate. I'm never going to be mad at you, bro. But I do feel that there's a difference between an unsolicited, hey, man, here's like $5, $10 versus if you don't start donating now, I'm going to shut down this live stream. And considering that's not in the characteristic of where this game community started. We were never like that until about 2012, 2015, when the money started to come into it. Big time YouTubers in the gaming community started getting sponsorship deals. They thought of themselves as a brand that they could sell, even though they're ugly as fuck. I mean, not me. I'm good looking, extremely good looking, I would say. But yeah, it was a weird time from 2015 2014, let's say 2012, 2014, until up to now, really. You know, I have no problem monetizing. You know what annoys me? Oh my God. I saw this in a video the other day. So I click on the video. You know, I'm into PS4 games you need to get before they're gone type stuff. So I click on the video, get the 2 ads. No problem. YouTube ads. Skip the second one. Hey, welcome to the video. We're going to be talking about PlayStation 4 games that you may not be able to find, but if you see them out there, you definitely want to pick them up, right? Blah, blah, blah. Run the intro. If you're like me, you love the PS4, and I've been collecting PS4 for 2 months now, and the PS4 is a great console. So let's talk about some great games. And then they go into the Ball Shaver 300 commercial, right? The 1 minute to 2 minute ad that they talk about in the commercial. During that commercial, YouTube ran 2 more ads. I'm watching an ad in an ad. It's like Inception with ads. It's out of fucking control. You want to monetize your videos? Cool. You want to put, the in-video ad for VPN or the Crotch Mower 3000, whatever it is. Fine. I can always just find the spot in the time bar and skip it. But when you've got YouTube ads in your Ball Shaver 3000 ads, it's a bit much. Or because YouTube wants those ads like 10, 12 minutes apart. When it's like 5 minutes ad, 5 minutes ad, 5 minutes ad, 5 minutes ad. Yeah, VigiGamer loves his Ball Shaver 4.0. At Torg, we went in the bathroom and he showed me how to use it. He's got a very steady hand. He should have been a surgeon. Had a little heart shape, for love. But yeah, man, it's nuts. Absolutely freaking nuts, the gaming community nowadays. And you got, guys, I'm going to talk about Retro Bro. So Retro Bro is in the process. Retro Bro's a real gamer, right? Plays games. Used to have a big collection of games, sold it off because, he didn't want physical media, right? He's got kids, and I'm sure they've got dance and basketball and Glee Club and whatever it is that they do. And he has decided that he is going to make a game. Now, you would think in the gaming community, in the traditional sense, yeah, bro, go for it, man. You're going to do a great job. I can't wait to see it. No, these motherfuckers are like, oh, yeah, your game sucks. You'll never be able to do it. And it's like, bro, there's so much negativity for some dude that's just trying to make an 8-bit Nintendo game. It's like when Retro Bro wanted to make a movie. All the hate that he got for that. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Greg says he has the Crotch Mower 2000. Oh, is that 2000 or 2? If you have the Crotch Mower 2.0, you need to upgrade. If you have the Crotch Mower 2000, you have a little bit more power. You got Questlove down there. You know what I mean? You got to shave through that shit. Yeah. But when someone in the gaming community tries to do something positive, you get these negative Nancy bandwagon jumpers that never watch or comment on any of your videos. All of a sudden, they're haters. Fuck off. Are there any other topics that you would like me to sound off on tonight? Because I think I've run through my Rolodex of shit that I hate in the gaming community. I'm very much an old man, get off my lawn. I wish we could go back to 10 years ago and never show people what these games are worth. Never show garage sale videos. Never do reselling and just let it be. And like I said, I admit I'm part of that problem. I did it. VigiGamer. You can say got in late, what kicked off the topic, and I've not uploaded in years, but lack of community does feel like an issue. And it did. It was a supportive community. We could have our little cliques, but our cliques never really feuded. We didn't have beef. Maybe we'd connect for tag videos and challenge videos, and maybe somebody from another clique would be on a live stream, and that's how you would find out. You'd shout out other channels and shit like that. It's a fucking dumpster fire. Because I got into this because I wanted to be the best looking gamer on YouTube and score all those hot gamer babes. And it really just hasn't worked out, Retro Heck is my only gamer babe. Yeah, bro. And then you would have like, so you'd have like somebody would get a shout out from, Metal Jesus or something, right? And they would like a bunch of coattail riders. I'm never worried about subscribers or views. It'll take care of itself. I have an awesome fan base, very loyal, very participative, right? People I can talk to. Unlike some of these people that just, you ever notice how big YouTubers always start live streaming like 2 or 3 weeks before conventions start happening? Does anybody else ever notice that? Raise your hand if you notice that. Game Chasers. A couple weeks before some GameCon. Some other YouTuber. You think they want to just hang out with you and shoot the shit? No. They want you to donate so they have funds. So when they go to these conventions, they can buy shit at your expense. Buy me a ticket to Japan so I can go buy video games. Buy me an RV and we could travel around the country. And if you're one of my 100 tier Patreon people, then I'll stop in your town and we'll go game hunting together. For $30 a month, I will give you a 5-minute phone call. How about that? You know how much weird shit like that I've seen over the last 10 plus years on YouTube? It's fucking gross. Now, the solution is to get them out of here. The problem is I don't have a solution to get them out of here. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to come back. I'm going to tell you about 2 of the worst things I saw these fucking bigger channels do on YouTube. How about that? What do they call that? A teaser. How about that for a teaser for the next segment? Woohoo! All right, so Nicholas says he's got to go to bed. All right, good night, buddy. Greg says it's nice listening to you rant while I clean Nest and SNES cartridges. Yeah. All right, so here we go. Here are what I would say are the two worst things I saw from some of these bigger YouTubers. The first one you probably have heard of, right? Metal Jesus gets, and again, nothing wrong with the content. It's edited nice, all that stuff. He gets this Earthbound, big box Earthbound, from a subscriber. She sent it to him. And he couldn't even remember her name in the video. That's not one of those, hey, I'm going to, I forgot her name and I'm just going to, drop it right here and post it, or I'll put it in the description. No, bro, stop the video, reshoot it with her name and give her a proper mention. That was fucking disgusting because she took the time to send you a complete in-box copy of Earthbound with like the stickers and little maps and shit that you get in there. It was like super complete. That was fucking gross. The worst one, this is the worst one that I ever saw. I don't watch Woodhawker or beat 'em ups, but he had this gimmick for the longest time where people would send him stuff. And it's not like, if I had a game and Retro Bro was like, hey, I need that for my collection, bro, I'll just send it to you. I've done that before. Benevolent Dick was like, hey, I need a new Super Nintendo and a Nintendo controller. Just give me your address. I'll send it to you. Right? Nothing like that. So Woodhawker had this gimmick where he would just make a video about all of the crap that people sent him. And some of these people were children. Okay? They'd box up a Funko Pop or a video game or, a little Sonic the Hedgehog keychain or something, and they would send it to him. He would do these unboxing videos. He grabs this letter, okay, and he opens it. And he flips it open, and first of all, he looks disappointed that there wasn't a gift card or something in there. And it's like, hi, beat 'em ups. My name is Nate. I'm 12 years old. I didn't have anything to send you, but I wanted to say that I really enjoy your channel. Da, da, da. He folded it up. He didn't even finish reading the letter or say thank you. He folded it up, then a big, filthy, dirty fucking jump cut. Next package. That was the grossest thing I've ever seen on YouTube. And that was one of those tipping points where I was like, you know what? I'm not watching any of these fucking bigger YouTubers anymore. Like I said, the biggest YouTuber that I probably watch is probably like Bithead 1000 because he's such a great storyteller. And he's got like 100,000. And Pam cannot be tamed. She's Canadian. I don't watch all of her stuff, but I do like her Nintendo reviews. So I'll watch, her Nintendo. She's probably got 100,000 subscribers. But that's about it, man, when it comes to those big YouTubers. Those are two grossest things I've ever come across. And to go back to what's on my shelf, I was talking about donations and things like that. Something that I don't really talk about because I don't feel it's pertinent. I don't feel the need to come on to YouTube and tell you guys how great I am. The first video game convention I went to, I gave away over $250 worth of video games. N64 games, Zelda on Game Boy, the Game Boy Color games, one of the Oracle games. Gave away a bunch of games like that. All I said was, hey, come up, say, hey, you enjoy the channel. I'll shoot a little piece for the video, and you can pick a game, any game you want out of this bag. I don't care if you trade it, sell it, set it on fire, keep it in your collection until you die. And people will come up and they recognize me and say, Chris, I love your channel. Cool, thanks. You want to shoot a video? Bang. They didn't even have to. They didn't have to shoot the video piece. I asked them. And then they could pick a game out of the bag. So I've given away more stuff than I've ever gotten in donations. But I don't feel the need to like, hey, look at me. I'm such a generous guy. If Greg was like, hey, bro, I need a fishing controller for a Dreamcast. All right, man. Hit me up on Facebook. I got one. I'll send it to you. Vigigamer. Vigigamer came down to, I think it was Torg a couple years ago. And I kind of messaged him on Facebook, but we never really linked up. But if Vigigamer was like, yeah, bro, I need that copy of whatever, I'd have just met him at the convention and given it to him. Secondhand toy dealer here. Yeah, secondhand toy dealer, very generous. Box Wars. He's never going to forget that. He sent me something. I sent him something. He sent me something back. And now we're in this situation where it's like just send stuff, you know, and it's all good because that's what the community is supposed to be about. Gamers helping gamers, or in secondhand toy dealers case, you know, because I do the toy thing too on a limited scale, you know, Micro Machines, vintage action figures, Lego sets. You know, if there's ever anything that I pick up that he needs, I'll just send it to him. I got a Toxic Crusader figure somewhere that as soon as I dig it out, I'll just send it to Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews, by the way, texts me. He's like, yeah, we're cleaning out storage. I got like a 20-pound box of Micro Machines. I'll just send it to you. I was like, oh, wait. I'll pay for the shipping. And then I sent him a box back with a Versace watch and, you know, Ninja Warriors on Super Nintendo because I knew you would kind of enjoy that. But yeah, that's not how I roll, right? Like these YouTubers that are e-beggars, they're not giving away stuff. They're not meeting people at conventions and giving away games, high quality, good games. You know, Vigigamer says, I just remember Metal Jesus posting the video on April 1st. Legit thought it was an amazing joke at first. Yeah. I don't know. And what's crazy is like when the Metal Jesus thing started with the crew, you know, you had Reggie. And here's something funny about Reggie. I like Reggie. Reggie and I are both veterans. We both love PlayStation. We both love shooters. We both like Reggie and I get along. I've messaged him a couple times on Facebook to ask him some stuff, and he's always responded back. Reggie, super nice guy. It was who else was in there? John Hancock, Kelsey. Who was the good looking chick? She opened a game store, bought a game store or something. There was that chick that did the Sega Saturn stuff, and like their entire crew at first, they were like, man, that's a pretty cool crew. They all have sort of their little niche and they know a little bit about everything. And when they come on, when John Riggs comes on and talks about Nintendo's hidden gems and stuff like that, like you believe him because he's a gamer and he knows a lot about Nintendo. Or when Reggie comes on and talks about import PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games, you believe him because you know Reggie loves those games and loves to play those games. It's just not like that anymore. I don't even watch Metal Jesus. Like I said, I like Reggie and they do that, you know, 45 games we picked up this month. I don't watch it. So, yeah. So I don't know. But yeah, people can say what they want, and I'm not really letting people into the background where it's like, I send people stuff all the time on my dime. I'm not asking you to donate so I can have that money so then I can ship something out on your dime. You know what I mean? It's I think there's a black and there is a white and there is a gray area when it comes to that stuff. But I mean, I definitely don't feel like I dip into that e-begging territory, you know? So, yeah. Greg says he loves Reggie, played dozens of games he's recommended over the years. Yeah, and you know what? Reggie knows about games. He knows like all these like weird, obnoxious games that you've never heard of. And I always like write them down and then try and look them up. The problem with import stuff though is I don't have a way to play like import PlayStation 1 games because I'd like to get some of those shooters or PS2 games, you know, that type of stuff. But yeah, Reggie knows what he's talking about. Reggie out of that entire group is the actual gamer, the guy that I respect more than the other people in that group. Everyone else is just, they're show ponies. And for anybody to send anything to John Hancock is ridiculous. And when someone has to rest on their career, well, I'm a teacher. Oh yeah, teachers don't lie. I'm a cop. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hey, I'm a police officer. You can trust me. Send me all your shit for free. How's that going to go over? I don't know how he got over on all these people. I mean, cops are despicable and most of them are a pain in the ass and dumb. But I like to think I'm in that 10% that isn't dumb, you know? Uncle Strange, you're always invited. This dude. This is the dude right here, Uncle Strange, one of my favorite people that I've ever met on YouTube. And it's one of those things where like this is how YouTube was supposed to be. I literally finished playing The Last of Us. This is how I met Uncle Strange. Lifelong friendship. I can text him at any time. This is how I met Rob. I finished playing The Last of Us. I was going to start playing a new game plus. I popped on YouTube. Who's live streaming The Last of Us? There was like 5-6 people that were live streaming The Last of Us at that point. He had the least amount of people watching him. So I popped into his live stream. I was like, hey, man, what's up? He's like, hey, I just finished this game. I'm getting ready to play the new game plus. He's live streaming it. It was great. And now, best of buddies. YouTube doesn't work that way anymore in the gaming community. How these scumbags roll is they would look at Uncle Strange and go, oh, he has more subscribers than me. I'm going to click on his video. I could have easily clicked on the person's video that had 200 people watching and put, hey, what's up, man? I love this game. I just finished it. And now 200 people know that I have a gaming channel and I just finished this game. But he had like 5 people watching. I was like, yeah, I want to watch this guy. And that's a talented motherfucker right there, Uncle Strange. Wealth of knowledge when it comes to especially like comic books and you know who did these books and this collection and all that stuff. Wealth of knowledge. Also a super great dude. It's not like that on YouTube anymore. Because even when Metal Jesus started doing those Hidden Gems videos, we all love them. We all watch them. Highly informative. Again, there's nothing wrong with their production value, right? I mean, it's all good. But you're getting like top rate information about these games. And it was great. You know, you write down some titles that you might be interested in. You go out and find them and get them cheap. But then the Bird King happened. Remember the Bird King? Whatever that shitty game was? I did research on that. After that video, you know who sold those games? There was like 6. I posted this on Radical Rick's channel. There was like 6 or 8 sales. I forget what it was. One of them was from one of the Carolinas where Limited Run is stationed. And the other like 6 out of the 8 were from the Seattle area. So they made a video just to sell that stuff on eBay. They wanted to see if that would work. You ever see Metal Jesus show that game off again in any of his videos? Nope. Because he sold it. I tracked the eBay sold listings, where they were from, and how many of the Metal Jesus crew lives in the Seattle area. So they were probably either given those games or got them really cheap, then made a video about them, and then sold them. That's what they did. Liars, scammers, and thieves, every single one of them. That's why I say, if you watch that Boogie 299 in the Gerard video, big YouTubers always let you down. Always. Every single time. They get caught doing dumb, scammy, scummy stuff. Look at Gerard, the completionist. Nothing wrong with his content. Everybody likes his content. But what he did was unforgivable. Oh, I meant to donate it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You got caught and now you're backpedaling. Oh yeah, I meant to donate that. That's my fault that I wasn't watching it. No. Then you hire your scumbag dad and your scumbag brother to be in charge of your organizations and to handle that stuff. Okay. Okay. Uncle Strange says, yeah, that feels like a long time ago. It was, man. It was. YouTube was a different place. It was crazy. Woodbury and Retro Game Hunters, one of my favorite people. Again, another guy I can text. Don't donate. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just hugs and kisses. That's all I need. Woodbury and Retro Game Hunter picked up this huge lot of Super Nintendo RPGs. I watched that video, and you know, Wood's great. I think we kind of knew each other maybe a little bit before that, but in the you know, the recommended right there in the top part was a Kane Deathbreaker video. I was like, oh, he's got some stuff too. Clicked on that video. Kane Deathbreaker, one of my great friends on YouTube. You know, that's how we used to find each other back in the day, and it was great. Dave says Ohio is big on civil asset forfeiture, so kind of pot calling the kettle black. I've never civilly forfeited anybody's assets, so yeah, I don't know. That's not something that we do at our agency. We're a college. A campus agency, a college policing agency. So we don't participate in that. In fact, most of the people that we should take to jail, we end up not taking to jail, filling out a police report, an informational one, and sending it to student code of conduct. The student code of conduct can like put them on academic probation, and said all you know, they can do all that stuff to them. I've had people tell me, can you just arrest me and not tell student code of conduct? I'm like, no, bro, I'm not arresting you for this because it's a waste of time, but you are going to student code of conduct. Yeah, that's how we roll. I think I've written one state citation in 12 years, and that's because the dummy was driving drunk. What do you want me to? You got to write a ticket at that point, right? Back in the day gamer. He said, back in the day gamer, everyone in the stream has to drink. Boom. I'm down with that. Back in the day gamer, another underrated YouTuber, real fucking gamer. Go subscribe to Back in the Day Gamer. Uncle Strange, though, I will say this. This is my one negative on Uncle Strange. He was streaming on YouTube, and then he went over to Twitch. I wish you would just come back. Come back to your home on YouTube. So, yeah. You know, Twitch, man, you gotta do the Twitch thing, right? Like have so many followers and stream so much to get paid. That's a tough living. That's tough living to carve out, man. But yeah, back in the day gamer, man, inspired. Gamers inspiring gamers. Back in the day gamer last year did like a military game on the NES. I was like, that sounds like a fun little sub challenge. And I beat Guerrilla War, Heavy Barrel, and POW this year on the Nintendo. Which, by the way, you know, those top-down military style shooters on Nintendo get a bad rap because of fucking Ikari Warriors. Ikari Warriors is so bad that you just pass on all the rest of them. You know what I mean? So there are a lot of great Trilogy of Warfare. Thank you. Back in the day gamers, Trilogy of Warfare. Yes. And I think that's a great challenge because, like I said, Ikari Warriors is so fucking disgusting that you think that all of the arcade ports for those military style games are bad as well. And that's not true. And I learned that this year. I learned that because Back in the Day Gamer challenged us to learn that. Back in the Day Gamer says, determined to take down Battletoads. I believe you. I believe in you. Uncle Strange, I haven't streamed in years except to pop in with you. Yes. You were a streaming machine there for a while, man. You were doing, what's that, Isaac, Binding of Isaac game? You were doing that like every day, which is crazy. But Back in the Day Gamer, man, Battletoads is one of those games. it's beatable, but it will fight you for every single inch of the game. You have to learn every single inch of the game. And when you take out the Dark Queen for the first time, it's like, it's Nintendo euphoria. It's like when I beat Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. I put the controller down. I was screaming, running around the house. Yes, yes, yes. My wife's looking at me like I'm a goddamn nut job, which that's not wrong. I know Death ran Ninja Gaiden, then fired up Ninja Gaiden on Twitch. So I did back-to-back no death runs of Ninja Gaiden. I was like stoked, right? Nothing really gives you that feeling, that rush, like beating those tough Nintendo games. And I wanted to beat it. I rented it as a kid. But Battletoads is one of those games, man, where when you do it, it's such an incredible feeling. Now, my strategy was I would learn the levels. I would learn all the levels up to like a certain point, and then use the warp to skip a couple levels because I'd already sort of perfected those levels and I wanted to practice. And I beat it. I beat Battletoads by using warps the first time because I was just practicing levels, getting lives. You definitely want to stock up on lives. And then I popped it in like the next time, and I needed one continue, played through the whole game. And I was like, I'm going to go for my no death run. Here it is. Because I've already beaten the game. I've played through the game. I beat it, put it on the list, beat Battletoads. I get to Robo Mantis. I make a mistake, he crushes me. Because, he jumps on you. It's like a one-hit death. I'm like, all right. So I get to the Dark Queen level where you're going up the tower. Beautiful level, by the way. Very difficult, but beautiful level. Made an idiot mistake. Jumped off the edge. I died twice. So I have like a 2 death. Oh, and the Volcair's Inferno. So I had a 3 death run of Battletoads. And I was like, do I want to try this again? I'm like, I'm happy with my 3 death run, But Battletoads is definitely doable. And, Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews, one of my favorite YouTubers. I always love the content he puts out. He's doing the Game Boy, the Good, the Bad, the Game Boy series right now, which is great. I love it. But he was doing the NES hard games, the top 10 NES hard games. And I can't wait for him to get to Ninja Gaiden and Battletoads. Like I can't wait for I watch his videos all the time, like Silver Surfer, right? Mr. Matthews just makes great fucking videos. He should have like 50,000 subscribers right now. But yeah, Uncle Strange says he was playing Binding of Isaac 6 days a week, man. That's a fucking grind. Well, Last of Us grounded mode. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get to grounded mode. Maybe I'll need to play it on like normal a couple times and then play it on grounded. I got to get back into it. You know what I mean? Greg says the GameCube controller is the most overrated controller out there. Agree or disagree? Okay. Here's my thing with the GameCube controller. I like the way it sits in my hands. I really do. I don't like the button configuration. I don't like that little micro penis D-pad. And I don't like that Z trigger, right? I'm good with the left and the right trigger. I'm good there. But that little itty bitty Z trigger is a pain in the ass. And then you have those 2 big buttons, the A and the B, and then you have the curving X and Y buttons. Again, it's kind of a pain in the ass. So I would say the GameCube controller is overrated. For sure. I wouldn't say it's a bad controller, but I would say it's not as good as most people say it is. And then the Wavebird is great, but it's a little worse because where the battery compartment sits, it's a little wide right there. So you kind of feel like your fingers are kind of crimped in there. At least I do. Back in the day game, Mr. Matthews is one of my favorites for sure. Yeah, Mr. Matthews is great, man. Great channel. Somebody post a link to Mr. Matthews. What's on my shelf says The stiff gamepad, yeah, the D-pad is not great. The thumbsticks are okay. The A and B button are okay. The big trigger buttons on the bottom are okay, but yeah, it's not not a terrible controller, but there's definitely plenty that are better. Try playing Ikaruga on GameCube versus Dreamcast. Greg says yes. Thank you. No, Greg probably has like a real fucking man voice. Like, yeah, thank you. Feels great in the hand until you start pressing buttons. Feels like a third-party controller with a broken thumbstick. That's probably what Greg sounds like. Real fucking man. Yeah. Are there any other controllers for the GameCube that aren't set up like that? Like, did they make a HoriPad style controller or more of a Super Nintendo-y type controller for the GameCube? I don't know. Yeah, bro. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. When Mr. Matthews comes out with his Ninja Gaiden NES hard video, I'm probably going to watch it 100 times. And I don't even mean that as a joke. I'll watch it. I've probably watched Silver Surfer 25 times because that's a great video. We got to hook it up. Back in the day, Gamer, didn't you go to like the Cleveland Game Con? Cleveland's about 3 hours for me, so it's definitely doable. Lake Erie Game Con or whatever that was. I don't remember the name of the convention up there. So yeah, we could fucking do that. Maybe split a room. That'd be awesome. Hit the convention, look at all the high price shit. You used to be able to get pretty good deals at convention. Like people would want to deal with you a little bit because they got to pay for the table. But there used to be like boxes under the table, like dollar games or like 3 for $5. I don't really see that a lot anymore. So back in the Gamer says, yeah, he goes to Cleveland every year and he needs to hit Torg or Korg by you. Well, by me. Well, I'm going to hit Torg this year, 99% certainty because Matt, who owns Forever Games in Gahanna, Ohio, they're usually set up there. He's a part of CGC, and I'm going to drop my DuckTales 2 sealed, Top Players Tennis sealed, and a couple other sealed games off for submission. So I'll definitely be there. Yeah, bro. You want to swing down? Hit up Buffalo Wild Wings. My treat. For sure. And I'll make Mr. Matthews jealous because I know Mr. Matthews likes you a lot. He texts me with hearts and kissy faces. I said, bro, I don't know him like that. Greg. Oh, let me read it in the Greg voice. Just for reference, I'm 37. I'm sure it's weird talking about all these people and not knowing anything about them. You're real suave like Brad Pitt. Oh, RetroHex says, I think the Hori is the go-to for the GameCube. Well, I didn't know that they made a HoriPad for the GameCube. I'm gonna have to look into that. I kind of wanted to get one for the PS4 because I don't like playing like Mega Man with the PS4 controllers. That makes sense. I want a more Super Nintendo-y type controller. Secondhand. Another guy that lives in my state that I've never actually met. While I'm watching your live stream, I'm pricing things for the toy show I'm going to 2 weeks from now. And what toy show is that? What's on my shelf says the Hori GameCube pad is tiny. Dave said Torg and Korgs is awesome. Yes, it's fun to go. I usually don't spend that much money at those conventions, but it's more like spend the day and hang out, and then afterwards go get some lunch, go get a beer and some cheese curds and a burger. You know what I mean? That's sort of how I operate those conventions. And I'm also very appreciative when I'm at those conventions. People come up to me and they tap me on the shoulder and they're like, hey, I watch your videos and all that stuff, And I know it shouldn't surprise me anymore. I'm still sort of taken aback by that kind of stuff. I'm kind of a geek that way. I'm a nerd. Like, I don't think I'm special at all. I'm just some dude that makes videos on YouTube. So for somebody to come up and say they appreciate watching my videos, I'm like, oh, well, hey, thanks. It's like the impact that you make on people's lives in increments has that ripple effect, and down the road, it leads to big things. I'm still not used to that, because I don't think I'm internet famous in any way, shape, or form. I don't feel that I deserve to be recognized in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, it's weird, but it's also nice, when people come up and say, hey, even if they just want to talk games, it's awesome. No one's ever asked me for an autograph. So I guess I'm not that big time, which is okay. I like being small time. It's a regular Joe. You like my Omega Supreme right there? Almost have it complete. I'm missing like 2 missiles. When you go on eBay, it's like $10 per missile. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not paying $10 per missile. Although I have learned on eBay. Oh, that's right. I have learned on eBay, if you watch an item, typically the seller will send you an offer, so you'll get it cheaper. That is true. Okay, so I stand corrected. I was wrong. Yes, Greg. Secondhand Toy Dealer has asked me for an autograph on a Micro Machine set. I sent him a silver bus set, or did you send me that? I sent you whatever. And he sent me a pen, and I wrote on it, collect what you love, and then I autographed it. So yeah, Secondhand Toy Dealer is my first autograph. But he's also a friend. He's not some weird rando, he's not some strange. He's a good dude, man. Secondhand Toy Dealer. What toy show are you getting ready for? I was recognized at my local video game store, which was kind of cool. I'm sitting there looking through games, and hey, are you the guy from YouTube? Like, yeah. Brady and his family recognized me at Goodwill, which was crazy. But yeah, like when that happens again, like I said, I'm a little bit like, oh, okay. The funny thing about Secondhand Toy Dealer, right? Like he asked me to autograph this thing. Let me post that again. I'm a foul-mouthed chucklehead, right? I was in the Marines. I celebrate locker room culture, so I had Secondhand Toy Dealer. I'm like, hey, do you want me to put anything on here? And he's like, well, what do you want? I was like, yeah, how about lick my balls, like all this filthy stuff. And he's like, yeah, I don't know about that. I didn't realize he was like, churchy family guy, which is cool. But I'm just a foul-mouthed chucklehead. So I just wrote on it, collect what you love. Chris, CM Retro or whatever. But yeah. Secondhand Toy Dealer says he's going to the Toledo Toy Show. Toledo, is that a big toy show? And what are you taking? I think a lot of people are going to want to know, especially if anybody in the chat is thinking about going, because you always bring good stuff, man. I almost thought, I don't know if you sold that Disney castle, because they make those big ones, and the castle that you had was more of like a play scale size. And I think those are going to do better in the secondary market after they retire in the two-year wait period. I almost asked you what you wanted for that. There you go. Look at this. Secondhand Toy Dealer. Back in the day, Gamer says Secondhand Toy Dealer. I'm 5 minutes out of Toledo, and I haven't heard of it. Where and when? Yeah, back in the day, Gamer. Listen, man. You could take Angry Baby to that and get some cool vintage toys like Battle Beast or something, You can throw them around in the bathtub. Or he could throw them at you when you're doing videos. That would be funny. Like you're talking about a video. Hey, here's my Nintendo game of bang, Battle Beast right to the dome. Yeah. So second, you know what, dude? I should have autographed that number 1. I should have put collect what you love, signed it, number 1, first autograph. I should have done that. I should have done that for you. Yeah, Battle Beast. My Maxine's Bargain Box in Newark here. You know, they do video games, graded comics, figures. They have Battle Beasts, and that's something that Nintendo really likes. Nintendo is a big Battle Beast guy, you know. Greg said, let me read it in the Greg voice. I'm actually going to a video game swap meet tomorrow. It's pretty awesome. We're meeting at a barcade, and there are like 50 sellers. It's like a mini convention. Oh, yeah? Are you taking stuff to trade, or are you going to buy stuff? Because I'm always down for a trade, for sure. And most of the time, I overtrade. So I give more than I'm actually getting because I want the item. I remember when I love Power Player Paul, man. But he did that to me. I was trading him some stuff, and I was getting a Sega Saturn that he found at Goodwill for like dirt fucking cheap, right? He's like, this guy. He's like, well, my shipping cost is like $20. Your shipping cost is like $13. I'm like, okay, dude, just what's a $7 game you want me to throw in to offset the shipping costs? And I think I sent him like a sealed copy of Sin and Punishment for the Wii or something. But he was one of my bros, man. I don't mind doing that. I don't mind helping a guy out. I get it. Shipping is expensive. Says he's buying stuff this. Oh, let me read it in the Greg voice. I'm buying stuff this time. It can be a lot of walk. Oh, no. It can be a lot of work to sell. All right, well, what are you looking for? See, this secondhand toy dealer is in my inner circle, and he just texts me. See? I have friends, like 3 of them, but I have them. Oh, did you send the link to the toy show? The New Toledo Toy Show. Let me go to the Facebook site. Saturday, April 20th, 2024, 9 a.m., the New Toledo Toy Show. And it is at 10020 South Compass Drive, Rossford, Ohio. Oh, there's like 33 people that said that they're going and 300 people that said that they're interested. Over 230 tables of toy collectibles early. Oh, the early bird is at 7:30 a.m. But there you go. It's called the New Toledo Toy Show for Back in the Day Gamer. I don't have Back in the Day Gamers contact information, although I should, because we live in close proximity to another. All right, Greg. So what are you looking to buy? I don't know why that's so interesting to me. Like, I'm always that's why I love pickup videos so much, even though they don't get a lot of views. Like, I'm always interested in seeing what people are picking up and like what they want in their collection, what they don't want in their collection. You know, because there might be people out there that, hey, I found this great Nintendo 64 a lot, but I fucking hate Nintendo 64, so I'm going to sell it and I'm going to get Switch stuff. That's cool. What Switch stuff are you getting? Because that's where we get like good game recommendations. You know what I mean? You're looking to buy OG and 360 games. Are you looking for any specific games? I thinned out my 360 or my original Xbox collection years ago because I never played it, but I have some good games. I got like Predator, Punisher, Panzer Dragoon, Orta, Stubbs the Zombie. I still have Lego Star Wars. I don't know why. Like, it's one of the most common games ever, but I really like that game, so I kept it. There it is, right there. Back in the day, Gamer says he's taking Angry Baby to the toy show. It's going to be brutal. You know what? Just tell the kid, if you're good, I'll take you to McDonald's after. That's how you got to trick them. They're kids. They're not as smart as us. Yeah, I got a handful of Xbox games. You know what game is really good on the Xbox is Air Force Delta. Cheap game. No one ever talks about it. Sort of like Ace Combat, but it is really, really good. Greg says, yeah, there's probably about 40 games on my wanted list. Nothing rare or anything. Oh, secondhand toy dealer's texting me. Bro, is that what you're taking? Are you getting rid of those Jada diecast Transformers? What? Say what? All right, so I'm going to share this. I don't know if second toy dealer wants me to do this, but he's bringing it. Look, we got some Funko stuff there. That's looks like Fast and the Furious, maybe. What the hell is that? Seinfeld, maybe. Got some Mario figures. Oh, he's getting rid of some of his. This is one thing a secondhand toy dealer loves to collect are these Hot Wheels Mario Kart diecasts. There's a couple right there. Got some Nerf Fortnite stuff in there. Some G.I. Joes. What else we got in here? Is this the stuff that you're taking? Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Right here. That's a Star Wars Black Series holiday editions. And then that's Pulp Fiction. Love Pulp Fiction. Dude, you're taking some good stuff. You got Casey Jones from the Turtles. You got the IG-88 Mandalorian or the IG droid. Hot Wheels Batmobile stuff. What? Is that Johnny Lightning? Halo figures. Some Super Mario stuff. Spider-Man. Oh, you're taking the X-Files stuff? What? That's crazy. The back in the day gamer says he wants that Pulp Fiction figure. Let me pull that up. What's on my shelf says, what do I think of NGPC? I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Back in the day gamer says, random question, I've been selling doubles on eBay and now they want my social security number. I'm skeptical, but I want to keep, how are they asking for it? Like they should just need an email and a bank account. Although PayPal did that to me a couple weeks ago, I don't know if they updated their terms and that's now a part of the requirement. I would say if you're getting that from an eBay email, then I would go ahead and comply. If you're still skeptical, I would say contact eBay, the help thing, and say, hey, I got this thing. Should I put my social security number on the, and they can kind of confirm. Yeah, I had that happen with PayPal. I'm like, bitch, you got my bank account number. You know what I got. Look, there's the Pulp Fiction figure. Is that Mr. Wolf? Winston Wolf? How much you got on that secondhand toy dealer? Oh, the Neo Geo Pocket Color. I found that console once at a garage sale. Again, I don't like those handhelds that have like non-backlit screens. I actually traded my Neo Geo Pocket Color for Ninja Gaiden 3 last time I was at Torg. Yeah, so I do like that clicky little D-pad that they have, but again, sometimes those screens are just so small. Secondhand toy dealer said he's asking $15 for it. But you know what? Back in the day gamer, if you go and you do a bundle deal, I'm sure secondhand toy dealer will give it to you a little bit cheaper. Because he's not one of these people that's like super profiteer. I gotta have double eBay price. He just kind of wants to get his money back for it, maybe make a couple bucks. So I'm sure he'll help you out there. Yeah, I would definitely ask eBay though if that's normal protocol, because I don't think they've asked me to do that. And Greg says, oh, you've been selling on eBay for 20 years. What's your eBay store, dude? I'll follow you. Oh, if they call you once from a random number, yeah, this is getting crazy. Yeah, because I don't think eBay's asked me for my social security number. They just want an email, and then I think you have to put your phone number on there or something, and then your bank account. And my eBay account is separate from the joint checking account. So if someone were to get into that account, there's really not that much money there anyway. So because eBay's been fucking me. But yeah, let me see what second toy dealer's got some good stuff, man. He's got a purge. He built that beautiful toy store in his house, and now he's got it all filled up, and he's got to get rid of stuff. You got any micro machines in there, bro? There's some Lego stuff, Lego Creator stuff, some Funkos, some Hot Wheels. I think it'd be fun to have secondhand toy dealer on and ask him what he learned from his first toy show until now. Because now he's done a couple of them. I want this picture stamp. Yeah, a bunch of Halo stuff. Looks like some Marvel Legends, Star Trek stuff. Monster Jizzams. That's a great question. Great question. Okay, gaming rental stickers on cartridges. Keep them or remove them. So we'll just start here. If it crosses over the sticker, I'm just going to leave it because I don't want to damage the label, right? But let's say it's not. Years and years ago, I would have said, get that damn sticker off of there. Let's get this thing like minty, perfect, beautiful. But I will say that now I leave them on there. And it actually happened with Back in the Day Gamer. And I think this is what you're talking about right here. So, yeah, keep the stickers on. And this was crazy. I just happened to pick up this copy of Worm on the Nintendo. I'm holding it up in a video, and I'm like, hey, it's Worm, Journey to the Center of the Girth, whatever it is. And it's got a video sticker on the back. And I read off. And Back in the Day Gamer contacts me, goes, I used to rent that from the video store in my area. So somewhere that game was made, it was shipped, it went to this video store, it was rented over and over and over again, somehow found its way into my sphere. And because I didn't take that video game sticker off, that rental store sticker off, Back in the Day Gamer goes, that was the game that I rented from the store that was close to me. I have another copy of Worm. Would you just swap me so I could have that sticker on there? And I said, absolutely yes. Which back in the day, I thought we were just doing a quick swap. Back in the day, Gamer sent me a copy of RBI Baseball as well, which I had. So I got rid of my copy of RBI Baseball, and the RBI Baseball copy that I have in my collection, I got from back in the day Gamer and Worm, of course. But RBI Baseball is one of those childhood games that I had when I was a kid. I was happy to have it. I lost it over time, but now I have one that it's a game that I love, and I got it from a guy I love. You know what I mean? So now I would say leave the rental stickers on because it adds a little bit of provenance to the game. So that, and if I would have taken it off of there and never said anything, back in the day, Gamer wouldn't have reconnected with that game. And that's part of what we do. Being able to connect with the stuff that we love. That was a game that he probably rented back in the day. No name pun intended. But as a kid, he was probably like, should I get this game? Should I get this game? Should I get this? Oh, you know what? I'll rent this one. And that was a game that he rented. And now he can hold on to that. And quite honestly, as his, because I have kids, my kids don't really care about retro. My oldest son likes retro, but only to a certain point. But as his kid gets older, he can tell his son, this was a game that I rented back in the 80s and the 90s, and, pass on those memories and those joys. And that's a great thing. All because you left a sticker on a game. You know what I mean? Back in the day, Gamer says he's holding on to that game now. Yeah, for sure, man. It's one of those great pieces in your collection. Even though it's not like super expensive, it's got a little history to it. Retro Hack, if I can remove a sticker without any damage, you best believe it's coming off. There it is. Here he is. Retro Tiburon, Mr. Mario. Good to see you, buddy. Love what you're doing over there with the podcast. By the way, I will be on the podcast around April 20th. We're talking about our top 5 favorite PlayStation 1 games, which is going to be exciting. And I know Mario will get that video out as soon as possible because he always does. He always does great work over there. So subscribe to Retro Tiburon for everything awesome in live streams and podcasts, man. Great friend. Made a lot of great friends on YouTube, man. And if it is the end of the world and the planet does explode on Monday because of the solar eclipse, I just want you all to know that I appreciate you and I love you to death. You are what makes this gaming community fun. This is what I love about our community because it still is our community. Tonight I went with a little Coors Light. It's like if a moose pissed in a stream and then they chilled it and sold it to human beings. That's what it kind of tastes like. And you go back to what back in the day, Gamer. He's holding that game now. Worm's what? Like a $15 game? It's not an expensive game. It's not really that great of a game. It's not like, one of these hidden gem type games. But when people that come over to your house, you've got a ton of great Nintendo games. That would be a game like, hey, remember when we were kids and we were in middle school and we'd go to, Mike's video store? Check this out. World, it's got the sticker on it. Oh, it's like a showpiece, right? Not super expensive, not overly exciting as far as rarity, but it's just something really, really cool. And you think back to all those rental stickers that you took off, that I took off, tried to take off. I wish I would have left them on there. That's a great question, Greg. Great question. Because it has relevance. 7-8 years ago, I'd have taken them off. Now, I'll leave them on. It's cool. I'm not trying to have the prettiest looking collection. You know which ones are the pain in the ass, though, are those Blockbuster ones. The Blockbuster ones with, like, the rails on the back of the cartridge. You drove about 6 hours to Nebraska for a solar eclipse in 2017. Oh, my God, I didn't read it in the Greg voice. I drove about 6 hours to Nebraska for the solar eclipse in 2017. It was worth it. It was awesome because there was a 360-degree sunset. Now that's interesting. What's on my shelf says when you sell it, he removes the sticker. So, yeah, that's kind of a thing, right? Like, so I have my copy of Mario Kart on Super Nintendo. Let's say I found one tomorrow at a garage sale for $2, but I had a rental store sticker on it and I wanted to sell it. Would I remove the sticker? Because I have my childhood copy, so it's not like we could really upgrade from there, you know? Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a tough question. Because I know what's on my shelf is. I know where he's going with this. Because like Retro Tiburon just said, I dig the retro stickers, but that game's not going into my collection. So I want it to be as clean and nice as possible for the person that potentially will be buying it. By the way, I need a manual for Mario Kart. I don't have a complete in-box copy. It's crazy. Patreon me a manual. Super chat me a Mario Kart manual. Can you put that in the YouTube inbox? I don't think so. Yeah, it's one of those things I'm always on the lookout for is a night because the box is minty. So I need a minty manual. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. If it were a common game, like a sports game, I probably wouldn't waste my time. Or the Goo-Gon, or the Q-tips, or the heat gun. But what if it was like a $30 game? Am I going to waste my time? Am I going to try and remove the sticker? That's a tough question, bro. Yeah, I mean, I probably would destroy Provenance for that. Maybe if the sticker was super clean. I don't know. I don't know. That's a tough question. And that, yeah, retro. That's what I'm saying. Like he says, a lot of times people will pass if it has, stickers. And I'm guessing what's on my shelf is saying, like, if you sell it like on Marketplace or something where you're doing local, I would like put that in the description of my eBay listing, though, has a sticker from, Knucklehead's Video Store, Omaha, Nebraska, store number 2532. Because there might be somebody that wants that. But yeah, like a higher end game, and the sticker was just on the cartridge, it wasn't on the label or anything. You could get it off without damaging the label. Yeah, man, I probably would. Retro Tiburon says, how do you remove a Sharpie? Now, I've never done this, but I've heard what you do is you take like a dry erase marker and you rub it over the Sharpie ink and you kind of let it sit there and then you can like wipe it off. I've heard that is a method. The couple times that I've had to do that, I used a magic eraser, and you kind of scrub it off. But unfortunately, that can, if the cartridge is like textured, like a Nintendo 64 cartridge is textured, it could like rub away that texture. So now you're damaging the game, Greg says, I've been removing stickers for the past hour listening to this. I'm spending way too much time on it, but I'd just be watching TV. And this is better than TV. Way better than TV. Oh, RetroHack may have a pro chat or a pro strat right here. RainX removes Sharpie 99% of the time, but it don't get into the labels. Yeah. Some of those labels, man, even though they're like plastic coated stickers, you can still fuck them up. Secondhand Toy Dealer says, as a new inbox collector, he loves finding Toys R Us price tags on packaging. Yeah, Now I would say that's like, like where we live, there was Toys R Us. There was a place called Children's Palace and a place called KB's Toys, a place called Service Merchandise. So like those stickers I love. You know, if it's some rando store in California, I don't really give a shit. If it's on like cardboard, I'm not even going to try and move it off of there. I'm just going to rip it. What's on my shelf says he keeps certain tags. Radio Shack, Toys R Us. Yeah. EB Games. Would you say Babbage's? CompUSE. All right, so I've never heard of Babbage's or Egghead. Speak of the YouTube god and he arrives. Mr. Matthews, what's up, man? We were just talking about you and how back in the day, Gamer and I were talking about how much we love you and we appreciate your content. He was bitching and complaining that you haven't had that Ninja Gaiden NES hard video out yet. He doesn't have patience. Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. Like, what's on my shelf? Mr. Matthews, who's here, sent me a huge box of Micro Machines. I'm like, what's Lang's? What's this place? You know, and he was telling me about all these cool local places that we don't have in Ohio or in this part of the Midwest. So those are sort of interesting. But yeah, that's a great question. Say you found like a $40 game, and you had in your collection, but you wanted to sell it. Would you take the rental store sticker off? That's a tough question. I guess I'm lucky because I would show it in a YouTube video. I'd say, hey, I found this copy of Punky Skunk on the PS1 and it's got, this rental sticker on it. My audience is pretty good about, oh man, you want to trade for that? Or can I just buy it or whatever? And I'd get it back into the hands of someone that remembered that store. If nobody said that, then I would probably take off the sticker and sell it. On Facebook. Yeah, I don't know. Personally, though, for my collection, if I find a game that I don't have that has a rental store sticker on it, I'm 99.99% of the time going to leave it on there. Just because, again, provenance, gives it a little bit of history. Mr. Matthews says, honestly, I think these days some collectors might actually want the stickers on there. People get more of a thrill out of seeing that extra bit of history. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Retro Heck, from his selling experience, people want clean carts. They don't want that stuff on there. 5-6 years ago, I probably would have taken it off. Now, I would leave it on. So, again, I'm at a different level than I was, kind of grew a little bit. I like seeing it on there. Again, provenance, the history of it. And we were just talking about, I found a copy of Worm on Nintendo that had a rental sticker from a store that back in the day Gamer used to frequent. And he had the same copy of the game, without the sticker. So we traded, and now he has that in his collection. And that's a cool piece for him to have because that takes him back to, when he was a kid and he, held that game in his hands as a child and rented it. If I saw a rental sticker from, the Kroger on Cleveland Avenue in Columbus, Ohio, I would probably want it. Retro Tiburon says, I never take off the stickers when I list on eBay. I got to start doing that, I guess. If I were listing it on eBay, I'm not sure I would take that rental stickers off. Like I said, if it's on the label of a cartridge, I'm probably not even going to mess with it. It's probably going to stay there. If it's just on the cartridge part, I would probably leave it there. And then on eBay, put that in my listing because you never know. I mean, it could be from Omaha, Nebraska, and some dude in Omaha, Nebraska is looking for that copy of Mario Brothers 3, and he sees it and he's like, oh my God, I used to rent that, and he may be more susceptible to buy it from you. And plus, if it's on the regular cartridge, I think they can take it off. You know what I mean? Mr. Matthews says, plus if a game has a rental sticker on it, you probably don't have to worry about being a repro. Yeah. Yes, 100%. What's on my shelf says you can take the stickers that overlap on the label off a cart, but you have to be very, very careful. Yes, that is 100% percent true. And it's not so hard on cartridges that have the, like a sticker that has a gloss to it. But still, I'm very, very careful. You know which ones I'll never take a rental sticker off of an N64 cartridge label. I'll just leave it there, because there have been so many times when I've tried to use like a little heat gun or something and peel it a little bit, and then put a little Goo Gone on the Q-tip and try and rub it in there on the little crease to get it to peel a little bit more. And then all of a sudden I've taken just a nick out of the label. I'm like, I should have just left this sticker on. I once sold a lot of empty NES plastic cases on eBay. The buyer said he was excited that the ones that were from Game Dude, a game store in SoCal. Yeah, what's on my shelf, bro? Listen, man, those are the ones I can't handle. I can't handle it. Can't handle the power of the N64, especially the back labels. Yeah, people like that. That's like next level collecting. There was a time, right? 2010, 2012, Nintendo rushes on. We want to collect Nintendo games. And all of a sudden, somewhere about 2015, 2016, did you know that there's a variant cover for Blades of Steel? Did you know that this game had a variant? And then all of a sudden, nobody cared about Left Side Bros. Nobody gave a fuck about Left Side Bros for Super Mario Brothers 3 until people on YouTube started mentioning, oh, yeah, there's a variant for Super Mario Brothers 3 where the Bros is on the left side. And nobody cared about that. And nobody really cared about, these rental stickers and stuff, right? And now it's sort of like that next level collecting. That's that little extra piece that you can add to your collection to give it a little something special, give it a little bit of pop. And like I said, I can't say that if I saw some like Retro Tiburon was saying, some plastic Nintendo clamshells from some rental store that I used to rent from, that I wouldn't completely mark out and have to have them. You know what I mean? Because I probably would. Yeah, what's on my shelf? I can't imagine what Left Side Bros goes for. Like, are you kidding me? Or like Super Mario World. There's a couple different variants of how Super Mario World is written on the cartridge. Yeah, bro, it's Super Mario World. It's literally like the most common game. It's the greatest game of all time. Just play it and enjoy it. Retro Tiburon says he hates cleaning N64 cartridges. Use the eraser on the pins, the N64. Yeah, and they have that that bracket that goes on them, For my cartridges, I like to use Brasso and rub the Brasso on the pins, just kind of rub it in. And then I don't want that to dry, so I'll take a Q-tip with alcohol, like a swab, and I'll just get all of that off of there and then dry it off. Because rubbing alcohol, it's air sensitive, so it kind of dries up fast, it evaporates fast. So that's how I sort of clean my Nintendo 64 cartridge, because that Brasso is a little bit more abrasive, and it'll get in between the nooks and crannies on the pin. But RetroHack was saying Rain-X could work. There's so many ways to clean games. You know what I mean? Yeah, N64 carts are kind of a Left Side Bro manuals are like $30 to $40. That's crazy, man. All right, new YouTube challenge. With $40, instead of buying a Left Side Bro manual, how many awesome Nintendo games could you get? You just buy games instead of the manual. If I get a good deal or I find some manuals, I'm cool with that. But I'm really not going to start spending $30 on a Mario Brothers 3 manual that I can look up online for free. Greg says, I got to read in the Greg voice. Dude, change from Brasso to Bright Boy. If you're talking about cleaning the pins, I never looked back. All right, well, I will look into that. Uh, I Brasso was something that we used in the military to clean metals and polish stuff. So when I started getting into the game thing, I was like, oh, I can use Brasso. Right? I never really thought of looking into other options. What's myself? Didn't hear the challenge. All right. So instead of paying $40 for a Left Side Bros manual, how many decent Nintendo games could you get for $40? I'm gonna put Guerrilla War on that. It's like a $10 game. So instead of buying a manual for $40, we got a great SNK top-down military game. Oh, how much is Gyrus? I'd put Gyrus on there. Gyrus is a hidden gem on the Nintendo. Yeah, you could probably get like 3 or 4 really good Nintendo games for the price of a Left Side Bros manual. Are you kidding me? Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? Mr. Matthew said, use a tried and true white eraser technique. Very few games I haven't been able to get to work right. You're talking about like the Magic Eraser? That's a game right there. Boom. Boom. What's on my shelf? Breakthrough. Anybody heard of Breakthrough? Kind of an isometric vehicle combat, jumpy shooty game. No one talks about that game. It's super freaking awesome. I had it as a double once, and NES Addict was like, I don't have that game. I'm like, no problem, dude. I'll pack it up and send it to you. Oh, White Rubber Eraser. I've never heard of that. Heck says, hello, comment. Brasso is okay, but yes, you have to make sure that you get it totally off. And you can't you got to kind of use little circles. You can't press into it because it is abrasive and it can strip the gold off of the contact if you're not careful. Little Nemo, have it, never played it. Which is weird because I do like Capcom. And at one point, I wanted to get all of the Capcom games for Nintendo. I actually have some Nintendo games I need to get rid of. Games I'm never going to play. I'm never going to play Destiny of an Emperor. Just not going to play it. Search best line for N64 labels. Is that the company that will send you the packet of all the labels that you can put on the top of your N64 games? Nintendo 64s. Dude, I'll tell you what. I got this Skylanders backpack at a garage sale for $1. I had it at $9.99. I've lowered the price to $6.99. It's just buy the damn thing. Oh, Bestine, it's a chemical. I've never heard of it. That's good advice. That's some good shit, bro. Yeah, for sure. Well, I hope Secondhand Toy Dealer has a great show at the Toledo. What do you say? The new Toledo Toy Show. It's a mouthful. Which back in the Gamer said he was going to go to. He's going to take Angry Baby. So that's going to be awesome. Best line. I'm going to look that up. Best Line Equipment. Best Line Racing. Best Line Products, Inc. Let's try that one. I got a lot of parts. There's probably like some brake cleaner or something out there that will absolutely just eat up all the crud on a on a cartridge. It's a chemical. When am I gonna come to Cal? You listen, man, because I'm going back to Cali. You know, I used to run around Cali a little bit when I was stationed in Yuma, Arizona. All my boys got stationed at Miramar. So we tore it up, man. Ocean Beach. Getting strippers pregnant. That never happened. As far as you know. Yeah, man. We used to tear up Miramar. When we worked the Miramar Air Show, those days are like 13, 14-hour days. And we just go out and party all night and then work another 13 or 14-hour day. It was crazy. California is off the hook. It's a weird place over there. Why don't you meet Back in the Day Gamer and I in Cleveland, and we'll go to the Cleveland GameCon next year. We're going to split a room. Do you go to any of the game cons in California, Mr. Matthews? Oh, best time, not best line. I got you. You know, Retro Tiburon sent me a copy of Royal Rumble on the Sega Genesis. That game is so much fucking fun, man. If you if you don't like Genesis, you don't like old school wrestling, it's probably not a game for you. But it is kind of fun. Mr. Matthews says he only goes to the SAC Gaming Expo. Oh, you in Sacktown? The Bay Area and back down? Cali is with it, put a smackdown? Show me love. Yeah, man. Yeah. So and what I didn't know until he said it, until Retro Tiburon said it, was there are different characters in the Super Nintendo game versus the Genesis game. So now I got to try and find a copy for the Super Nintendo, which I don't think I have. Yeah, okay. Super Nintendo. Because I don't think I have a lot of wrestling games for the Super. How is that possible? It's showing that I don't have any. I'm a fucking derelict. Yeah, I don't have WWF Raw, Royal Rumble, Super WrestleMania, or WrestleMania the Arcade. I have no wrestling games. Yeah, I definitely don't have Saturday Night Slam Masters. I would know if I had that one. Yeah. I have Tag Team Wrestling on Nintendo. The Ricky Fighters. Yeah. Isn't that like a monster fighting game? I don't know if that's a wrestling game. You have the second game on. My local game store has the second King of Monsters. I think it's like $15-20. Yeah, Crazy Town. You know what else I have a double love for the trade show is a PS1 ONE. I've had that listed. They sell those things for like $70 at my game store. I got it on Facebook for like 60, but I would take 50. No interest whatsoever. So if anybody needs a PSONE, I'll have it at the trade show. It's one of those games I sent to Matty P from Oak City. He found the PS1 bag, and I was like, hey, I got an extra one of those consoles. I sent it to him, and then I come up on another PSONE, which is very clean. I took it apart, cleaned it, runs well. The only thing is the memory card slot. It's got that little door that opens up. The spring isn't there, so the door just kind of opens and closes. There's no tension on it, but the memory card slot works. So, which one? The PSONE. I don't think that console's that special, except it has the screen that you can get as an attachment. All right, we're gonna take like a break. Joe Boo needs a refill. I'll be right back. Oh god, I'm dying. I'm back, bitches. God, it's only 12:15. Listen, we used to do Google Hangouts, man. You do a Google Hangout, and the stream would go for 10 hours, and then it would stop. It would shut off. One night I did a stream, and it shut off because I'd gone for 10 hours. And Woodbury and Retro Game Hunter and I were just bullshitting and just shut off. So I had to start a new stream. Thank God we don't have that problem with StreamYard. And I'm going to ask a question. You've all seen the YouTube ad. This is Dana from StreamYards. Is Dana hot or is Dana not hot? I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence about Dana's hotness. I don't know. She could be. Maybe she could get up, do a little twirl, see what we're working with here, see the dumper, you know. What else we got over here? Oh, yeah, check this out. I don't do a lot of Star Wars stuff, but I found these like Star Wars Clone Wars little buttons. Who doesn't love Ahsoka? And Anakin. You've not seen this ad? What? Like, hi, this is Dana from StreamYard. You know how when you have a guest on and it's all blurry, you get to StreamYard? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm on the fence. The AT&T group. Which one's the AT&T? Let me look this up. I gotta check this chick out. That chick? I don't know. Let's see what else we got. What are we working with here? Lily Adams, Melina Vintrub. All right, that's what we're working with there. That's what we're working with. All right. I probably turn her down. Maybe be hard to get. You know. Oh my gosh. Okay. Find a picture of old Dana from StreamYard. Yeah, I don't think that's her. Dana Bentz. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she's on there. Everybody likes Flo from Progressive. I don't know. I'm not in Flo. I wouldn't say no, but you know. Yes, Dana Barrett. Sigourney Weaver. Bango. Yeah, man. Oh, there's a lot of theories on why the world's going to end on Monday. You know, it's like wrath of God. It's going to cause the polar shift in the earth. Who knows? The last two solar eclipses, this solar eclipse, it's going to make the anarchy sign across the United States. There is a Dana from StreamYard. I'm telling you. I don't know. I don't know. I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence. On the fence. They're starting to think there's no Dana. There is a Dana. She has like that Captain Marvel in the Endgame hairstyle, where it's kind of like shaved and a little whiskey, you know. Let's see if I can find a video. It's not her, man. Like, let me try it this way. I don't know. I don't know. Oh no, the world's full of hot chicks. We're not wasting our time with some StreamYard girl. Retroact, I heard NASA is sending some nuclear missiles into the eclipse. Listen, okay, so listen. There's a theory out there that they've kind of proven that this isn't the moon's natural path. And maybe it's not the moon that will be blocking out the sun. Maybe it's this hidden planet Nibiru, and it's coming closer to the Earth, which is why we're seeing all of this climate activity, volcanoes and earthquakes and all these things. So they're trying to keep it from us that it's not actually the moon. It's going to be this hidden planet Nibiru, which is where the Anunnaki came from, and they came to Earth, you know, the ancient Sumerian texts and all that stuff. I don't know. I think we're going to be just fine. Yeah, we're pretty good here in Ohio. There's some spots that are in the the optimal viewing spot. I like chicks with glasses, but she looks like she has Zoomer energy, and that's exhausting. But is she wearing those glasses just because she knows that the people that are in tech and in gaming are a little bit nerdy and may find that a little sexy? Is she putting on a show? Is she a controller? Is she a thumbstick tease? You know, who knows? Who knows? That was the other bad thing about the gaming community. We started letting women in. No, I'm just kidding. With their low cut tops and their donations. Who's that chick? Oh God, there was some chick. She wasn't in the gaming community though. She was like selling her. She was like doing Twitch streams, and she was in the bath, and she was selling jars of her bath water. Like, do you think I could get away with that? Like, if I were in the bath, like, hey, you guys want to buy some CM Retro Gaming bath water? Bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah, the thought. That how? Yeah, man. Mr. Matthews says, you're blowing my mind right now. I wasn't worried about the world ending until now. You know, the newest one I heard is that, Antarctica, there are like crystallizations there. And you know, crystals, they like quartz crystals, they use them in watches and stuff like that. But they found that they can make this crystal, this big, massive crystal in Antarctica into some type of like direct energy weapon. And that's how they can control the weather with it. They can send the energy up to a satellite, which then can be used as a direct energy weapon, like they used on Malibu. I mean, there's a bunch of crazy stuff out there, man. You could sell some autographed empty beer cans. I could. Greg says, I got to read it in the Greg voice. I just watched our ad, and now I'm going to get nonstop ads from StreamYards. Thanks a lot, Chris. No problem, but you didn't answer the question. Is she hot or not? Gotta see what we're working with. What's the backside look like? Does she have pretty feet? I don't know. See, heavy metals on board. Used a direct energy weapon in Maui as well. Did you see that video where they were showing all the rich people had like these blue roofs, and they were talking about this particular energy weapon, and it didn't affect any of their houses. It burnt everything around them down except for these houses. Then they took this specific laser and they put it over this like blue material, and it would burn off to the left. They'd go over the material, nothing would happen. They'd go over to the right, and it would burn that material that was on the right. Anybody see that video? It's crazy. It's crazy that old Zuck and old Oprah, their houses didn't get burnt down in Maui. Because they know that when the polar shift comes, that Maui will be, where Chicago's at or something. That's why they're all building bunkers, $100 million bunkers. See, heavy metals on board, man. He saw those videos. I saw those videos. Greg says, I can do it in the Greg voice. Yeah, she's all right. All right. I gotta see what we're working with, though. You only see the video from like here up. I need to see what's going on. What's going on the backside. She have flabby arms or fat fingers or something. I don't know. That is some Mr. Free shit. But they wouldn't be looking at it like normal people would be looking at it, right? Like we would use that power to, hey, there's a drought. We'll give them some rain, let their crops grow. These people are thinking about it the opposite way. We're going to destroy crops, raise the price of soybeans, raise the price of corn, whatever it is. Yeah. You bet Dana's feet are hammer time? Ugh. Yeah, I can't. I'm not a feet person. I think feet are gross, but at the same time, I can't do bad feet. You know what I mean? That's just, I don't have it in me. Get your fucking nasty feet off me. Yeah, man. It's crazy. Living in crazy times. If this is the end of the world, like I said, I want you guys to know that I appreciate you. I'll see you on the other side. Bingo, bango, bongo. It's a hammer time. Oh, God. Ugh. Feet, man. Feet are gross. Get your dirty, filthy feet off me, you pig. You disgusting pig. Get your feet off of me. Somebody clip that right there. Actually, I shouldn't be giving you guys ideas. Which is crazy. Let me double check. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. I'm glad I didn't get that stupid vaccine. They probably programmed that to kill people, population control. Yeah, I don't either, man. I don't either. It's just not my thing. It's not my tang. Oh. This is a no-toes zone for sure. For reals. Mr. Matthews, on board now. On board with the conspiracy theoryisms. It's crazy. It's like one of those things where it's like, if one or two things happen, that'd be like a coincidence. You know what I mean? You could, but when it starts happening like a lot, or it starts happening in like different areas where it wouldn't happen, then you start to connect the dots and you're like, wait a minute, something's not right. Something's not right. And they say like, so like when you look at like the history of the world as we know it, as human beings, at first it was, we're only 5,000 years. Humans are only 5,000 years. And then it was like, oh, well, it's 10,000 years. Well, the pyramids are like 30,000 years. So how do you get from there to here, right? How do you go from like ancient Sumerian times and then just black? And then antiquity times, Mayans, Aztecs, Egyptians, ancient Hindu, Indians, and then blank. And then us? What do we know about ourselves? How far back can we actually date? We like to say things like it's 2024 AD after death. Everything else was before Christ. Well, how do we really know that Christ died and it's only been 2025 years? We don't. We don't. And what they're sort of saying is like every 12,000 years, there's like some cataclysmic event. And what we're looking at when we look at, like, let's say the ancient Egyptians, what we're looking at is they had built this civilization up over 12,000 years. There was a cataclysmic event. There was a pause. The people that were left over rebuilt society, and now we're in 2024. And we created all that nonsense in between about, ADs and BCs and most of the history. Guess when our 12,000 years is up? Well, if history is like 10,000 years old, And we've been going for 2,000 years. That would be like 12,000 years. So we're right in that ballpark where we can expect a cataclysmic event that would wipe most of us out. And the survivors, with no tech, no other historical references that we can have, we have to start rebuilding society. It's quite scary if you think about it and you look at the lineage of something. Something was built, there was a blackout period. Something was built, there was a blackout period. And they're always like 11 to 12,000 years apart, which is why we can't hammer down our own history. Like the Egyptians, right? How did they move thousands of tons from one place to another and build these pyramids? In fact, why would you even build a pyramid? Yes, there is a king's chamber and a queen's chamber in the Great Pyramid of Giza, but how many pharaohs were actually buried in that pyramid? It rhymes with 0. So that is there for something else. And they were using some other type of technology, whether they learned it or it was given to them. And then there was a blackout period and it was all lost. And we were left building society back, not knowing or understanding oral traditions, written text, all gone, trying to figure this out. And we still don't know it. We can speculate. We can have theories. We can have nice theories about, the Great Pyramid of Giza being a power plant of some kind. Great. Those are great theories. But why would you build a power plant? What are you building it for? I've often theorized that the Great Pyramid of Giza is more like a docking station for an alien craft. I know that's like way out there, right? And heavy metal is saying that regular humans didn't build the pyramids, which is also a theory. Maybe we think in terms of we have more technology, we're more advanced. Well, perhaps when the Anunnaki came down and blessed the Sumerians, grafted DNA, did all of those things, maybe they had relations with human beings. If they didn't bioengineer human beings, let's pretend that we were here for sake of argument. We were genetically better. And we're getting genetically weaker. Who knows? Think all the diseases, like stuff like ADHD, that wasn't when I was a kid. And that wasn't that long ago. That was, 40 years ago. None of that stuff existed. Postpartum depression, none of that existed in medical terms. So we're getting weaker, perhaps, over time. So regular humans, as we know it, may have not built the pyramids, but if we were better genetically back then during that cycle, maybe there was a way to do it. Maybe we were given technology. Yes, maybe I have been watching too much Ancient Aliens, but even if you think it's all a lie, there has to be some truth there. Maybe you would have been diagnosed with ADD as a kid, but again, it didn't exist. We do so much finagling with our books and our history. This idea, and I'm not going to go down this path, but this idea of transgenderism was a mental disorder. Now it's like normal behavior. Now it's not a mental disorder. And you can feel however you want to feel about that, but we are sort of lessening the standard. You can see it even in like crime. We're lessening the standard. Our own rules that we put in place, we've lessened the standard. Are we diluting our own gene pool? Look at all the crap we put in our bodies. Fast foods. Sugar is like technically the most toxic thing you can put in your body. And they say you put half of your body weight in sugar through your system every year. I'm 240 pounds. That's 120 pounds of sugar that I probably put more through your body. So, and all this stuff was unknown back then, in antiquity or in ancient times. So Yeah, 2012 was a thing, but also the Mayan calendars didn't really account for leap years and that type of stuff. Why don't we have 13 months of 28 days? Why do we have 12 months with, 30, 31 days? I mean, it would even out. We should have 13 months. There are just some things like that that are like really weird that we as a species don't do. And even if you take the pyramids, right? What's one of the big myths about the pyramids is that the pyramids at Giza line up with Orion's belt. Well, if you turn back that magical clock, they actually don't really. It wouldn't have been until the ancient times, not times of antiquity, the ancient times, that it lined up with the belt of Orion. So, are the pyramids older than we think they are? Did the Sumerians, as Heavy Metal is saying, did the Sumerians, the Anunnaki, did they build these things? There was a blank-out period. The Egyptians discovered them, took it as their own, said they built them. We think there was a blackout period. We think that the Egyptians built them because they took credit for it. This is crazy, man. There's a whole bunch of weird shit out there. Yes. And that is, when I was stationed in Japan for 2 years, they do eat better than us. Their portions are smaller. They'll eat like fried food, but all the noodles are fresh, the sauces are fresh. Seafood is obviously big in Japan, and it's all fresh. When I was in Okinawa, it's an island, so you get fresh seafood every day. We adopted the Gregorian calendar. Either way, the Earth goes around the sun every 365 days, which is true. But when you start throwing things off by a day or two, stars kind of get out of alignment by a day or two. So it's easy for someone to say that, the moon cycles why doesn't the moon rotate? Right? The same side of the moon faces us the entire time. What's on the other side of the moon? I watch Transformers. There's some bad stuff over there. It's a secret alien moon base. Yeah, I'm not saying that the Gregorian calendar is bad, but if we didn't adopt that, if history went a different direction and we said 13 months, 28 days, and it also fits within the cycle of the stars and everything else, and you couldn't account for things like that back in the day unless you knew, especially like antiquity and ancient times. Did you hear about the Mayan calendar that accounted for precession? No. That's something that our cycle discovered. Maybe they knew about it. Maybe they didn't. It's weird, man. You start going down the thing. You start going down the old rabbit hole. Ooh, I got a Whatnot notification. Whatnot, let me tell you something. I started getting on Whatnot, signed up, went through the new seller orientation. I've done like 2 or 3 live streams on Whatnot. Like I never use Whatnot. I don't anymore. There is a tower on the moon that, listen. And you know what they say? When you see things like that, and it's, on maybe like on Mars or the moon, oh, well, it's how the lighting affects something and perspective from, come on, bro. We have HD cameras and we can get things from like 30 million feet away at 20,000 angles. You know what I mean? Yes. Here's kind of another thing. We're talking about the moon landing, right? Armstrong, Aldrin, right? So what you're telling me is that we learned everything that we needed to learn from the moon in 1 or 2 visits. Because we've never gone back, as far as we've been told. No, old Reploid V alien said, "Listen, if you guys come back here, we're gonna blow up your planet. Don't ever come back here. We're doing stuff." Oh, okay. Let's spend all this extra money and resources, and we'll go to Mars. You know what I mean? We'll go to a further. We'll stay away from the thing that's the closest to us, and we'll go to the next closest to us. You're telling me in the 60s, we learned everything we needed to know about the moon, and we don't need to go back? I call bullshit. Bull flip and spit. No, man. There's something going on the moon. And the fact that it doesn't rotate, I don't know, man. I'm not buying it. Not buying it. I'm not saying it's like a hollow alien secret space station or anything, but there's definitely something weird. Thumbs up if you think something weird is going on the moon. But see, even that, Greg, listen, we only went to the moon because we were in a war. After the war ended, we weren't competing with anyone, and it was getting too expensive. So in wartime, we have our sights set on space. I know in the 60s it was a little bit different. We wanted to be like pro-America and be the best, but we haven't gone back ever. Not one time. It's weird, man. It's weird. I go to Walmart twice a week. You know, it's bizarre. It's like, oh, we're at war with Russia. We need to be the first people to get to Venus. We would never do that nowadays. So you're right. But in the 60s, they did it. And that's the criminologist in me. I don't care that somebody broke the law, because laws are a man-made construct. And once you say this is the law, someone will eventually break it. I'm more interested in, you knew what the law was. Why did you break it? You know, if we decided as a society, anybody that wears a red shirt tomorrow is going to be put to death, there will be people tomorrow that wear a red shirt knowing damn well what the consequences are. And I want to know why. There are plenty of reasons why. Fuck the government. I'll do whatever I want. This is the only shirt I own. Okay. Now we start to work out exceptions and exclusions and things like that. You know what I mean? Mr. Matthew says, I'm sure we've been back, but there's probably nothing they want to talk about to the public. Possibly. That's the theory. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, okay. So we learned everything that we needed to learn from the moon. The closest thing in space to our planet in 5 visits. I get it. There's only so many rocks and dust you can collect. But we seem to focus in on certain areas, right? Like Sea of Tranquility. Well, why don't we spin that ship around the back ass end and do so? We can't do that. They won't show you pictures of the dark side of the moon, will they? Wonder why. If China and Russia are going to the moon, I'd be shocked if we, and the thing is, bro, is like, are they? Or are they putting on the media propaganda show saying that they are? One of the theories is that we were told in no uncertain words as a country, don't come back to the moon and do exploring. So if there's an ancient alien presence up there, they don't want us back. So, some of these other countries, I don't know. It's weird, man. There's a lot of weird shit going on. The weird factor is out of 10. So who knows? I wish we could find a Stargate like in the movie. Set the hieroglyphs to a certain thing and then boom, go to a different galaxy. We definitely didn't learn everything we need to know. It's only a matter of time before we start mining the moon, especially for helium-3. Well, I don't know who Don Aykroyd is. I don't know who that is. But he sounds like a cool dude. But it's just crazy, you know? Like where I work, they closed down campus on Monday. And they said, well, you know, we have a lot of students, and with all the traffic from the people coming in town for the solar eclipse, we want to make sure that, you know, our students are able to get to their jobs or, you know, pick up their kids. It's like, really? I mean, they were encouraging people to panic buy again. Oh, these out-of-towners coming in. Go to your dollar store, get stock up on toilet paper, get gas on Wednesday or Thursday so you don't have to get it Monday or Tuesday. Like, they made a big, huge thing about it here. And someone asked, like, did they make me get the shot for my work? No. No, I'd never get a shot. Like, look up athletes that are dropping, just passing out. They all were forced to get the shot. Soccer players, tennis players, basketball players, all of it. That what was that guy's name? Damar Hamlin from the Buffalo Bills that collapsed during a Cincinnati Bengals Monday night game. He didn't even get hit that hard. Got the shot. These are young men and women in their prime who work out often, who are diet conscious, you know, and they're falling over. And then that one dude I saw was, you might be able to find it on YouTube, but I heard his video was kind of taken off YouTube, where he went to the autopsies of these people that are dying, and he started to pull out these like threads from their necks. And what happened was, because of the shot, it created a protein in their necks that cut off the airflow or the blood flow to their brain, and that's why they were passing out. And the doctors were told to not disclose that information. But he started pulling these strands of basically plastic material out of these people's bodies. He's got them in jars. He's got hundreds of them. You know? What if there's something in that shot that the Illuminati, the rich, the elite, they could release something in the air that would trigger something in the shot that you got that would shut you down? Population control. Things are getting out of hand. Corporations are getting out of hand. Governments are getting out of hand. And if they shut that down and hit the reset button on it, they're going to be the ones that crawl out of their holes and take control of the entire planet. Wasn't going to do it. All part of the agenda. If they, you know, my daughter went to a convention and they told her she had to have the shot and she had to have a med card. And I talked to her. I mean, she's 16, so we had a talk. And she said that she wanted to go and she would get the shot. So I let her get the shot. But again, why? Why would you need a shot to go to a convention? If it's that goddamn dangerous, don't have the convention. But they wanted to force this shot on people. Absolute crazy town. There's a reason for it. It's essentially a flu shot. Why don't they push that hard for the flu shot every year? Oh, the shot doesn't stop you from getting COVID. It doesn't stop you from transmitting COVID. Then what is it good for? Reducing your risk? 90% of the population is at low risk anyway. Children, elderly, people with maybe like asthma or breathing problems or something like that, maybe. But why were they forcing it so hard on us? You get a meningitis vaccine? Yeah, crazy, man. There's a reason they wanted to do all that. And isn't it weird that all of that lined up with the end of the Trump administration and the beginning of this like liberal destruction era? It all lined up. It's weird, man. And you remember you had people on the liberal media, and I'm not saying like liberal or conservative media, but on the liberal media especially, and they were like, "Oh, we should force people to get the shot." What? You sound like a bunch of fucking Nazis right now. If you don't get the shot, then you're killing people. Really? Really? It doesn't stop me from getting it, and it doesn't stop me from transmitting it. So, yeah, all of the lies surrounding COVID, it was all there for a reason. All pops up out of a lab in Wuhan, China. Trump gets criticized for calling it the China flu. It's the China flu. It's going to be crazy. It's the China flu, right? But Dr. Fauci is investing in it. All of his successful, rich, behind the scene cloak and dagger Confederates, they're all sort of investing in this research. Yeah, I don't know, Greg. You know, I work at a college, so it might be different, but I mean, I don't know of any shot that is required by a school, other than maybe like the polio vaccine. Again, some of these vaccines that we're talking about have like a lot of history behind them. It was all of a sudden COVID. All of a sudden, yeah, we got a vaccine. We just made a vaccine. We got a vaccine. Of course we do. And COVID-19, that means there was probably 18 other attempts before they got to COVID-19. WD-40 didn't start off as WD-40. It started off as WD-1, then 2, then 3, and 37, 38, 39, all the way to 39 failures before they figured it out. I don't know if Trump would have enforced it. But then you get these people like Don Lemon, wear a mask or we're all going to die. But then he goes to fucking Florida where he's hanging out at a resort with no mask on. You can't trust the media. Yeah, you can't, yeah, because the polio vaccine's been around for how long? We've had mumps and measles vaccines for how long? Everybody with a brain should know that if you go get a flu shot every year, that doesn't guarantee that you're not going to get the flu. They're putting in your body what they feel are the 3 or 4 most common likely flu strains for the year, and they're hoping that if they dose you with it, your body will build up an immunity so you don't get the flu. Yes. And how long has like a tetanus shot or a polio shot been around? They have decades of research that they can look back at and say, the benefits sort of outweigh the risk here. All of a sudden, there was this magic new fucking virus floating around the world, and they had a shot for it. But they can't cure AIDS or cancer. You know why? Because there's no money to be made in the cure. The money is in treating the disease. Yeah, it's all cloak and dagger. It's all lies, man. It's all it is. So I'm one of those people, like, I don't really get sick. Usually like winter, spring, when the weather sort of breaks, I kind of get stuffed up for a couple days, or in summer, fall, when the weather breaks, I kind of get stuffed up for a couple days. But I don't really get sick a lot. Usually my daughter gets it or the wife gets it and then passes it on to me. You know what I mean? Because I'm pretty standard on washing my hands, maybe using some hand sanitizer, Yes. All the COVID stuff has a bunch of redacted stuff on it, which is crazy. So, yeah, all of a sudden a phantom disease shows up and they've got a cure right away. How long did it take them to make any type of progress for AIDS? How many trillions, maybe gazillions of dollars have been put into cancer research? Can't fix that? Really? But some 90-year-old who wants to, get a hooker for the night, we can give him a little blue pill. We can sell that to him at $40 a pill. You know what I mean? Like, it's all shady. I also hate insurance companies. People don't know this. You pay taxes. Those taxes go to the government. The government subsidizes these insurance companies, Blue Cross, Anthem, United Healthcare. Then what do? They take money out of your paycheck. Then when you have to go to the doctor, a copay, right? So you've paid again. Then you go to your pharmacy to get your pills. By the time you actually get the goddamn care you need, you've paid 4 times. You've paid for taxes, you've paid through your paycheck, you paid your copay, and you paid the pill fee. What's on my shelf says Pfizer testified to the, I'd like to see how that goes. Greg says differences was the first time and vaccine was controversial. It was definitely the first time a vaccine. Political, I wouldn't disagree, but I would say that this was a major event where social media and the internet was very prominent in spreading information or misinformation, depending on what you take. So, yeah, politics is always going to be a part of it. But man, when any idiot can get on the internet, when any celebrity can get on the internet and say, if you like Howard Stern, we should make them take it and kill them if they don't. Really? Really? I mean, aren't you Jewish? Didn't the Nazis sort of say the same thing to your race? So why would you say that to someone else? You big, tall, big bird looking dumpy motherfucker. Yeah. How Biden and Harris are saying they would not take any vaccine that Trump came up with. And then as soon as Trump was out of office, again, pushing their agenda. Yeah, for sure. And what's on my shelf is talking about right now is like, they're saying that they didn't have time to adequately test any of their, vaccines and the time that they were given. So who knows what they were giving you? High level conspiracy theory. Was there a piece of nanotech in that shot that was sent from Pfizer? And now there's a piece of nanotech in your body that they can, I mean, I'm not worried about tracking. They track us every day. So that should be the new normal. But again, what if they release something else that triggers that nanotech to do something to your body, to shut down your brain, to clog your heart, to attack your kidneys, destroy your liver? I mean, you don't know. And you can't trust them. You can't trust any of them. So I'm saying, like, when the world goes to shit, all rally around my house. I got guns and shit. I got this. And I know Death ran Ninja Gaiden. So that'll help us out in the apocalypse, I'm sure. In case we run into Jackie O. But the Republicans are no better. I'm going to go bang on liberals. I mean, I could for the next 12 hours, but I won't. How true is it that the police cruisers have automatic facial recognition software that scans passerbys on the street? Well, I will say that license plate readers have been a thing for a while. That will read a license plate and it'll pop up on the dashboard on the laptop in the cruiser. Who it is, if they got warrants, suspended driver's license. Facial recognition, I wouldn't say that all police departments have it. We definitely have it on our campus cameras. And not only will it identify you as, who you are, but it will also detect anomalies. It's 90 degrees outside and you walk in with military boots, camouflage fatigues, and a trench coat, and you're holding your arm over your right side. It will trigger that, and dispatch it'll go, and it'll show dispatch exactly where you are, what you're doing, and it'll actually call the other cameras to hone in on that position and watch you as you move, as we send officers. Obviously 90 degrees, you're dressed like that, you're wearing, you're doing like this. It's a suspicious activity for school shootings. If it picks up a weapon, what it might identify as a weapon, it'll do the same thing. So we're definitely up there. Columbus State is awesome. My holster now, we got new body cameras, right? So in the past, in a lethal encounter, deadly situation, I would have to hit my body camera and then draw, and then get master grip, find sight alignment, sight picture, use trigger breath control, bang, bang, right? Put the bad guy down. Now the cameras are so smart that it knows when I break the gun from the holster. So I don't have to do this. So that's a micro muscle movement that I don't have to do anymore. So I can just draw and punch out, and it will automatically turn on the body camera. They're not annoying to wear. You do start to feel like RoboCop a little bit because you got this piece of metal right here, and then we've got Bluetooth radios, so we don't have the cord. My radio, I just have like a little button right here, like a mic, and then my regular radio is attached to the back of the duty gear, so I can 105 radio. Go ahead and mark me out, traffic stop sign violation, Ohio license plate, whatever, but they're not so much annoying, but I wish they wouldn't design them to fit on your chest pocket. Because as a firearms instructor, when I draw, like watch, okay, so my body camera, it would be like the R and the E on Back to the Future, right? So I'm gonna draw a firearm. Can you see the R and the E? If you can't, the R and the E can't see you. So I wish they would design those to be somewhere else, maybe attached to the belt, facing up, and they're all that like wide walleye vision camera, so you get a big picture. So it's just not feasible to have it right here. The second thing, so I draw, say I need to run to my cruiser, I pop open the trunk, I grab the plate carrier, I throw the plate carrier over. Now the camera is behind the plate carrier. So what do I have to do? I have to take the plate carrier, or I have to take the camera off, throw the plate carrier on, then mount the camera to the plate carrier, grab the rifle, charge it, sling it, do all those things. So again, it's more of an economy of motion and muscle memory type issue with the body cameras. I kind of wish they were mounted somewhere else. We could find a better way to do that. Some of those agencies have those glasses that they wear. They have like it almost looks like a pen sticking over their ear. It has like the camera and the light right here, which is okay. But if you get into a tussle, or maybe you're doing a foot pursuit and those things fly off, now you've lost your camera. You know what I mean? So 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I don't mind the body camera so much. But yeah, great question. Mr. Matthews says, yeah, I'm not a big fan of any politician. Just because one side says more stuff I like to hear doesn't mean listen. I think we can all agree that both sides are bad. And most of us, this is like the weirdest thing, that we haven't figured this out as a country yet. Most of us, if here's the left and here's the right, most of us are like in here. You got your 10% extremists on this side, right? Like you got your crazy neo-Nazi KKK people that we all hate on this side. Then you got your blue hairs. Everything's a goddamn pronoun gender battle, right? We all hate those people, but most of us are like right in the middle. We're sensible. You can have an opinion on gun control. I'm not for gun control. You can have an opinion about abortion. I'm absolutely against abortion, but that doesn't mean that I think that you're a bad person or anything because you think a certain way. But these 10%, this 10%, this 10%, They want you to feel that way. And it's bullshit because we have the power to destroy them, which is crazy because they only represent 20%, 25% of the total population. And we're letting those dickbags rule everything. You know, you can feel how you want to feel on illegal immigration or criminal immigrants. We got this guy who works in our physical plant. His name's Juan, real nice guy, immigrated here, went through the whole process. And he says that this criminal immigrant thing needs to be taken care of immediately because he has family in Ecuador that have been on the list for like 3 years. And because of all these criminal immigrants coming across the border, his family who have filled out the paperwork, they've been vetted, they're ready to come here, they can't get into the country. So the people that we've actually deemed, yes, you can come in our country, now we're saying, no, you wait, and we'll give all these free services to people that broke the law to get here. By the way, Democrats every 4 years, this is what Malcolm X said. The biggest threat to the black community is the white liberal. They come in every 4 years and they smile like foxes because they promise them jobs, education, training, and services they never deliver. And this time around, not only did they not deliver, but they are moving criminal immigrants next door to American citizens and giving them free healthcare, free education, free phones, free internet, free lodging, and debit cards, prepaid debit cards. So they're giving all of this stuff away to people that broke the law to get here and telling our inner city communities, you get nothing. And as someone that is an American and as someone that served this country, I feel that that is completely and utterly wrong. If we have inner city populations who need jobs, training, services, and education, and they need the funds to do it, we should stop sending trillions of dollars to Ukraine where all that money is getting funneled away and give it to Americans. I'm not saying that those people that broke the law to get here can't be here. What I'm saying is they have to wait their turn like everybody else. Okay? My grandmother immigrated here from Germany. She went through Ellis Island, took the classes, took the tests. She has that little flag with the 48 stars on it because we didn't have 50 states yet at that time in this country, and did it the right way. Raised a family, did the whole thing. I'm not saying that people can't come here, but you have to do it the right way within the confines of our law. And if we're going to say that we're a nation of laws, and you're going to expect me to go out there and uphold these laws, then those laws have to be upheld equally for everybody. Lady Justice should be blind. These folks, there was a reason why we had a remain in Mexico order, and Mexico complied because Trump was going to tariff the shit out of them if Mexico let all these criminal immigrants come over. Do you see these caravans of people coming from anywhere? When you look at the videos of these criminal immigrants, do you see families or do you see men in their 20s to 30s? You gotta look at it for what it is. I'm not saying believe the right or believe the left. You have to do your own independent research, sift through the bullshit, which most people don't want to do. So they just, I listen to MSNBC and that's the truth. I listen to Fox News. That's the truth. If you don't do your own independent research and figure out what's going on, then you will never have the most informed opinion on the issue that you can have. And like I said, it's terrible. You know, it's terrible. And what Dems don't understand is say we want to rebuild Chicago. That's the closest big city to me, right? Crime's out of control. You got to hold juveniles and criminals accountable. You can't let violent criminals out of jail for no bond, no bail, so they can go commit more crimes. Okay, you can't do that. You've got to arrest these people. You have to remove these criminal immigrants. They're costing too much. They're causing too much problems. Anybody hear about MS-13 gangs that are infiltrating these cities? New York has a big problem with another gang. I can't remember the name right now. It's a huge problem, and you will never be able to make headway with American citizens. But Dems do not want to give big companies any sort of tax break. If you want Amazon, this is the jobs that I want in the inner city. I want these people to have good union jobs that are competitive wages for their area, that have a retirement at the end, healthcare, dental, vision, all of that stuff, right? But you can't do that without giving a company like Amazon or Walmart or any of these companies. I don't know if Walmart has a union. I don't know. But let's just say Amazon does. Let's pretend for the sake of argument that Amazon does. They have a union. Amazon's going to want to come in there, and they're going to want the government to build the facility or at least pay for most of it. They're going to want 20 or 25-year tax abatement, which means they're not paying taxes. But think of all the people that get jobs, that get retirement, that get benefits in that community that can be reinvested in that community. The Dems are so against big corporations having any type of tax breaks. And that's not the way this country was built. Okay. Companies, those big companies, they always got tax breaks. They always got preferential treatment, but it was at the benefit of the employee. Okay. It's bizarre that they don't want that. And they promise it to inner city populations every 4 years: jobs, training, education, services. And they never fucking deliver. What's the unemployment rate now? What was the unemployment rate when Trump was in? What was the unemployment rate when Obama was in? You will see that Trump was actually trying to create jobs. Was he the best at it? No. Is he a pain in the ass because he's snarky on Twitter and says dumb stuff? Yeah. But was he willing to put Mexico in place, pay tariffs, or we're not doing this? What did they want to do? They remained in Mexico. They didn't want to pay those tariffs. He kept Russia aside. Didn't he sign? There was a peace treaty in Afghanistan or something with some of those groups out there. So while the progress you could criticize on how he did it, the progress got made. It's crazy, especially when we're talking about insurance companies. Obama's the one that put us on Obamacare. Why? You can't have private insurance charging people, whatever it is a month. Mine's like, I want to say like $318 or something for the month, and then have a public assistance like Medicaid and Medicare and expect that to be balanced. It has to be one or the other. I will bend on this when it comes to our I'm more of a Republican, so our friends across the aisle, we should go to a free healthcare system. I'll pay what I'm paying now as long as I'm getting the service that I'm getting to the government, so I don't have to pay the fucking insurance companies because I hate them more than anything. Yeah, and that's terrible because all those resources that were there to build the wall that were just sitting there in like Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Biden sold them for pennies on the dollar. Just like Biden sold our federal oil reserve, he kind of put it back into our system so we could have lower gas prices, even though gas prices are still higher. You can't close a pipeline because you're saying it's, Russian oil when we only get 5% of our oil from Russia. Open the Keystone Pipeline. Get these people back to work. Get these American citizens back to work. And then just take the 5% of oil that we get from Russia and sell it or something. Put it in a reserve. Thank you, Russia, for filling up our reserves. Jackasses. But they don't think like that. Everything is an argument with your spouse, with the liberals, and everything is a matter of warfare with the Republicans. Like, most of us are in the middle. Most of us will compromise. Neither of these two groups will, which is why they're so shitty at their fucking jobs that they've run this country into the ground. Yes, Heavy Metal says all these illegals crossing the border are fighting age men. Yes. Why? Why are they here? You know what I mean? Like, what, again, the criminologist in me understands that it's going to happen. Like, we understand that when you have an open border policy, all these people are going to cross the border. But specifically, why are these men here? But this happens a lot, Greg. Just a month ago, Congress wrote a bipartisan bill that addressed most of the border issues. I'm guessing mostly written by Republicans. A certain ex-president told them not to pass it, and that's sad, right? And you see this a lot. So here's one thing that involves me, right? As a police officer, they want to talk about qualified immunity. Let's get rid of it. Well, Senator Tim Scott put together a bill. This was a couple years ago, where he would lessen qualified immunity. Now, Senator Scott's a pretty smart guy, okay? And every Democrat that said that they wanted qualified immunity changed voted that bill down. Why? Because qualified immunity affects all elected officials as well. So it would affect them. So if they didn't get qualified immunity, then they didn't want it. Mind you, judges and district attorneys have what's called absolute immunity. If I don't want to prosecute that guy and I let him go and he goes and murders 5 more people, I'm not on the hook for that. Here's what the Democrats don't understand. As a police officer, I'll tell you right now, get rid of qualified immunity. Get rid of it all across the board. Every politician, every elected official, no more qualified immunity. The police, I'm actually still covered because the Democrats are so stupid that they don't do their research. I'm covered under what's called the good faith exception. If I do my job within the confines of the policies and procedures and laws, and something gets fucked up, I still can't be held liable. But they're so geared in on qualified immunity because this is what they have told these inner city populations to fight against. Oh, cops get qualified immunity. Qualified immunity is bad. Get rid of it. Good faith exception. I'm good. But they don't really want to get rid of it. They just want to rile up the inner city communities and cause chaos there so they can say, here's the chaos, and then we're doing this over here. Now, mind you, the Democrats are doing it now. When the Republicans are in power, they do the same thing, just in a different way. Again, not better or worse, but it is what it is. When most of us live not here, we live here, right? Most of us are just trying to make it through our day. Go to work, get a paycheck, pay for food, pay our bills, maybe some extra bucks, some fazoli's, for the weekend. But yeah, you can't operate a country like this and have it be sustained. It is absolute nonsense. And it's damning. I never thought we would get to a point in this country, and it's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. What the world's coming to. Richmond, north of Richland, man. That's a great song, by the way. Very spot on. Very spot on. Heavy Metal says, my dude, how would Heavy Metal talk? Would he talk like James Hetfield? My dude, I feel like you're my clone. Yeah, listen, common sense, man. You know what I mean? Like you can balance. You can give a little. I can feel this way about gun control, but I understand what you're saying about abortion, even though I don't agree. You know what I mean? Like that's how we can do it. My thing is, why are we sending money overseas to countries that vote against us? In United Nations, sessions. How can we be expected to take care of the world when we can't take care of ourselves? 1 in 4 children in this country go to bed hungry. I have 3. They're well fed, those little fat fuckers. So someone else's kid just went to bed hungry tonight. And I guarantee you it's nobody in my zone, because we all know each other and we take care of each other. You know who it is? It's probably some single mom who's struggling to make ends meet, that you raise the fucking grocery prices on, can't get her kids to school on time because of gas prices, has to choose, has to make those choices. Should I put gas in the car or should I buy food? That person, or single dad, don't mean to, genderize here, but that's the kid that's going to bed hungry. I don't know where they are. Listen, we got a whole thing of SpaghettiOs and ramen. We got, I can make a grilled cheese sandwich, some pasta or something. But yeah, I mean, you got to be kidding me. 1 in 4 children, one in 4 of our children in this country go to bed hungry. And we're sending trillions and billions and quadrillions of dollars overseas. And most of that money is getting siphoned away and misused. We should be embarrassed of ourselves that we let our children go to bed hungry. Some homeless guy goes to bed hungry. We can't help that. That person may have chose to be on the streets, refuses to get help, whatever it is. Our children, 1 in 4 of our children go to bed hungry. How many kids do you know? How many kids do you have in your family? 20? With stepkids and nieces and nephews? That means that there are 5 other kids out there that just went to bed hungry. Unacceptable. It's fucking unacceptable. Slightly off topic, but have you noticed that people who more or less agree on political, social issues tend to fall into groups with yes. Yes. And one of my weird theories before let me do Heavy Metal Gamer here. You shouldn't have to choose between food and bills. There's a way too much money in this country. Yeah, they wasted it, man. Yeah. If they can send, I saw a great meme. If they can afford to send trillions of tax dollars overseas, you're paying too much in taxes. But yes, that's what happens, Mr. Matthews. And that's not what's going to happen. So yes, people that watch liberal media fall into the liberal thing. People that are like super hardcore conservatives, they fall into that, and they all sort of group up, which is interesting because from a sociological perspective, the whole world goes to shit tomorrow. We're going to use tribalism as a way to get by. And tribalism is not based on race or religion. It's based on, can you help our team? Are you a water purification guy? Are you a communications guy? Are you an electronics guy? Do you have medical training? Do you have firearms training, military training? If you do, you're on our team. I don't care what you look like. I don't care what your race, religion, anything like that is. If you got the skills to help the team, then we're going to grow together and be safe. What they've done is they've said, you are a group here and you are a group here and you are not allowed to mix, is what they've done. It's very, very fucking dangerous. Because there may be people in this group, right? This conservative group, we were all in the military. We all have training, okay? We have no qualms about shooting bad people doing bad things. But in the liberal group, there may be educators or people with medical training. What they're saying is that we can't group together. And if we do, then you are somehow a traitor to your political party. And that is fucking dumb. And no, Heavy Metal Gamer, you should not have to choose between food or bills in this country. Now, I'm okay. You know, we buy food or whatever, but there should, none of our children should go to bed hungry. A single mother or single dad should not have to worry about if, you know, they're able to get food or do they need $200 to get their kids, you know, into baseball or dance or whatever. That's what I want my tax dollars to go for. Not some bullshit war in the Ukraine, not some nonsense somewhere else. American tax dollars should stay in this country. All of our our GDP, you know, we sell oil, we do these things. That is what we should be. Tourism, you know, that kind of stuff. That is all money that should be going elsewhere if we choose to spend it. But if it were me, I would cut it off immediately. There would be no more foreign spending. Personality types. I don't know. That's more of a deep sociological kind of thing because you have to kind of analyze who's what type. But I think it's like those of us that are in the middle understand the value of humanity and understand the value of each other. The people on the other ends, far left, far right, they don't. They're right. Everybody else is wrong, including you. Including you, even if you're on their side. Like they have completely thrown you away as a human being. And they don't think that you have value because you believe differently than them. Us in the middle, everybody has value. Everybody can contribute and bring something. That's what fucking middle class, man. That's what makes us great. We adapt, we overcome, We build communities. And now they have completely fucked it up. They've given us one option. Wait until the day. And when the day happens, it's not going to be good. Because the majority of us are in the middle. We're only talking about 20, 25% on both sides. So 12.5%, 12.5%. All of us in the middle, no, that's dumb. We're not doing that anymore. I don't get to play a 6-year-old girl softball anymore because I feel like a woman. What's that? You're a neo-Nazi? Okay, we're going to beat the shit out of you. Fuck you. We don't need your bullshit. And we will rebuild society 100 times better. We have a rule on the range when we go to firing range. Leave the range better than you found it. And that's what this group of people would probably do. We'll leave the planet better than we found it. Yes. And that's the thing, right? So Monday, when everybody's doing this, I want to know what's going on over here. I mean, that's great commentary. Yeah, for sure. Mr. Matthews, listen, you can believe, right? If we're all in the middle, this middle group that makes up the vast majority, you can believe whatever you want, man. But work still has to get done. Things need to be done. So we work hand in hand with people that are diverse from us. And diverse doesn't mean race, religion, gender, any of that shit. Diversity is only something that makes another group different than another group. If we're all Ohio State Buckeye fans in here, we're one group. There's a group over there that are Michigan Wolverine fans, even though they suck and they're dumb and we hate them and they're stupid. We still validate them as another group, as a diverse group. And then we look for value. What can they do to help us? What can we do to help them? That's community building 101. I mean, that's literally sociology 101. Long time ago, some guy named Bill Shakespeare wrote "The City is Life" in describing urban sociology. The city is life. 4 words. And we had to write papers on those 4 words and how urban development happens. It's crazy. Yeah, I wouldn't send any dollars overseas. I would say, listen, we're tapped out. Until we figure out our own problems, we're not sending any money. The one positive of funding Ukraine is that it's creating jobs in the U.S. because we need to supply all the ammo, weapons, all the stuff that we're donating for free and not turning a profit on to help any of those people. What happens when the war is over? Those people just go back to being unemployed? Like, what's the long-term plan for that? Someone that was in the military, I can tell you, like, you want a certain amount of ammunition in your armory. Like, I ran the military police armory. We like to have double rounds. So every gun that we have that we use for patrol, we want to have double ammo. When we have SWAT teams or special reaction teams, they got shotguns, MP5s, things that normal patrol guys don't use. We want to make sure that we have double ammo in case they need ammo to go to the range, in case something happens, in case the station armory runs short. We want to make sure that we have ours. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's a whole thing when we're talking about all that stuff. So, but we are, though. But we are. We aren't sending them money. We're sending them supplies, which cost money. So I would disagree with that, Greg. I would say that the U.S. government has engaged in sending money to the Ukraine, which is not being spent appropriately. The second part of that is people donated to all of these, online charities to help Ukraine. So that there was money donated, and none of those people know where their donations went to. Sure, they can say, yeah, we're going. It's for infant care in the Ukraine. Do you know that your dollar went to infant care in the Ukraine, or was your dollar siphoned down to about 30 cents, which was then donated somewhere, but 70 cents on the dollar was kept by the people in charge of the Ukraine, which is what I would believe typically happens. And I believe that doesn't just happen with Ukraine, that happens everywhere else. You know what I mean? If we sent money to Venezuela or we wouldn't send money to China, but everybody gets their little piece of it before it finally gets to its final destination. So yeah, and it's the same thing though. The personal donations and the government checks, you don't know. And then we got this whole thing where Hunter Biden was placed in charge of this company, and they gave the Ukraine $5 million or whatever it was, and then all of a sudden, when Biden got into office, a couple years later, the Bidens received a payment of like $5.5 million, whatever it was. So they loaned money out, they loaned our tax dollars out, and then they turned a profit on it as a family. And I'm not saying nobody else does that. I'm just saying they're stupid and they got caught. Just me, though. But the donation thing is like that everywhere, right? Like if you donated $1 right now on a super chat, YouTube would get 40% of that. That's why I will never ask you to make a donation. And if we do charity streams or something like that, I will leave a link to the James Cancer Hospital. I'll leave a link to the James Cancer Hospital. I'll just tell you to go to the link. You go there and you could donate. You know what I mean? So yeah, absolute crazy town, right? We're going deep into the rabbit hole. Deep into that rabbit hole. Too funny, man. Some of the memes on Facebook are phenomenal. Phenomenal. So check this one out. I'll tell you this one. So this one says, "Who thought this was a good idea for my 5th birthday?" And it's like Chuck E. Cheese, And the shirt says, "Dick the birthday boy." So I left a comment and I said, "Punctuation matters." Dick, period. The birthday boy. Yeah. Crazy, man. Crazy town. We live in crazy times, bro. What are we going to do? It's the end of the world. The end of the world. It is 1:37 in Ohio, which means, what do we got? 24 hours, 36 hours, like 37 hours before the solar eclipse. Mr. Matthew says that's Rich from Redler Mania. Is it really? The kid in the picture? Crazy. All right. Take a break. I'll be right back. And if you guys have any topics you want to talk about, leave it in the comment down below. What's everyone playing? I'm going to play Marvel vs. Capcom on Dreamcast. Leave it below. We'll sort that out, and we'll call it a night. All right, let's catch up. Joe Boo needs a refill. Red Letter Media. Never heard of it. Super Mario Sunshine and a bunch of N64 games. Well, we were talking about N64 earlier. I feel there are some games on the N64 that I've never beat that I need to. A little game called Ocarina of Time. GoldenEye 007. Perfect Dark. I feel that I need to go through Mischief Makers. You know? Oh, someone posted this? Oh, no. Go back. It says Ukrainian mail order brides 1/4 off special, which is horrible. But I mean, look at that chick. I mean, I wouldn't say no, you know. Let's have a couple shots and see where this goes. Mario Kart, yeah, I beat that one. I love that game. Diddy Kong Racing, I have not beaten that game, although I don't really have a lot of experience with that game. Oh, there used to be a time, guys, where I'd like pre-game with a 12-pack. You know what I mean? Like 5 beers in, I'm starting to get some heartburn. Getting old. Don't get old. That's my advice. You want to get good at video games, don't die. You want to get good at life, don't get old. So, that's my advice. All right. Anything else? We have any? What did we cover tonight? Jet Pyrie came in. He's always a good guest. Love that guy. Shode came in. Nice to have Shode in the community. He's always welcome. We talked about the retro gaming community and how it sucks now. Talk conspiracy theories. Hopefully we don't all die on Monday. Some politics stuff. Why the U.S. government sucks. Talked about body cameras. A hot take on gaming. Well, here's a hot take. Some people in the community are not going to like this. With the exception of very few, Linda is definitely one of those very few because she's an actual gamer. She plays games. Most of the women in the gaming community are show ponies. They are there for views and subs and donations. Lady Decade, zero respect. Not a gamer. Destiny FOMO, not a gamer. Doesn't play games. In fact, it came out that her boyfriend was playing the games and she was just doing talkovers of the, every time that she's doing an interview, she's always like looking up. So I think women in gaming get a bad rap, especially the real women gamers. And I have a lot of respect for them because they're in a man's world. But I will also say that they don't take the time to beat Ninja Gaiden or Battletoads or Ghosts and Goblins. Destiny FOMO did not beat Battletoads. She may have had a video where the game Battletoads was beaten, but she didn't beat Battletoads. There's no way. And I get it. It's tough for women in this industry. And it's tough for women in our community. But the ones that put in the work, like Linda beats a ton of games every year. Like she always beats like 100 games a year. It's impressive. She's one of the most impressive individuals on YouTube. but she's not going to get on camera and show her boobs and, cater to simps, which is what I respect about her. She's a real fucking gamer. And it's hard for her. And I'm sorry for that. But most of the women in the gaming community are fake as fuck. And I guess it goes both ways. There are a lot of men in the gaming community that are fake as fuck. They don't play games. They don't beat games. They repeat things that they heard. You watch one review, they repeat the same thing in the next review. And yeah, it's crazy. And we as men sometimes we've set up that gate where you got to be in the boys club. But there are some real women gamers out there. And unfortunately, they don't get a lot of support or love that some of these other women get, because some of those other women are looking for views only, for donations, wear our low cut tops, Sniper Wolf. Then it come out that she wasn't actually playing the games that she was, supposedly playing. Greg says, who's Linda? Linda the gamer gal. One of the all-time greats, man. Again, never heard of her, right? She just posted a video. Well, I guess now it was yesterday morning. Every month she posts a video about the games that she beat in that month. And it's never like one or two games. You know what I'm saying? Pick up what I'm putting down. She beats a lot of games. And I'm not going to say that if you don't play Ninja Gaiden games or Castlevania games and you're not a real gamer. But I think there's a difference between a woman gamer that wants to stream Fortnite and Apex Legends and that shit every night versus a woman gamer that will actually put in the work and play through like Castlevania or some other type of game like that. You know what I mean? That is a real test of gaming skill. So Oak City Gamer is here. What's up, man? He said talking about men, me having a boys club and how I only let women into it. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. But I think there's a lot of once the money started coming into the gaming community, people started to develop ways to get money out of the gaming community. You know what I mean? And it was by any means necessary. He's a Sniper Wolf is a real gamer. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. You can listen. She can come over. She can plop right down in the old lazy boy over there. I'll fire up Contra. She can hit the start button, and we'll see what's up. So I just don't. So that's my hot take. I guess, if that's a hot take. God of War, yeah. Oak Matt says he moved on from video games. Jen from Retro Rivals, also a real gamer. Yes. You know why? Because Adventure Island is one of the hardest video games that's on the Nintendo. It is brutally difficult. Even with the Infinite Continue Hudson B, and she beat that game. So yes, Jen from Retro Rivals, she's awesome. She's a real gamer. We love having her in the community, even though I don't really watch a lot of their videos. But I know you know them and you're friends with them. But it's really about putting in the work and not being a show pony on the internet in this community. For me, anyway. Obviously, it's worked out for a lot of these people like Destiny FOMO and Sniper Wolf to, when I game, I don't typically throw on a low-cut shirt to play my games, right? There's no need for that. You can throw on a regular T-shirt. You can be a regular person, but you're not. You're trying to be some Sims fucking fantasy and get money out of them, oh my God, I forgot. Do you nerd? Lacey's a real gamer. She'll play games, man. Lace. And like I said, they don't get the respect that they deserve. and it's unfortunate. I beat Adventure Island this year. I turned it off, turned off the TV, sat right over here on the couch, and I had to sit in silence for about 20 minutes. That was one of the most mentally draining games that I've ever played. I think Adventure Island is harder than Ghosts and Goblins. Adventure Island, definitely harder than Ninja Gaiden 3. Definitely harder than Silver Surfer. Now, mind you, no death run Silver Surfer. I did a 1 death run of Ninja Gaiden 3, and it's because of the timer in Ninja Gaiden 3 on that last level. It's brutal. If you got to do the whole thing on 1 timer. It's very difficult. But you're able to beat it. It's Linda, Jen, Lacey, all real gamers. I'm not talking about them. Okay. I'm talking about here's my boobies, give me $5. Or I'm going to pretend to be a gamer and do voiceover of game footage that my boyfriend did. It's crazy. I wish we could stop that. I wish we could celebrate these people over here, these women over here, and swipe these women aside. You know? J-Love, real gamer. Well, at least she used to be. I haven't talked to her. I don't know if she plays games, but yeah. It's crazy. That's my hot take. And here's another hot take. Retro is better than modern. Nintendo through 6th generation will always be better than the newest PlayStation console that came out with its online bullshit, with its downloads only, all that. Retro generation that we consider Nintendo through 6th generation is the best. Is the best generation in gaming. If someone were to get into gaming, even though prices are high, it's hard to find, all that stuff that we talk about, I would say identify the retro game consoles and go for it. Certainly Saturn, Sega CD, TurboGrafx, probably not for everybody, but there are a lot of great games on Nintendo all the way up through PlayStation 2 that are $15 or less games that are great games and they're accessible to everybody. So, yeah, crazy town. Oak City with a 99-cent dono. Thanks, Matty P. He said oh no, now I feel bad. The last $1 you have, I'll PayPal you later. Mr. Matthews says, Adventure Island is ridiculously hard. I had to practice for hours before you got to know death run on that? That's impressive. Yeah, no, I beat Adventure Island after like a gajillion continues, but I'm not going to go back to try and 1cc it or no death run it, man. That game, I'm done. I'm done with Adventure Island. Greg wants to know, great question. What is my favorite generation? I spend most of my time in the 6th generation. Yeah, man, it's tough. It's tough. I would also say that here's the thing though. My favorite generation, probably 6th generation. But out of those consoles, I really only play PlayStation 2. I would say that a good generation for me, like even Nintendo Master System, Atari 7800, I really only play Nintendo. I would say that the 4th generation, Genesis, Super Nintendo, and TurboGrafx 16, I'm more susceptible to play games on one of those 3 consoles. Which is crazy. Although I would say 5th is good for me because I like PlayStation 1 games and the Nintendo 64. So yeah, that's a tough question because I think the best generation for sure is the 6th generation. My favorite generation, man, I would say, God, that's tough, man. That's tough. I'll go with 6th. I think. I mean, I did play Dreamcast today, beat Gunbird 2, which is fucking brutal. There's no reason for a game to be made that way. Like, could you imagine? This is what Gunbird does. The first 3 or 4 levels, infinite continues. You pick up where you died from, right? Then you get to the last 3 levels, and if you lose all your lives, you go back to the beginning of the level. Could you imagine playing like what's the game that you get? Can you imagine playing Adventure Island and you get the Hudson Bee and you've got unlimited continues, and you get to the last 3 levels, and they say nope, no more unlimited continues. You got to start at the beginning of the level every time you die. No checkpoints. You got to start at the beginning of the world. What's that? You made it to 8-4 and died? Oh, you got to go back to 8-1. Fucking murder myself. Gunbird. He says, seriously kidding. I wouldn't even think about it. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I saw Solid Nate's no death run. Very impressive. Oak City Gamers. The dollar makes me feel better about this whole exchange, seeing I can never pay you back for being as awesome as you are. Oh, thank you, buddy. X's and O's. You can come over and cuddle. I jumped the shark twice? Man, I was shooting for 4 times. Really? Your hot take is that CRTs are overrated for retro gaming? Wow, I'd love to hear that. I like, listen, I got the Sharp NES TV here. I got my flat screen here. It's just, for me, it's convenience, right? So I can watch football, and then, I got a CRT over here where I can play my consoles on, but there are some things with newer TVs that I don't particularly like. Like, I don't like some of the aspect ratios. Like, you could fix that, of course, but yeah, I don't know. Bro, I thought you did. Who knows what's going on in the mind of Mr. Matthews, man? He's a maniac. He could have been working on a video, you know what I mean? He's just been like YouTube silent for the past 2 months. Working on his Adventure Island no death run. I wouldn't put it past you. I mean, you can no death run Ninja Turtles Follow the Foot Clan. It's also got green on the cartridge, so there's a connection there. Oh, so we got some contrast here, some contrastings. Matty P says, Greg, CRTs aren't overrated for retro gaming. They are integral for the experience up to N64 and PlayStation. Mr. Matthews says, Greg, I agree. I don't understand why CRTs are so hyped up. I get along just fine without them. Yeah, but Matt, didn't you guys post a video? I still haven't watched it yet. I will. Oh, I got you. Greg says, just think people think like it's mandatory for retro gaming. Yes, okay, I got you. Oh, yeah, there it is right there. Put him on the list. He also no death ran Little Mermaid on the Nintendo. For sure. Little Mermaid is not a bad little game. You know what I mean? Again, nothing that's going to test our skills, but listen, if some kid got that game, they could have tons of fun with it. Barbie on the NES is sort of the same way. You can kind of beat it in a couple hours, maybe no death run it in like 3 hours once you kind of learn what everything is. But yeah, I beat Barbie this year on Nintendo. Did I no death run it? I'll check my other list. I gave it a C+, which is good for me. Maddie says they are A good sharp Aquos flat panel will do fine for most retro gaming. And a lot of them now, you can like change aspect ratios back to 4:9. CRT gaming is something special if you haven't seen it in forever. Oh, here we go. Mr. Matthew says his only cloud is no death runs of Ninja Gaiden and maybe Castlevania. If you haven't seen this on Mr. Matthew's channel, he actually did a run of Castlevania where it was like sub-weapons only. And that was quite impressive. Oh, and you did a no death run of Ghosts and Goblins, the first loop? Yes, Matt. Light gun games. That's a lost art, man. They just don't make good light gun games anymore. I didn't think the second loop of Ghosts and Goblins was that much more difficult. So I probably spent like 10 hours trying to get the first loop down, and then like maybe like another 2 on the second. That was a long day. I started playing, then I broke for like a 3-hour, 4-hour live stream, and then I went back to playing it and finished it up. It was sitting here while it was on the Sharp NES TV over there. But yeah, light gun games are a lost art, man. Even on 7th generation games, you had the funky little guns that you put the motion controller in. Still not as good as those old school light gun games. I think they pretty much were perfected on like PS2 with the Time Crisis stuff. When I play OG Game Boy games on a Game Boy Advance, do you change the ratio to full screen or keep the original? So I play all of my Game Boy stuff on my Game Boy player on my Nintendo, which is hooked up to the Sharp NES TV. So when that screen comes up on the Game Boy player, it's always in its, I guess, native 4:9 or whatever it's supposed to be. And then you can kind of hit the button and it'll expand it. I never liked that. I just always play it in the original. Yeah, 4:3. Yeah, maybe that's it. I always play it how it pops up on the screen. I never like try to stretch it out. And what's cool sometimes, especially like with the Super Game Boy, I found this out last year. A lot of these Game Boy games like Space Invaders, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Mole Mania, they have like custom borders, which is it's nice to look at. And Mr. Matthews says the scratch ratio looks great. I hate accidentally hitting that button. Yeah, me too. And then on the GameCube controller, that Z trigger brings up like the menu. Like I hate that one too. Oak City says he collects the flat ones. God, you know how many of those I passed up in the early game hunting days? You'd find like the Disney Cars TV or the Ninja Turtles TV at a thrift store. They were like $9.99. I'm like, who's paying $9.99 for a goddamn tube TV? Like you wish you would have picked up every one of those. I was so stupid back then. Ohio Thrift had a Ninja Turtles one. And it had they taped the remote. There's like a remote or something that goes with it on the top of it. And it was like $14.99 or $19.99. And I thought, well, I might be able to get like $20 for the remote, but if the TV doesn't work, I'm like, it's a thrift store. I could have literally lugged it over to the corner, plugged it in. You know what I mean? Like, oh, such an idiot. It was the Cars one. It wasn't the Ninja Turtles one. It was the Cars one. Because I thought somebody might want this for their kid's room, That is a hot take. Super Game Boy is better than the Game Boy player. Ooh. Listen, I like the Super Game Boy a lot, but I think that the Game Boy player is the greatest accessory for any video game console ever. I'll die on that hill. Because an old guy like me, I'm not playing games on a screen like this. I have to have it on a TV. And the fact that that little bastard plays Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance games really opens up that entire library to me. But I do like the borders on the Super Game Boy. And when that thing came out, it was like the coolest thing ever. Should you eat pepperoni nachos or pita bread and hummus? If you're going to go to bed right away within the next couple hours, don't eat the pepperoni and nachos. Go with the pita bread and the hummus. A bit smoother, better for the system. Sometimes I get home late from work, and I'll throw in like a pizza, like a frozen pizza, like a Jack's or a Tony's, and I'll throw extra pepperonis on there, and then I just lay there for another 40 minutes. And I get heartburn. But I'm old, so Greg, I don't know how old you are. If you're 24, you might be able to get away with it. Eat a whole pizza, eat a whole thing of pepperoni nachos, go to bed and be fine. I wouldn't. I'd probably be dying. Have I used the GBI Homebrew Game Boy interface for your Game Boy player? No. I don't really hook my stuff up to the internet and download softwares and things like that. I don't even know what that is. GBI Homebrew. I don't even know. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that apparatus is. Another dumb thing I did is that one time I had 3 Game Boy players with the discs. Like I found one of the discs at a thrift store for $3. And then I went to my local store and bought the player for $5. So I had $8 into it. I found another one somewhere else. At one time I had 3 of those. And when they were like $80, I sold 2 of them. And I'm like, I wish I would have kept those and sold them now because they're worth 3 times that. You need a Wii to install the program on a GameCube memory card. Man, that seems like a lot of work. Oh. Yeah, there's all kinds of cool stuff that you can do now. I mean, like emulation games. What was the in the late 90s? What was that? I had like a disc and somebody like put all the Nintendo games on a disc. What was that called? Oh God, I had a little hand as the cursor. You guys know what I'm talking about? I can't remember the name of it. But I would pop that thing into my Gateway computer and I would play Nintendo tapes on CD that were burnt there. That was another mistake. Another mistake I made? I went to a garage sale. This was probably, 10 years ago. Not Blink, Nesticle. That's it. That is it, bro. That's it. Yes, Nesticle. And the guy had like a PlayStation. I wasn't interested. I said, "You have any games?" He pulled out. He's got a binder, and I'm like, "Here we go, buddy. Here we go. Binder full of PlayStation." But they were all burnt games, And I'm like, I don't really want them because I can't really play them. He's like, "Well, how about like $5? Just give me $5 for all this." And I'm like, you know what? I'll pass. Somebody will want it. I wish I would just grab them all because God knows what was in there. You know what I mean? There could have been one. Was there $5 worth of fun there? Probably. But I didn't have a console. Like I want to be able to have like a PS2 or a PS2 probably would be better. A PS2 that is region free. And I don't know how to do that because I'm dumb. Because I've got some PS2 import games that Kane Deathbreaker sent me, and I'm never going to be able to play them. One of them is like Metal Slug. One of them is like one of the Air Force Delta games. I forget what the other one is. But I'd like to have a PS2 that was modded or made to be region free. I don't know if there's a memory card or something I can stick in there that would make it region free, but that's just something I don't know a lot about, how to emulate and how to jailbreak shit. And oh, you're saying you don't need the disc? What's this with the okay. So a while back there was a oh god, I can't remember the name. Was it Splinter Cell? There was a way you could get like Splinter Cell, put it in your GameCube, and then do something and make it like region free. What's on my shelf says you need free McBoot installed on a PS2 memory card. Is that hard to do? Yeah, I don't know. Why don't you put that on a PS2 memory card, and then I will just PayPal you and you can send it to me, and that will save me from having to do that shit. You're wrong. Another hot take. Metal Slug series as a whole is better than Contra. All right. Find Mr. Matthews on YouTube, unsub, and delete from contacts. No way. Contra is much better than Metal Slug. Oh, they are? Let me check. Because some of you guys say they're on there for cheap and then they're like $200. Like I'm working poor, bro. PS2 McBoot. Das Boot. Oh, there it is. Pops up memory card. Free McBoot 1.966 PlayStation 2 memory card. 8 megabyte OEM Sony Magic Gate. $14.99 plus free shipping. That is pretty cheap. Ooh, here's a red one for $15.49. Here's a 64 megabyte for $16.90. That is cheap. I'm gonna have to look into this. That's good advice. What's on my shelf? That's good stuff, bro. I'll have to check that. Das Boot, and you plug that into your PlayStation 2, and that allows you to play games from different regions, PS1 and PS2 games from different regions. It's true though. Name all the great Contra games. I bet you run out of games you like before you get through the entire series. I like Contra. I like Super C. I like Operation C. I like Alien Wars. I love Hardcore. Hardcore is great. That's sort of where I draw the line. I don't know if I like 3D Contra, although I have been flirting with the idea of playing Neo on PS2 because I think that game looks flashy and nice. Oh, check that out, man. Did you get that out of a box of Legos? Check this out. Matty P coming up big time. Look at this castle. That's pretty dope. You got a bin of Legos? Any good minis? I love minifigures. You can put apps on a thumbstick and use that in the USB. That sounds complicated. Well, I guess that's true enough. If you like Metal Slug 1, then you like the entire series because they're essentially the same. Yeah, I'll have to look into that, man. Especially if that's the region-free device that I can put in my. So I just put that into my PlayStation. Then go to the memory card thing, and then go to what? It's probably got an icon or something, and then you click run, and it will run, and then you can put the game in. Does that sound reasonable? That's one thing I'm hoping for this garage sale season. Like I like the video game thing. I do. But I really want a big box of Legos. Big beefy box of mini figure rich Legos. Oh, Blacktron and Wild West stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, that'd be awesome. That sounds like a good deal. Or what's on my shelf. I'm gonna have to check that shit out. Gonna have to check it out. Which is exciting. So look, I just said that earlier in the stream that I have a Toxic Crusader figure somewhere. As soon as I find it, I'll send it to you. Really, I did not know there were home brews on PlayStation and PlayStation 2 that you could use that for. Like, so some dude just made like a great shooter or something. I'd be down for that. Yeah, I got a Toxie with the flag thing that it's supposed to come with. You know, you're standing there, you're like, that's true. What's on my shelf? They do resemble that. Yeah, bro. Yeah, when you sent me those pictures of all that stuff you were pulling out of the storage, I was like, oh my God. That tub of Ninja Turtles figures was juicy. That was so cool. And then you were like, then you sent me a text. Let me read it. It's like, oh, Chris, you're so big and strong and handsome and funny and have great charisma. I'm going to send you these micro machines. It's like verbatim. And then Mr. Math, you sent me an awesome box of micro machines. And his wife got a Versace watch out of it, which I'm sure she wears all the time. The way that thing lusters, that's crazy. There were times when I was sitting here and it was on I have like a little bookshelf right there. It was sitting on the bookshelf and like a little piece of light would hit it and it would like blind me. It would be like I'd have to go move the watch. Yeah, but that was awesome. Mr. Matthews was cleaning out some storage and found all these vintage toys and figures. It was crazy. He sent me a Slag as well. Transformers G1. This is a Versace. Yeah, see, he knows that I ain't lying. He said, Chris, you have the jaw structure of a Roman emperor. And I said, bro, I'm not Roman, I'm German and Irish. See that? German. I spreche Sie Deutsch. I can smell you. Yeah, man. Oh, bro. Yeah, let me talk about this real quick. So, Maddie's saying, yeah, his buddy's selling cards online, is clean out, lots of old cards. That has exploded. The card stuff online. I actually got a box of cards out of storage right there, and I was flipping through. First couple cards I picked out of there: Collector's Choice, Michael Jordan silver signature card, 2 Bo Jackson silver signature cards. These were cards that were like 50 cents that nobody cared about. Now they're like, $8 to $15 cards. It's absolutely insane. It's exploded. And with the eBay standard envelope program, it's pretty cheap to send cards under $20 because they're going to weigh less than 4 ounces. They're going to be less than 3 ounces. I got to make fun of me, man. I'm a good looking dude. He said you look like a giant Shrek golem. You're a good looking dude. Got the big beard. Got like the man shit going on. Fucking man. You don't really play trading card games. eBay standard envelope. So when eBay standard envelope came out, this is what happened. All these guys that started selling sports cards and patches and stuff like that, they wouldn't no one's going to buy a $2 card and pay $5 shipping. You know what I mean? So these people, and I guess it was a handful of really high level sport. Like these guys sell like millions of dollars worth of cards every year. And so what they were doing is they were just shipping it regular envelope. Okay. And they were sort of calculating their losses every year for items not as described. And because it doesn't come with tracking, it wasn't delivered. And they said, listen, eBay, you got to do something because we're losing like $50,000-$60,000 a year or whatever it is on these item not as described claims. So eBay came up with eBay standard envelope. And you could do money, stamps, postcards, pictures, like little, black and white pictures, and trading cards. And what they would do is when you print out your shipping label, it doesn't print out portrait, it prints out landscape, and it'll give you a tracking and up to $20 of insurance. So what they do, I actually have that card. It's downstairs, the one with Bo Jackson like this. Yeah, it's one of my favorite cards, the 1990 score. So what they would do, what's on my shelf, is because the reason the post office didn't want to do this is because their machines that filter envelopes, it has to be a certain thickness. So what these guys would do, would take the card, they'd put it in a penny sleeve, they'd put it in a top loader, and then they would maybe put a little piece of paper over the top of the top loader and tape it down so the card doesn't move. And that was enough for the machines. So you could ship like a $10 card, and really for eBay standard envelope, it's 3 ounces is $1.11, 2 ounces is like 80 something cents, and 1 ounce is 60 cents. So they could shoot it through there. So then what eBay decided to do was they included patches in that program now. So you go to a garage sale and you find a bag of Harley Davidson patches. The guy wants $10 for it, and you can sell them and use them through eBay standard envelope. But yeah, it was all about putting them in the top loaders, those hard plastic top loaders, and securing them. And they have restrictions on the envelope, like they can't be bigger than whatever the dimensions are. They can't have a snap or twist tie a fastener on the back, stuff like that. But now you can ship all that stuff. A $2 card, someone's probably willing to pay because it's going to go less than an ounce, or 2 ounces. So 2 ounces is like 86 cents. You pay 86 cents shipping on a $2 card. And where that actually helps the seller is, before we had to sell that stuff like first class shipping or ground advantage, and it was like $4, and then we're getting feed on the $4 for the shipping, which I don't think eBay should be legally allowed to do. Charge me fees on the shipping and the taxes, because like California, that's pretty far for me to ship, so it costs more, and they're 14% sales tax. So now I'm paying fees on the taxes that they have to pay. It's weird, but they've expanded the standard envelope and cards. I probably wouldn't do that to a card that's a $20 card. I would, even though you get insurance up to $20. So if it's a $20 card, you can ship it. If it gets damaged, bent, broken, destroyed, pissed on, lost, you can just file a claim at the post office and get your money back. But yeah, they've done the extra mile. I turned all of my patches listings. I have a bunch of old Boy Scout patches and some Harley Davidson patches. I put them from first class, from ground advantage to eBay standard envelope. Now I've only sold one, but that cheaper option makes it viable for somebody to want to buy it. Yeah, upper deck, the 89 upper deck series, when that came out, the high gloss cards, the holographic on the back, and they had that Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card. The 89 Donruss had a Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card. It's a good card, but the 89 upper deck is so iconic. And then Bowman came out. Everybody liked the Bowman because they were the bigger cards, like back in the day. And there was a Griffey rookie in there, and that's a great card. But yeah, that 89 upper deck Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card is crazy. You get taxed on your labor fees. People don't remember like Sports Flicks. Do you remember the Sports Flicks cards that were lenticular? Those were cool cards back in the day. Anyway, it is 2:30 a.m. We started this off at 8 o'clock, so we've been going for 6.5 hours because I'm a streaming fucking machine. Mr. Matthews says he collected Griffey at that time too. I wonder if I have any of his rookie cards. Yeah, 89, and then there was one. The Topps one came out in the 89 update set. It wasn't in the base set. And the government owed you 1,200 bones or clams or whatever it is that you call them. But anyway, yeah, going for 6.5 hours. We covered a large gamut of stuff. Maddie P, thank you so much for the $1 dono. I definitely appreciate it. You're my boy. I love you. Thank you for texting me. Mr. Matthews was here. What's on my shelf was here. Greg was here. Who else was here? Jet Pyrie, Retro Hack, Retro Tiburon. Oh, by the way, I'll be on the Retro Tiburon podcast on April 20th, talking about our favorite PlayStation 1 games. Shode was here. Shode stopped into the live stream. He's always welcome. And when he comes back, we'll talk more Super Nintendo stuff. Greg was here with his suave voice. Heavy Metal 666 was here. Thanks for stopping by. It's crazy, man. We kind of go off in a bunch of different directions. We branch a lot up in this joint. Video Game Lover 58 stopped by. Down Phoenix stopped by. Retro Heck, if I didn't say Retro Hick. Retro Hick? Retro Tiburon. Mario, super good dude. Back in the Day Gamer. How can we forget Back in the Day Gamer? Secondhand Toy Dealer was here. So thank you, everybody, for stopping by. Uncle Strange, one of my favorite people in the whole world, was here. That really means a lot. Vigigamer, Nicholas was here. Nick's always good. Retro Bro stopped by. Surf Blue, Computer Blue. Surfy Blue. Blue. Who else? We said Showed. I think that is it. I think that's our entire night in a snapshot. Yeah, I hope we all survive on Monday, which would be great because then we can have another stream next weekend, I guess. Maybe I'll work on a video because I'm lazy as shit. But anyway, thank you guys so much for stopping by, and we will see you on the next one. Pow. I'm going to drink this.